out like 100. Hello, 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 hello.
Loading, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MC's bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up myself, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty toilet, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by now, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah.
been on it. I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, it hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, they're for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I switch it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Toolie tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really all show. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
We're driving.
Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Hello everybody, welcome to day 5 of the playoffs for Challengers EME, oh not Challengers EME, not quite yet, we're almost there, Challengers Northeast. I'm Twiggy, I'm going to be bringing you through the last 4 days of the playoffs here. There's so much exciting stuff to play for, and I am joined today by MP. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, it is the qualification day for Challengers EMEA.
Precisely, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be 2 teams that are gonna get into that Challengers EMEA alongside Enterprise Esports and Bitfix. 2 teams that are gonna be eliminated. It's gonna be banger matches, and I'm excited. It's been long time since we've been here, but we're back, Twiggy, and I'm happy. I'm really, really happy.
I am happy as well. Let's quickly just jump into things. We can take a look at the playoffs bracket for today so you can get an overview of what's coming up. We're doing the lower quarterfinals today, so Go Next Esports versus Zero Tenacity down there at the bottom of your screen, and Sweet and Sour versus Pixel Lumina. The team that loses this one eliminated from the playoffs, just like with not the last games we played. I think it was day 3 that we saw, where you can see Pixel Lumina and Zero Tenacity beat Bonk and I can't remember the names of the teams anymore, but to get through to this stage of this one, it's just ESC, isn't it? That is what it is. Just to get through to this stage, and once again, whoever wins this one is going to be getting through into Challengers EMEA. Again, Northeast gets 4 slots, whether or not we deserve it at this point, that's a completely different story, but they are going to get through into that one, and whoever loses these games is eliminated, which for some of the teams that we're gonna see today, that would be a pretty big deal, getting eliminated at this point. And for some of the teams here, it would be a really big deal getting into Challengers EMEA as well.
Yeah, absolutely. For example, Pixel Lumina, they haven't been here previously. They got stuck in that upper Swiss phase, couldn't quite get into playoffs. It's gonna be a huge thing for them to even be here. For Sweet and Sour, Zero Tenacity, it's a little bit different. Last time around, they got stopped here. They couldn't quite get into Challengers EMEA. And out of these 4 teams, Go Next is actually only one that has gone through for that Challengers EMEA. Yeah, sure, we have in Enterprise Esports already qualified through there, but it's gonna be interesting to see which one is it gonna be, especially in this first match. But then does Pixel Lumina actually have something to fight against Sweet and Sour? I don't think we've seen quite the challenge for Pixel Lumina. Yeah, they've had some rough games against Go Next Esports, but they couldn't quite win that. So there's a challenge for them today. It's gonna be really, really interesting to see, especially this first match. It's gonna be Go Next versus Zero Tenacity, and I'm gonna be honest, Zero Tenacity, they don't have an easy challenge.
Now left in the playoffs. We've removed a lot of these teams where it is just kind of one fragger and then the rest of the team kind of backing them up. We are now in very synergistic kind of team compositions here. I think you can see that reflected in the individual players.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris, obviously 241 ACS, it's one of the better for this season, for this league. Chris is actually topping the charts in terms of rating in VLR. Really consistent overall player. Then you have Pyro as well. 33.8% headshot ratio is insane to me. Both of these players, very consistent, very good players. Chris is just only 17 years of old, but when you give him that killjoy, it's gonna be really hard to play against him. I would say Chris's killjoy is unmatched, but he can even flex to different agents as well. Viper, that Vice has been. I think that Cypher is kind of rough here and there, but Chris is one of those players that can even pick up the operator, no problem. But then you have Pyro. I think Pyro was one of the crucial players in this match against Team Liquid Academy. And we actually have a graphic that we kind of want to take a look at, where Pyro absolutely dominated the Team Liquid Academy roster. Look at this, 314 ACS in a match, 2-0 match. That was elimination match, as you can see there. That was the match where Zero Tenacity actually qualified into this playoff stage and dropped Team Liquid Academy, the previous winners. And Pyro did 19-8 on their first map of Lotus, then 13-15 with Brimstone on the second match, 41.2 headshot percent, and was one of the biggest parts for Zero Tenacity to win that game overall and bring themselves here. So Pyro is definitely one of those players that I'm gonna be looking forward to today.
Yeah, I think, you know, that is the kind of thing that separates the cream of the crop here from kind of teams that are going to get eliminated. We know that Team Liquid Academy are a great team, but on a good day where a player is playing incredibly well, if you can replicate that day after day, you're going to be winning games against any team that you're going to come up against in this stage. If Pyro can replicate that kind of performance today against Go Next Esports, that's a win. You know, it doesn't matter how they're playing. Team Liquid Academy, we know they are great, and they got eliminated in 2 maps by an outstanding performance. And I think that is kind of where we're at right now as Northeast, kind of as a tier 2 region right now that isn't really the strongest in EMEA in any metric whatsoever. We need more consistent performances like that. Like, obviously, easier said than done. Way easier said than done. But if you can replicate those kinds of performances, it will propel you straight through to Challengers EMEA and even further.
Yeah, and I mean, Pyro absolutely can replicate. I think he's holding the kill record for Northeast as well with 43 kills. Sure, that's not on regulation, but that was against Sweden, so our amazing performance here as well. I think he's one of those better players, but I think what's gonna be interesting, in my opinion, it's gonna be the map veto. It's gonna be interesting where we're gonna see Go Next bring this, where Zero Tenacity is gonna be comfortable. We know that Go Next doesn't really like playing Pearl. Zero Tenacity, they don't really like playing Ascent. I feel like those are gonna be like easy bans instantly.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna be interesting to see whether our map veto is gonna go to like Split. Is it gonna go to Fracture in terms of Go Next? Zero Tenacity, I think the Haven has been kind of consistent. It's been pretty fair, easy pick for them, but that's a good map for Go Next as well.
Yeah, for sure. Lotus has also been floated about by these two teams a little bit, and I think Lotus is kind of becoming the Northeast map in a sense. You know, it's one we're seeing very often in this one. Obviously, we'll talk about Bitfix a little bit later if we have any time, plus, obviously tomorrow. Obviously, their composition is one that we're thinking about quite a lot when we look into that one, and outstanding Sentinel players, as we were talking about just a second ago. But it is Haven first. Zero Tenacity get the first pick on that one. Go Next Esports are going to follow that up with Fracture. I wouldn't be surprised if Lotus is the float here.
Yeah, me neither. I think Lotus is a really fair pick for both of these teams. Zero Tenacity, they haven't had the best success there, but they don't really want to go into this split against Go Next, which is really fair. I think Go Next, they probably wouldn't ban the Lotus. I think it's one of their strongest map. It is really good map, and they won against Zero Tenacity last time there. And yeah, I mean, Haven, Fracture, Lotus, I think that's a fair map. I think that's a really fair map veto, and I'm excited to see, because we're gonna see that Debe Neon in this Haven, or if we're gonna see the same agent composition. Obviously we don't know quite yet, but we should be able to see that. Chris obviously bringing out that Killjoy. I think it's gonna be a rough start for Zero Tenacity. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna be easy in this Haven, but they could have a chance for sure.
No, that's the thing, right? A lot of the times, you know, teams that we see get to this stage have kind of their map, you know, ones that they can bring out at the start of a veto and get a guaranteed win against a team that you're kind of expecting to have a better chance of winning the series, like Go Next Esports in this one, so they can just get something on the board and hopefully make sure it's not a 2-0 victory against them. Haven is not one of those maps. Everybody seems to be comfortable on Haven here, whether or not it's their map pick. A lot of these teams like Haven, they're able to play it. Zero Tenacity, obviously no strangers to a Haven game, no strangers to a very long Haven game, as you alluded to against Sweet and Sour. Part of the reason why Pyrol has such a high kill rate in the league so far, with the what was it, 23-21, something like that. Absolutely insane scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, 43 kills there. I think it's crazy. Yeah, it is insane amount of kills. Yeah, sure, that's a multiple OT map, but still, I think it's gonna be amazing. Obviously, these teams, they did play against each other like 2 weeks ago, and we have some kind of statistic from them. There, it's obviously not like you can't decide from that, but we already saw these teams are very, very equal. They are usually not those kind of games that go to like 13-5, 13-6 even. There was 1-13-8 in Lotus, but mostly it was really even. We have a new map here coming in Fracture between these two teams, which is going to be really exciting, because I think Go Next is one of the better Fracture teams as well. And but then you have Pyro as well, who is really solid with that Brimstone, who can absolutely drop like 30 kills on a map. So it's not going to be easy for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I think that is a big thing with the teams we have remaining here as well in Northeast at the moment, is a lot of them are very much kind of, these are scrapbook teams. They're ones that have a few different comps that they can bring out, that they can actually like flex to different agents, where we don't see that a lot of the time with the teams that manage to get to the top. The teams that manage to get first seed in Northeast have usually been ones that have outstanding players that are really good on a specific role, that are really good on a specific agent, and that can frag out. And we're not really seeing that in these teams. We're seeing ones with a deeper strat book. We're seeing ones that can flex onto different agents, bring out different kind of team compositions when the need arises for them. And I think these are two of the biggest kind of contenders for that look for the league. So it's kind of a shame that we're going to see one of these teams eliminated no matter what. But at the same time, I think whoever comes out on top of this one is going to be a really, really scary team for everybody else later on down the line.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in my opinion, I think any one of these players can frag. It's at this skill level, at these teams, at these players that we see, they have the experience to frag out. They know how to play this game. They absolutely know how to dominate. And once they get into that flow state, but I think you're definitely right. The strategies are there. They're more analytical in terms of the gameplay. I love how Go Next run their defaults as well, how they run their game. Obviously, even when you have a FIDE master in your team, it's gonna bring some knowledge into the game. It's gonna bring some smarts into that. So obviously, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of reading your opponent's game, a lot of prepping, a lot of trying to figure out where the enemy sentinel is going to be, where the stacks are going to be, how you're going to run your attacking side, how you're going to exploit the enemy defending side. Is there going to be caps, especially when we go to Fracture? I mean, Haven is one of those maps as well. We're going to see 3 really heavy analytical maps that you have to have a lot of setups, because you have 3 maps in Haven and Lotus, but then you have 4 openings in Fracture as well. So you have to have your defense setup dialed up, but you have to have your attacking setups filed up. You might have to do a lot of fakes, a lot of defaults, try to open those gaps in the defensive side, and I think both of these teams are really capable of that.
Yeah, I think so. We're just waiting for the players to get in the lobby so that we can start the agent select for you in just a moment. Sorry for the delays, but yeah, I think we can go back and forth about how great these teams are through this. I want to have a little chat with you while we have a little bit of time about. Oh, never mind, we don't have any time. We're in the agent select. It doesn't matter. We'll go back to it later. It's good to save topics for later on. No massive surprises here, as far as I'm aware.
No, there's going to be a Cypher switched from the side of Zero Tenacity. They usually did run the Killjoy here, which is going to be really interesting to see. Is the Cypher going to be... I mean, obviously, it's going to be played differently. You have a lot of more information, especially detailed information, but you can have that camera left in like C-long. If you get that early camera in C-long, you have a lot of like I said, detailed information compared to the Killjoy. But Killjoy, you have that lockdown, which is one of the better ultimates in this map, in my opinion. You can easily clean out A site if you're attacking, if you're defending. The retake ultimates are really, really strong. It's going to be interesting to see how MSH can actually adapt with that Cypher, how it's going to work compared to the Killjoy, and how is it going to be worse for Zero Tenacity to actually switch up this composition. Can they fight against Chris's Killjoy, which is, I mean, like I said, unmatched?
Right, well, we are going to find out now. It's Go Next Esports versus Zero Tenacity, an elimination match and a qualification match, 2 challengers EMEA. This is really important, so we're going to throw it to the most important people in the room. It's Hazza and Cairo!
Thank you very much, Twiggy. Yeah, we're here to get on the end of what is going to be a very promising best of 3, one which we've already seen. It's a repeat between Zero Tenacity and Go Next from the original stage of Swiss. You know, it was a qualification match then. It is again now, and there's even more on the line this time.
Yeah, exactly. Challengers EMEA. I think that's what's most important here. Disqualification. You leave the tournament for Challengers Northeast if you don't qualify from here on forward. I think from this point on, it is seeding. This is the most important match you can possibly be in. A second bite at the cherry. I mean, can you actually get the goods? That's the question that I'm asking.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to find out very shortly on Haven, a map which came up last time around in the veto process. The only difference that we've seen is that Fracture has come in as a pick for Go Next instead of Split, after we saw, they actually won it the other day, but I guess, just not factored in this time.
Yeah, exactly, and I think as well, like, this is a map that is, of course, macro intensive, and Zero Tenacity last time left there's a lot to be desired as well. So I'm really hoping that what we're going to see here is them pick up the slack that they left last time, right? We were expecting a much better performance. They're now up against a much better opponent, and Go Next. They had a bit of an upset against Bitfix, but I'm sure, or we all hope that right now this map, you have to bounce back in, right? And I hope hope you have a better performance before you get to Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, that's what we are about to find out. Zero Tenacity heading in on their own map pick. Both teams coming off the back of a loss last week, which left a sour taste in the mouth of the fan bases of each and every one of them. Polish contingents on both sides, but Go Next, of course, with the fully national roster that will be looking to make its way to another top 4 cut and an EMEA slot. That's ultimately what both of these teams will be hunting down. For Zero Tenacity, that was their goal since the outset. For Go Next, those expectations have only increased since signing with the organization. They'll kick this one off on the attack.
Big presence towards mid already from Go Next. Thing is though, Chris needs to be extremely careful with this luck.
It is only Chris here, but the attack-sided smoke that Chester has placed has sort of helped him isolate these angles a little bit more. Had a small look towards short. It's Pyrol and Electric left up close as the B pressure is put on. You're seeing the rotate come through from Grumek, and as they clear, it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a win for Go Next. I think Zero Tenacity now have so much map space, and look at Go Next. They're trying to buy back some of their own, but they're away from the spike plan.
They're pushing out arms on both sides. Kozok used the owl drone in towards C-Link. That didn't find anything. Players pushed back by Zero Tenacity, and some of that refreshable utility does go traded yet again. Zero Tenacity being held in this position, but they haven't cleared Kozok. Another 1-for-1, and still not quite favouring Go Next, as you say. The plant now away from them. Demek trying to charge back in with the support of his teammate, but so much damage has been done. It's down to the knives, and Electric will draw blood from it. It is a pistol round win by a whisker, but Zero Tenacity have done what they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when you watch Go Next here, like depositing Chris and then going and taking the ace, the leg space. It would have been nice if they had the spike plan for it, but all in all, like it's foretold as soon as it happens, right? They can easily lose control of the spike, and Zero Tenacity do well with a space that they buy back.
Yeah, you think Chris was probably expecting a more aggressive look from Zero Tenacity to flank heavy onto that B play there. But they read the situation well. They took their time in making that retake happen. So again, we see the same smoke go out, but Pretty is so prepared for it. He fires the recon right into the center, and as 3 players get lit up, he's able to take down Chris again.
I mean, Go Next just deathballing their way through the map. As for Zero Tenacity, I mean, they know it's an eco, just being passive on the map. And yeah, like, just try not to give anything away to the attackers right now.
And if you're Go Next in this situation, you're looking at picking up an ultimate orb, building towards a win condition later on. Kozok is the closest. He already has 3 points. They'll be halfway there if they can collect this one. And with it being the Cypher setup on C, it's a little more passive. You can see Kozok's at the back of the pack. For him to try and get that, the shocks go in. But Zero Tenacity are prepared for this.
They are. I don't know how much smokes are left right now, not a lot. Players have to just come straight in and just, yeah, as you see, it's an easy cleanup. In the end, Zero Tenacity, they were cycling towards A, cycling their smokes towards A, re-clearing out with the kind of replenishable utility. All in all, Zero Tenacity, yeah, they get through with a flawless round, and that makes this next round a little bit more dangerous, has it?
Yeah, a lot more dangerous. You've got 2 Bulldogs, Vandal, and now the Outlaw, which Electric's been able to hold on to. He started this map 5-0, where he started at the beginning of the Bonk game on Haven. Already you can see on the left-hand side, he's looking to walk down C-Long again with the support of Grumek by his side.
Revealing area.
Yeah, a bit more of a default round with Alexic though, moving all the way up C-Long. Needs to win this cleanly and does so. Everybody on Go Next has heavy shields. That's going to be a massive loss. That's the smoke's gone. That means you can't deny lightnings of sight for the defenders.
Yeah, and it's through the corner of the wall as well. Chester's going to be so frustrated. He headshot Electric, but still the Czech stands on 16 points of health, and now rotating onto A. This is a serious concern. He's getting ready to peek off the contact. In fact, he might just give it a go anyway.
course he does. Unfortunately though, being so low in health, he wasn't going to last long after a bullet hit his body. Now the Cypher set up under siege as all the traps are gone, and the players of Go Next make their way on. It's been pretty slow. Demic though, exploding when needed, and now on for the ace. In the bonus round, sure, but it wasn't really much of a bonus. It was near enough a rifle round for Zero Tenacity. And that's what you need if you're Go Next. A player who can light up.
He's tucked into the corner here, Demek, but they're setting him up with flashes.
All done. Please don't hurt me.
Anish for Demic. Excellently played. Go Next finally get that round back in their favour, and yeah, there we go. Just one back, and I think it just all comes through Demic.
Yeah, and it's exactly what the analyst desk were talking about as well, that there are very capable players on this Go Next side, whether it's Chris, Chester, or even Demek on this Neon that MP was getting excited about. There is reason to, because I think with him being such a vocal duelist player, he's asking for a lot of setup. He's getting it. In that round, it was surplus to requirements.
Alexic operators towards the A side of the map already. They can post Alexic up pretty deep if they want to, but it's the players on the C side that need to be careful, especially with Pyro up high.
Spotted that TP through the fast lane, and so Pyro will find the first kill of the round, still hanging on towards backside. In comes Demek again! A battering ram, and with the shorty in hand, he doesn't even need to see his opponents. They can feel his aura.
Planted.
And so having found 8 kills in the last 2 rounds and on for potentially a second ace. Can't remember the last time we saw back-to-back aces from a Polish player. I'm thinking Kayak.
Yeah, maybe. I was going to say, even just back-to-back aces full stop, right?
Yeah. And so Zero Tenacity decide, you know what, we're not actually going to give him that liberty. Demek is just forced to stew in his own success, as Go Next will bring the score count level.
Well, Demek has been the highlight right now, and naturally you would take that, right, with a player who's featuring in the kill feed so often. I would like to compliment Neffy here. Flashes have been on point, stuns and utility have been really good at supporting Demek onto these angles. Not only that, right, like you've got to be thinking of just like look at here, this flash just right now, like to set up Demek. The cages actually ended up working against Zero Tenacity, but yeah, all in all, like I think like comparatively to the last game that we saw from Go Next, I was quite critical of Neffy and the Sky that they were putting up, but right now looks like a good breach. Yeah, breach has always been a strong suit for him, and I think this system just fits Go Next so well. That's really what you're looking at here. A team built on its experience playing together and the micro that they have managed to set up in that 2-year period. The reason why they have an org now, as Electric has already tried to peel back the first kill of the round, which hasn't been a task that Zero Tenacity have struggled with all too much so far, but Pretty could in a second. He is cornered, and that leaves the A site open. It was just us over there. Yeah, Initiator for Initiator, trying to get into the site quickly. MSH here, he's found a spot to play in, and the players of Go Next haven't cleared them at all.
The smoke is set up for him, but the question is, can you get a second player here to support, or is he all on his lonesome? MSH flooding back out the smoke. Support will not arrive in time, and so Zero Tenacity now set up in post. Electric still has this op, but you're going to be thinking about a save in a second, because I don't see there being a cause to try and invest this here. In saying that, Chester's down to 4 HP, but they know it not, and so that decision has already been made.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, that's the thing with this map. It can always be so hard to try and defend against it. You get caught off guard, you get out macroed. I think that's the best thing. Just try and keep the op in your pocket, have something to work with round on round. And I think as well, like, yeah, like this retake just so nice. Sorry, this retake, this take so nice. I think as well, like, you've got to try and see what Zero Tenacity have to, because apart from like the first couple of rounds, it's been pretty underwhelming since Demek's had a rifle in his hands.
They demand a fight.
Yeah, exactly. It goes back to what I was saying in the pre-rounds of the previous, that this is a team which can call on the fly very effectively. They've got vocal players that fit the system that they want. Demek is always asking for the utility that's right to set him up. Now, coming into the next one, something I can already see is that we've got an operator on both duelists. Now, while Demek doesn't usually play this on the attack, we've seen Electric now a couple of times not be given the fight that he wants. You're coming into the gun round, it's so important that he can find value from this.
Seems as Zero Tenacity have put importance towards mid with 3 players on B, but I mean, they can easily pivot and lean heavier to whatever side of the map they want, especially with this Cypher setup. You can see the traps already set up for kill traps, hopefully catch someone like Demek off guard.
Right there.
Perhaps even the reason for the change to the Cypher. Those ankle breakers are so strong against the Neon trying to slide in.
Gremic and MSH playing high-low, and Nefi has found exactly the information that is needed. Although, still looking to head forward, must hear the trap, does so, and dips off. That's the thing about going next in these takes. They've been really, really slow and very good at like pulling the utility out from Zero Tenacity.
And this is the position where you don't then expect Go Next to commit to another side of the map because they just don't have any space there. Sure, you have the alarm bot deep on C Long from Kriz and the turret in mid. The spike is actually backing up here, Cairo. This is interesting. They're just going to use Demek as a full fake. And it's working. Look at the rotations.
Everybody's fallen for it, but Demek has fallen prey to one of the traps, but no one's there to capitalise, leaving the Neon to continue the reign of terror as the spike right now is starting to head towards C. Zero Tenacity and fell for this hook, line and sinker.
Yeah, with, 10 seconds or so left to spare once you discount the spike plant. But look at those remaining Go Next players. They're still rotating from A. Zero Tenacity have 4 bodies here.
Yeah, they've got a time, and Alexic has the knives. A player who can be so dynamic once they come out, but Kozuk's off, shuts that down. Smoke's on the spike. That's what's going to stop. I mean, Go Next getting an angle on towards the spike's been half, and Hunter's Fury happened to be pulled out. Now Demek and their other lurkers coming through at the right time through Garage, and Nefi now trying to stop anybody else getting onto the spike, trying to stop Zero Tenacity getting the defuse through. And since the rifles have come into play, Go Next have not lost a round.
There's 2 on the bounce here. I think this was a really well-called round from Nefi as well. Compliment his utility all you like, but the way that they pulled strings on the map was so nice. Faking the possibility that they were going to hit A. Look, hey, even I was caught. I thought they were going for it as well, the full execution. Because Zero Tenacity in the mid-round have gotten a little bit explorative through players like Electric, but even with the Omen ult committed in the previous, they weren't expecting it. Now, just the one rifle in the hands of Kromak, and he is dispensed of immediately by Demek.
This is the thing about Zero Tenacity. Last time when they played against Bonk, they were very slow to pick up on the read of their opponents. Eventually they did end up coming back in with a decent defensive round, or defensive half. But at the minute, it doesn't look too good. Wow.
Oh, that's gross. That's just disgusting. And now Electric with a rifle in his hands is a scary prospect. I'm looking at this section of the round again. The sort of second phase after that initial utility. Any of your refreshables have come back up after the first 40 seconds, and you can start having a look in. Zero Tenacity are grouping up towards sewers. They're moving into the lobby space, and Go Next still haven't committed even to this B play. You've got a heavy flank.
Yeah, I was going to just say, while that shot was nice from Alexic, remember it's only the one rifle that's there. And already it's taken off the board. The rest is Sheriff's, MSH, getting things working. The flank has been activated at the right time, but at the same time, Spike's going down in a 2v2.
Yeah, the HUD is just a little bit behind for those watching. We are in the 2-on-2, as you say, and it's Go Next setting up their post plant from A link. Zero Tenacity should realize this as soon as they see the spike plant, but Demek still has the op, and that's the paranoia gone. Nothing to take him off the line.
Nefi's gone on a little bit of a wander here. And while Demek tried to pull them back, that shot up close will be very, very good if he can get onto it. Aftershock able to pull the first player off, fast lane in. And I mean, both players are just dancing around this. It will end up being finally a Zero Tenacity round. I mean, yeah, that was a bit of a chaotic one.
Oh yeah, and it's a huge pickup for Zero Tenacity as well, because Go Next, just as they're starting to get through the gears, this kill here from Alexik almost changes the direction of the round. I mean, sure, as you put it, it's only what ends up being a 1-for-1 as he goes down on the B site and we move into post, but that was all of the flank watch gone, and so that's when they then call the play to re-aggress A, which was really, really well timed. You get an effective flank. Pretty finds one more player walking up to the B site. I believe it was Neffy who he shot in the back. And into the retake. Well, I mean, as nice as it is playing Link, Demek with his op, you get smoked off and your list of options is suddenly cut very short. It was well played from Pyro.
Yeah. As for now, though, the Ultimates point bit that we're in right now has a pretty having the Hunter's Fury. Rolling Thunder will probably be that 2 off as Kremek did die. As for Go Next, though, I mean, they've used some of their ultimates, right? We saw Kozok having to use that Hunter's Fury a couple of rounds ago to win out the post plant, create a little bit of chaos for the late flankers. And yeah, I think like at the end of the day, they're going to be at the back end of a decent ultimate cycle in the initial phase, but now Zero Tenacity, they have what they need to potentially tip the odds in their favour, right?
Yeah, I think still my biggest takeaway from that previous round was just the improvement on the mid-rounding and how front-footed they wanted to try and approach it. Like, you find that kill on Kriz, you know flank is weak, and you're immediately looking for a gap. That's the kind of play that you've got to be promoting for a defender's side on Haven. We speak about it so often, the push and pull of the map, if you will, and what lane control means. And it's a couple of times now that Go Next have looked to really build that default on mid control, so it does leave you a little bit vulnerable. The same way that, you know, if a player had walked down C long when they were going for that A fake, could have done the exact same. So there are definitely weaknesses to try and exploit here. And if you want to draw parallels from that previous game, as you've already done so, then yeah, it took a few rounds. It took, you know, 5-6 rounds for them to get an idea of what Bonk were doing, but that half ended up pretty decent for them.
It did. I think my only one like criticism would be, not necessarily criticism, but like I guess difference between Go Next and Bonk would be that Bonk were pretty much rinse and repeat, right? Very slow rounds, looking to hit into sights. It felt very rinse and repeat, so that the read was a lot easier. As for Go Next, I feel as if they as a team will be so much better at diversifying their attack and changing the pacing up if they want to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just giving yourself a set of options. I imagine those watching at home do realise we have run into a technical hiccup with the HUD as it stands. So with that, Cairo, any parting thoughts before we throw this one on over to a break with how this game has started?
I don't think so, mate. I think my parting thoughts are I'm excited to see how Zero Tenacity continue the momentum after that last round win, and Go Next, I'm looking forward to seeing how they change up their attack after finally being countered.
Yeah, plenty more Valorant left to be played, that's for sure. So don't go anywhere. We'll return very shortly after the break. Shortly, Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We thank you for your patience as round number 8 between Zero Tenacity and Go Next is about to begin. It's been a strong start to the map from the attacking team, but Zero Tenacity have responded with an eco round win. That's when we hit the bump in the road, so let's see if the gunby gets any better and can build on that success.
Yeah, we were drawing comparisons just before the break about how Zero Tenacity, last time round they played Haven, it took them about 6 rounds to finally get a read on their opponents. It seems like this could be the same case right now. Although, with 3 players standing tall on the A side, will they be able to hold on as Go Next get ready to go for their execute?
Yeah, Drone comes in, tags 1 player, Go Next. Don't really have any control elsewhere. It's the Killjoy setup for mid, so Demek is right into the site, sliding either side of his fast lane, but it's Pyro, the one in the driver's seat right now. Paranoia slightly wide of the mark, gives Neffy a chance to get back in, and he'll seize it with both hands, the captain. 2-on-2, Spike going down with the safety of the Nano Swarm.
Yeah, but Zero to Nasty have to come back in with this operator once again, and that's not a position you want to be in if you're Zero to Nasty.
Not only that, Neffy has the stun and the Rolling Thunder as well if he wants to use it, so plenty of tools to take Electric out of play. Finally pulls the pin as MSH will surf around the corner. Electric still posted up in the bird's nest to dash across for info. It's so well played from Electric. The setup not quite required for his teammate as he takes all responsibility on his own shoulders to tie the scoreline right back up.
I think for me, like when we've seen Go Next being attacking so far, a lot of the time, like it's these slow rolls into sight, right? Trying to beat out utility, trying to see what they can get from the defenders, and right there, Zero Tenacity decide, look, we're just going to disrespect you. We're going to swing into you. They're going to catch you off guard. That's exactly what happens. Neffy does great to fight back in, but overall, I mean, Zero Tenacity were in control for the most part of that round.
Yeah, that's the way that it felt, and you can kind of see it telegraphed, at least from the commentary perspective with the hindsight we have of the map, that when Chris is placing his turret for window, you know, the alarm bot behind on lobby, that's a statement of commitment. You know they're going to be playing into that right-hand side, whereas obviously when they went for the fake before, there was a little bit more utility towards C, and I guess Zero Tenacity not quite scouring that out, they were just playing for the site hold. Pyrol doing a great job at holding onto that space, and intelligent operator play from Electric as well. I sort of noted there in the middle of the round how he used the dash to just cross the window, collect the info on where it was that Neffy was playing from, and the repeat was really nice as well. So into what will be yet another purchase for both teams. Their money is in a decent spot right now. We're nowhere near any form of reset, but if this trend continues, Zero Tenacity will be looking to put themselves in front.
Yeah, Demic for the most part is all alone on this seaside. This is something different from what we've seen normally. The defenders have ripped a Hunter's Fury straight away. I think we got like, what, 2 tags, maybe even only 1?
Yeah, it's damage split across a couple of players, but the big point for me is the fact that Grumek has actually followed this up. He's aggressive in lobby, but the only player here, as the breach, the util is pretty useless. It's all eyes on the gun and Grumek.
Needs to at least get 1, maybe even 2 depending to make this worthwhile, and certainly fulfills the quota needed. Spike dropped, known about now by the defenders, and they can start to lean heavier towards this A side. 1v1, 1 out by Pretty, which is absolutely massive.
It's all the initiation utility gone, right? Just caught in transition, and as Grumek has already, you know, expended his double shift and done his job, you're looking at another late B play. I mean, Electric has walked up C long and cleared that out as well. Go Next are out of options and out of time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? 30 seconds to try and find picks back in your favour and a spike plant. I think Demic wants to try and bait out Krez, the fast lane being used. MSH looking to try and hold on, but Pyro instead throws Zero Tenacity into the lead.
That was a nice idea from Demic, just to slide right off of that contact, but Zero Tenacity aware of it. Pyrol again cleaning up. This new pickup for this defensive side has been such a boon to performance, I think, rather than putting all weight on both rookies in the team, Tyrex and MSH at the time, while, you know, they've both had highlight moments. I think it's nice to see what feels like a league veteran stepping into a side which do have ambitions for top 4 and are slowly creeping closer as Demic is running this overdrive into the site again, but very quickly shown the door by that ult.
Utility coming straight back through. The paranoia used from the defense actually hits spot on. Grumek trying to play within the smoke with just a shorty, but it's the rifles outside of the smoke that do most of the work. Zero Tenacity with an almost flawless round.
Yeah, this is feeling like timeout territory now for Go Next, because as you said, the rounds have been repeated and it feels like we haven't seen any form of adaptation, and it's Zero Tenacity just reading the game and playing it very well. Because very often you're going to see a solo Sova player towards A just playing for the info to peel off and then make that decision whether you want to play full retake or flood backside. And they have been going for these fast floods that have worked out very well.
Revealing area.
Yeah, Alexic's under fire. Oh my, what? Under fire, but definitely not under siege. Straight away gets the first pick and there goes Demic.
If that supportive smoke dropping in from Pyro once again, he's going to mobilize himself through defender spawn so he can very quickly respond to this. And it's at this point in the round where if maybe GoNext had put on some of that initial pressure and immediately pivoted C, you could have caught Zero Tenacity out. But right now, I don't see that second layer beyond Demic finding an opening pick.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. I mean, GoNext are trying to play a little bit more defaulty, a little bit slower, but allows the op to get into position. So therefore, that A play completely off the cards. And you look at the players on Zero Tenacity, they're starting to lean towards the C side more.
Yep, second time that Kozok has been caught making that play in rotation. And now as they head towards C, MSH has the full setup with the trap and the support of Pyro.
Yeah, this is now starting to get really worrying. You look at this at the time, 30 seconds to get the spike down. You've still got Krez playing through mid, and while he gets a kill, this now starts to get a little bit worrying. 3v3, this is somewhat bring-backable, come-backable for Zero Tenacity as Alexic's op gets a third, brings the blades out. Sees if he can try and find some more, but both players being split up, makes this doable, on for an ace. Well, Demic's already got one. Can the duelist of the other team find one as well? The answer is yes. Zero Tenacity, they'll have an advantage for the next half.
Brilliant round from Alexic as he racks the bolt of his operator yet again. That's going to be the advantage on the half secured, and draw parallels as much as you like with the previous game. Zero Tenacity now find themselves in a position with an advantage on the half. You know, the 7 rounds that they got against Bonk, with an opportunity to put up an 8th. There are ultimates here for the attack, and they are just 1 point on Kozok away from having both the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. But I have to say, this has been far from convincing. It looks like they're going to go straight for a garage pop, but there are 4 defenders in mid.
That's it, right. And you look towards the defenders trying to be proactive. Pyro with an escape, and it's just a play-in for MSH. Both, I would say both Sentinels involved, but well, the GoNext Sentinel is the one that got the kill. Demic finding Pyro.
Oh, but Alexic gets one and dips away, and so numbers restored. 3-on-3 situation, and everything falls silent. At this stage in the round, Pretty has the recon available, so can look to perhaps collect some information or just reignite what they had in middle.
Got the spike!
Kozok's playing off solo again. It looks like he's going to maybe try and sell a little bit more presence over on A. And at the very least, that could split the focus of Alexic and bring this operator away from C long, where GoNext are preparing to head.
Hill drone used commonly for faking out. Always think of Abyss in that aspect here. Zero Tenacity then decide to play more offside, worried more about B.
30 seconds left.
GoNext just haven't taken this window of opportunity, though. They're so slow in the uptake. They actually don't know what the decision is to make.
20 seconds.
Then they're now reconsidering. Let's actually just finish A because it's an open site. So with 14 seconds left, it's Demic given the spike so he can run in there as quickly as possible. But Pretty still has a shock. Gromek a flash. They're a little too far away from this, though.
Spike planted.
Just unfortunate not to get the shock dart on where it is needed, but as you said, plenty of utility to come back in on. I mean, biggest problem being the fact that it was the operator on Electric, but easily swapped out. Pretty looking to play in the back lines with the operator. Time starting to tick away, and Demic now noted that stun, not catching the Neon player out. Alexic dropping out from heaven and into hell. Demic now trying to hold on. Kozik doesn't hit his shots. Now this starts to get a little bit more worrying. And a 2 versus 2 where you know that Zero Tenacity can fight back in. The operator not hitting now. The time ticking away. It's going to be a go next round. But that get far too close for comfort.
Well, at the very least, Go Next do save face and find 5 at the conclusion of our opening 12 rounds. It started well for Zero Tenacity, but once again, taking a little bit of time for them to tune themselves to the sound of play seen on the other side of the server. Gonna head to the halftime break, but when we come back, it's full focus on Go Next to see whether they can keep this one competitive.
Last time out that these two teams played, the pistol rounds didn't look pretty. Go Next only able to win 1 against Bitfix. Zero Tenacity only able to win 2 against their last opponents. And now Hazard, looking at this one, I mean, there's got to be someone winning a pistol. Who's it going to be?
Thank you for your brilliant analysis, mate. Yeah, we are expecting a pistol round winner after the conclusion of this, or at least I hope we don't get a mid-round tech pause.
You get the idea though, that's what I was going for. Both have been put on pistols.
Yeah. Zero Tenacity did win theirs, starting out on the defender side, and already you're seeing them move towards A, where Demic has the Sheriff, full HP, but might just about lack the support of Kozok, who is holding the cross from spawn. It's a 1v1 on long against MSH though.
Die.
Kozok 1v1 on site as the players a little bit more delayed coming out, and Demic now can support Pyro though. You know he's so dependable, and he gets the trade out, gets another, and now Go Next. It ends up being a deathmatch on site, and with the spike dropped, I mean, Pretty's got a world to come back from.
Does the shock, the first shock not landing on Kozok, and the second to clear Graffiti means that no additional damage done. We have an understacker set up towards spawn. What is that, Pretty? Now a 1v1. Peek from Chris around the corner is late, but just about on time as far as Go Next are concerned. It is a punctual pistol round, which puts them back within 1.
Yeah, that one got a little bit too spicy for my liking, but I mean, somehow, I don't know how Pretty brings that back. Some experience showing that first kill I felt was a bit too easy for Go Next. But well, all in, well played by Go Next to fight their way through to the end.
And with Zero Tenacity not getting a plant, it's just the Marshal on Electric. We've seen a lot of teams like to give their Jet player a sniper of some form on a round like this, when you're up against the anti-eco. Should just potentially give a window. I mean, like Zeus on foot, we've seen him use the Outlaw. This is a step behind that. And it's C long where Electric is currently stationed as the rest of his team is starting to work garage. But GoNext have a Marshall of their own.
They do, but at the same time they also have an Outlaw and 3 rifles, right? Like, that's the big points. The hitters, the highlights, and Chester with one of those rifles holds on to garage from Platt.
You've got 2 players on the defense working A as well. Just clearing out that space. It's a cam broken in sewer. MSH with less info there, and so they start to head in blind towards C with less than 40 seconds left. Damage done onto 2 players. The first finished off, the second down to 5. Electric seems to be leading them in the direction of B, but further delay is met once they arrive. Chance for a spike plant here, but still so much utility to stop them.
Yeah, I think the spike plant is more than doable, and I'm glad that they've went for it. Timing from Grimmek is unfortunate. At least there is 1 pick, but at the same time, though, you're not feeling that Zero Tenacity can get this one done. 4 players stand tall against the against Zero Tenacity here. Pyro with one of his own, and Alexic now making that Marshall sig, and it's actually hitting the body shots. While that spike is being worked on, though, the smoke will dissipate at the wrong time. It will be GoNext to win out the anti-eco.
But so much damage done by Zero Tenacity in the process. Alexic kicking himself, thinking that the defuse was just a tap and there would be a couple of players looking to run him down. As good as the fire rate of the Marshall is, as we saw yesterday for those who watched the G2 Cloud9 game, stayed up late and watched Americas. A perfect demonstration from Jorgamo that you can just constantly reload and fire away with mouse 1. But into the gun round, it's back to the A fight, and this time Demek has support.
Oof, sending it right down long. Cam to take contact, nice swing. Entry taken.
And a very well taken duel by Electric as well, because he knows that mid-spray Demek is at his weakest. Couldn't land the transfer. But still 2 players behind this, backfilling the smoke, which is placed by the defenders. Often you'll see the offense use this to just try and threaten that question mark space, and that is it right now.
Yeah, I think as well, Kozuk now beaten for the breach as they swing through. Neffy will get the trade out. 4-4 now in the man count. There's a Bucky at the other side of the smoke.
Chester holding close and personal. Recon will catch him here in just a second, so needs the timing of the first, and that's all it is. A one and done. On to Chris now to be the last line of defense, but he falls at the hands of the Sentinel on the opposite side of the server. Numbers for Zero Tenacity, but this flank is fast approaching.
And Grimek's the first one to take contact, and with it being so low, he needs to try and win out, and he can.
Neffy's got his first before the trap goes down. A stun in the corner means that MSH is... Oh, should have been caught. Doesn't land, but still Neffy walks away with the frag. It's a fairly open plant, but you look to Pyro being the difference maker now. So many rounds. He has been a catalyst for Zero Tenacity. But now, left down to his own devices in this 1v2. First goes his way, TP top site. Neffy forced to stick onto half, and that's when Pyro takes the timing from the top rope. A clutch for the new addition, but already looking like part of the furniture.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good, right? This is a nice bait and switch, but GoNext just getting caught off guard by not letting their utility sit as well. Is that, I don't know how MSH managed to dodge that stun, but all in all, Zero Tenacity managing to get out the other side with a pyro clutch.
Yeah.
A lot of damage done to their economy though, and their buy.
Dude, stuns are so cosmetic now, they're not even putting the effect on the player's screen anymore. Like, we have regressed fully, it's crazy. Complete opposite in this round though. Demek taking the high road. Right at the face, right at the throats of Zero Tenacity, just making sure that they stay like sheep behind where that barrier had dropped. And while the attack is going to respect this for just a moment, that's the rotation from Neffy as things go quiet.
Oh, Alexic's just seen the head of Chester as well. Nice shots.
Dude, he's such a smart player. Like, Electric thinks that he's got the drop. He goes for the peak with the dash primed. It's a quick in and out. And now, GoNext are forced to just deliberate a little bit, reinvest numbers towards the C side of the map. And that's when Zero Tenacity are now grouping up for the A hit.
Demic sitting. Oh, what?
Okay.
Both players swing into the bullets. I mean, that is absolute murder. Hunter's Fury now trying to get even more from this. Unfortunately, none of the
30
folks
seconds
hit.
left.
And GoNext in a position to win.
And it's a 3-on-3 on the A site as well, and there's utility coming in to support.
That's it. Players now starting to push forward. No smoke, so having to use the jet cloud burst. Alexic MSC.
Spike
Wow.
down
Spike
A.
carrier. Boys Destroy was killed, but now
10
the spike
seconds
has to be
left.
committed by
Spike
Alexic.
planted.
A 1 versus 2 to try and clutch up against them with an outlaw. I mean, somehow Zero Tenacity just able, time and time again, to fight back in.
And once more, I want to highlight Electric here. His usage of the dash and the timing on it is just fantastic. As soon as that smoke
Player
plumes,
standing.
he knows there's a
Spike.
window to find a duel on the player backside. Now 21-6. Like, as much as we've been singing the praises of Pyrol here and how much impact he's had, in terms of raw fragging power, nobody matching Electric right now. And while Demic has had a moment here or there, doesn't feel like GoNext have really been able to convert these advantages, which is frustrating, especially for the defense.
100% agree. I mean, that's the thing. When Alexic's having a good day, it feels like Zero Tenacity are having a good day.
I feel like Electric's always having a good day, but I wouldn't say the same about Zero Tenacity, to be fair.
Yeah, a couple of buckies again being brought through by the defender's side since they're on a broken bite. I mean, we saw the Hunter's Fury invested in the last round, right? So, ultimates few and far between.
Kozok has actually caught wind of that drone nice and early too. He does peek back in and get tagged, but at the very least stops Zero Tenacity gaining any more info than just the one player, and he'll look to trade it out with a drone of his own. Tag onto one, but 2 players spotted. Coming up to the 30-second mark, you're looking at Electric leading the charge through mid yet again. It seems like this is where Zero Tenacity will follow things up. This is against the Eco.
30 seconds
A
left.
B finish on the Eco could be disaster, but only if GoNext read the situation, and it doesn't look like they have.
Nah, not at all. The spike will go down for pretty much free, but it's planted towards grass
Spike
and front
planted.
sight, with Alexic taking some extra space here. Already first one. Second one not as good though, as Kozak rips the head off the duelist, the jet. It was only an outlaw
Oh
though,
my
and Kozak just comes through with another. What is going on? MSH with the timing of a century. And now the neural theft will give all the information that the remaining attackers need to hold on towards this spike. Chester trying to dash in and out of the smoke. It won't work out in double digits for the attack.
Zero Tenacity do win the round, but that could have been very, very cagey. As I said, you go for the B finish late. If GoNext read into that, then there is a serious possibility of an Eco win, and it would have been on the exact same point at the timeline that we saw Zero Tenacity do the exact same on their defense. You saw how much of a difference it made to finish the half 7-5 after being down 4 rounds to 2. And I think as well, even just the small details of MSH remaining on A, set up as a joker instead to go for a flank and actually catch off a couple of players in C-Link was nice.
I think as well, like, having your Cypher player being the luck, but not only that, having the neural theft in the back pocket for a round as chaotic as that brings a little bit of clarity to it, about where players' positions are, about how close they are to the spike, etc. So you're not completely committing to fights that you don't want to be in.
And off the back of this timeout, with Vilcek having said his piece from the coach slot, there is some serious onus put on GoNext to actually go ahead and find a round win here, because while it is Zero Tenacity's pick of Haven, and we know that their fracture is strong, going into that second map, 1 down already against an opponent where you've already beaten them here before, on a map which you've not shown against them in a while, could pose an issue. It's a mixed sort of purchase as Electric has blades out, and they've just gone straight for the C-pop from the pause, and it's not worked.
Doesn't look to...
when does it ever work?
But at the same time though, Hazza, look towards CT on C.
Oh, MSH is in behind again. How many will it be this time? Looking like a hat trick, only gets the double. Pretty left with 2 HP and 2 players left to fight. Those who watched the game last week would have seen his heroics, pulling off a clutch from a similar position, but that time there was an op dropped on the ground. Here, it is just the rifle.
No, not again.
Okay, but he plays it like a sniper, and now there's only one left to find. Sova on Sova, 40 seconds left, game on.
I mean, Kozuk has full utility belt to go and clear out space that's needed.
It's that one shock that you're worried about.
Left.
But he's heading A.
Yeah, this could give timing right now for Pretty to come back in and at least get a spike plant.
But when you get down to the 1v1, I don't think the spike plant counts for too much. Zero Tenacity are in a brilliant position to kick on to an 11th round.
10 seconds
As
left.
we said at the start, Go Next need this desperately. And so they look to their eldest player, Kozok, who many a time had led by example with a clutch of his own, up against the talisman, Pretty, who's won these before and will win them again, carving out another clutch from the C site of Haven. He is their saviour.
I mean, that's the thing though, Hazza. Pretty, when he gets down to 1 or 2 HP, whatever it is, just seems to get, I don't know, like story armor, whatever it's called. Can't even get my words out. Plot armor, there we go. I mean, MSH does really well with the long time in here. And the fact that Pretty's able to win this out, absolutely insane.
He just does it again and again. And while the money's not completely broken for the defenders, this is the most important round of the map so far. Go Next lose here, and you have effectively nothing. Maximum loss bonus or not, heading into the next round. Alexic is out to punish with this Outlaw.
Deploying drone.
The round playing out very much in the same way that it did on the previous. That drone heading to a long, the final round before the timeout, I should say. Wondering if Zero Tenacity want to double down on this or if it's another B play, because Go Next, they have Demek deposited in the cubby. They've got 2 players close by with a third in the form of Kozok arriving late potentially.
Deploying drone.
This looks like a B play.
It does. I mean, with time starting to tick down, Zero Tenacity need to make a decision pretty soon.
Oh, they have done now. The drone cleared out towards short. Got that first bit of info on site. Pretty has said to the rest of his team, guys, this is completely free. Let's get into post. They will be going short-handed by 1 player, but Pretty's looking to try and bring that back. And he's done so.
Yeah, the thing is as well, because of that flag, Alexic's just worried about players coming back in to backfill that space. And I think Zero Tenacity are looking to play on the front foot here.
Oh, it's Neffy dead too, so there is no ult to go back in. Alexik! Double kill from his Outlaw. And while Kozok will drop in, there is still 1 more player detained, so it's effectively a 2-on-2.
Last player standing.
Oh, no way. Just Demek all alone.
Now that extra player unchained. Alexic queued up with all the rest. They're walking into each other. Demek needed half. He stepped away from the spike, and so the round has already concluded in favor of Zero Tenacity. It's just Alexic looking to add further insult to injury. Not going to happen. 12-7 though. Zero Tenacity have picked up the 1 round that they needed. It was really Go Next though that should have been taking this, or should have been set up to look for it. It was a no-scope.
Mate, that's the thing though, and Outlaws don't have the same no-scope that Marshall does. I thought that Alexic would get too distracted on holding the A flank because of the presence seen by MSH, but I really like Zero Tenacity looking to play on the front foot and catch players off guard trying to get back in. This round though has 5 ultimates available over the two teams.
That's quite a lot. Gromek with the Rolling Thunder, Neffy his own. Finally, we see it invested from the defenders first, and the fast lane to set up Demek right into the attacker spawn, but he's gone down. The round is done. Not unless Kozok can come up with something ridiculous, but his best guess at where this round ends is on the other side of the map. Even he is optimistic for Go Next chances. 2 players set up to cut this one off. And so we'll say it as it is. Zero Tenacity set to pick up Haven as the steps will be heard, clamoring their way over. It's a lost cause for the defense. Go Next now suffering a 3rd consecutive map loss from their series they played the other day against Bitfix. Heading into this one, things just not going their way.
It's not, Hazza, and now they're staring down the barrel of potentially going out after this next match, this next map. Fracture looks pretty good, if I'm being honest, generally for them, but at the same time though, we have seen Zero Tenacity come up with a few different things on the map, so I don't think it will be as easy as saying go next pick, go next map.
No, definitely not. And as I said, I sort of raised my own concerns about it in the middle of that map when it looked like things were getting away from Go Next. We know that in the veto, split wasn't an opportunity for them. So that's where they've had to go. And as good as that map looked in the first stage, I think a lot has changed since then. And you kind of feel that in the environment as well. Both of these teams with high expectations. Go Next inflated even further since their signing from Shakma. We'll toss it over to the analysts though to see what they make of the first map.
Well, what a first map to get things started, and for Zero Tenacity, that is a great base to jump off. I think for Go Next Esports, we were kind of talking about this. It's not a great look. You know, we have just had one team after another from Challengers EMEA be eliminated in different stages. Obviously, Team Liquid Academy, the biggest name that you can think of on that one, but Metisport as well, going 0-3 in the upper stage, the upper Swiss stage, sorry, and now we're on the brink of having our 3rd team from Challengers EMEA eliminated. Not just that, but our 2nd finalist.
It's crazy to me. Like, if we don't have Team Liquid Academy and Go Next Esports in playoffs in Challengers EMEA, I think it's crazy. If you said that to me after Challengers EMEA or last stage, I would be like, yeah, you're crazy. What are you talking about? But Zero Tenacity, they are about to drop both of the teams from this Challengers EMEA tournament. They dropped Team Liquid already from this playoff stage. And I'm gonna be honest, in what a fashion, that was amazing. I mean, Alexic was on fire, farming that KD as well, but insane performance, finding a lot of value with that Outlaw. I loved how Zero Tenacity ran that attacking side. A lot of the times you actually saw Alexic go in alone, completely alone. You saw four players of Zero Tenacity on the other side of the map. Alexic was just chilling with the Outlaw, finding pick on the other side, and he found a lot of success with that.
Yeah, you know, with the 10 players we had in this lobby, I really didn't expect it to turn into a duelist battle, but that is kind of what it turned into. Obviously, there were a lot of clutches from other players, but the, you know, the majority of the kind of linchpin in terms of fragging and in terms of kind of strategy did come down to those 2 duelists there. I think you have a round that you wanted to take a look at, but we can talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah, or we talk about that right now. I mean, I think this was brilliant start from Go Next. This was amazing. Demek bringing a lot of value here. We just play out the round. I'm gonna then reset this or rewind the round and see what is happening here. Obviously, Go Next, they're gonna play a little bit faster round towards C. They played a lot of slower rounds as well, but this is gonna be a fast C execute. Demek coming in, just trying to find a pick. First pick obviously goes to Zero Tenacity, but then Demek gets a kill, gets another one, goes for one more as well, finds that as well. But let's rewind the clip. What is happening here? Yeah, Demek is finding a lot of great kills. But what is the thing that facilitates this? Obviously, a bit of a rewind. Let's stop here. Right now, we see the map here. There's a Cypher trip on the side. It's a rough situation for Neon when you have to run through the Cypher trip, but that's where Kozok was the unsung hero of this whole map. He was insanely good with these Cypher trips, dealing with the Cypher trips as well, and that's gonna be taken out instantly. Demek finds a free pathway there. Recon coming in as well, and when we go full screen, we see the Cypher flashed. But that's not the only layer. We see the Killjoy Nano as well. Kermikista can never come through that Killjoy Nano swarm. That's facilitated by Chris as well. There's 3 players that makes this play for Demek, and Demek is just reaping the rewards of this utility that you have from the side of Go Next. And that's a lot of times for the side of Duelist. You have a lot of players that are setting you up, and Demek obviously was brilliant utilizing that utility as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, and Demek doing all that work, I think, did push Alexic to come through and really just get as many kills as possible on Jet there. Obviously, you saw as soon as the operator was in hand, a lot happened there. I just wanted to quickly talk about the weird positioning, well, maybe not weird, but like the strategical positioning in general from Zero Tenacity there. There was so much going on. It seemed like obviously early round they were sending the Jet to do all of the lurking, and then kind of as long as Jet survived the first half of the round, there were players all over the map. What do you make of the way, like, positionally Zero Tenacity were playing there? Because I think I kind of mentioned mid-map that if I was playing against them, I would have smashed my monitor already.
Yeah, I mean, it was brilliant. MSH got a lot of value in that one round as well, finding that lurk. You said Jet was finding a lot of picks with the Outlaw as well. I love how Zero Tenacity run that. I think they run it like they had a Yoru composition, because a lot of times that Yoru would be on those solo journeys, finding that pick with the Outlaw, maybe Operator, but I think they played it brilliantly. And MSH, who didn't get any value on the defensive side, because Kozok was insane with the Sova shock darts. Your utility, your trips were gone completely. He found a lot of value on the attacking side. That insta cage on A long got them so much value. That was insta control of A lobby, and that allowed Zero Tenacity to actually play default, play those slower rounds, and find those gaps in the defensive side where they could utilize Alexic, where they could utilize MSH, finding those picks. And in the end, I think Zero Tenacity, they just ran this map better.
All right, well, they may have done that, but we've got 2 more maps to go possibly in this series. Go Next on the chopping board, and they're going to be going next onto Fracture to try and get themselves back into this one to stop themselves from being eliminated from Challengers Northeast. We'll see you after a short break.
Surprised we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on.
All right, welcome back everybody to Challengers Northeast. We have another map up and coming for you. Zero Tenacity versus Go Next Esports. And Go Next Esports didn't quite make what they wanted out of Haven there. They're moving to Fracture next. It's their map pick. And they're up against a team that hasn't really played it at all. They played it once against Team Liquid Academy in the past year. That is genuinely the extent of how much they have played it. One map in 1 year for them. They won it though, and not too unhandily, right? Of course it was facilitated, mostly by one player, but still, one player does not simply carry a whole team against Team Liquid Academy, so there must have been something else going on there. So what do you make of this map here for Zero Tenacity?
I mean, obviously, Go Next, they have 12 reps of Fracture this year. 10 of them were under Sockmod. Now 2 of them have been under Go Next. They have a record of 10-2, which is amazing. But I mean, we're back on Fracture, where Zero Tenacity already dropped one stage, one finalist. Now they're back here, doing it again, or at least they want to do it again. It wouldn't be the first time, obviously. Yeah, Pyro was insane, 13 and 15 stats. But then we have to look at Alexic as well. 6 entries and only 2 first entry deaths, which is brilliant. Surely Alexic's stats weren't brilliant when we look at 14 and 18, but when you have duelists that have 6 entries to 2 first deaths, I think that's already great. That allows Pyro, Gurmakista, Perthy, everyone to come through and trade those entries as well if Alexic were to die. Alexic already had a really great game on that first map. I think he was probably one of the better Jet players I've seen, because those info dashes that he did, they were brilliant. I haven't seen a lot of Jets do that, but he did that multiple times on the first map. Sure, he's gonna run the Neon here, but I think it's gonna be still scary looking for the side of Go Next, because Zero Tenacity, they are on the momentum.
Well, that's the thing, right? You know, you don't know what to expect here from Go Next Esports. Obviously, the stakes are incredibly high now. This is make or break. You have to win this map, otherwise you are eliminated from Northeast. You have no chance of getting to Challengers EMEA. And keep in mind, not just for the players, but for the org that picked up a team specifically because they were making it to Challengers EMEA, right? They picked up Shack Map after they had qualified for Challengers EMEA Split 1. So for the organization, this is, you know, this is massive for the team. If they're not making it to the same stage that they were last time, there's a lot of implications there for the players, which I'm sure they don't want to think about. So for now, this map is super important. And they're up against a team where you really don't know what to expect. You've only seen one rep of this at all. That's all they have in actual VODs to go off of for Zero Tenacity here, is one game against Team Liquid Academy. And can you really trust what they were doing on that? Because again, it was just Pyro fragging out.
Yeah, but I mean, there must be something else, like you said. It's gonna be interesting to see. Go Next, they're not gonna switch up the composition. It's kind of similar in terms of having that Neon, having the bridge, but then you have a Fade on the side of Go Next, which is completely different to the side of Zero Tenacity, having that Tejo. I think with that Tejo, you have a lot of more control, especially in the A lobby. You have a lot of more like explosive power on the defensive side. You can take instant control of A main. You can push B main, you can eliminate a lot of angles. Obviously with the Fade you have a lot more information, but then there's another layer. You have Killjoy versus Vice, which is gonna be really interesting as well. Obviously Killjoy's lockdown is one of the most strongest ultimates that you have on the B side, but then you have that Steel Garden as well on the Vice that you can place on the same position. It's gonna be interesting to see that differences between these two agents, between the Fade and the Tejo, and the Killjoy and the Vice.
Yeah, you're right. I think functionally these are two very similar compositions. Zero Tenacity, there's a lot of question marks going into this map, but for Go Next, everything is all exclamation marks. They need to be winning this map. It's all on the line, and Hazard and Cairo are going to cast you through it.
That we are. Where this one goes, though, is anybody's best guess. It might be Go Next's pick, but when you look at the opponents played, especially for Zero Tenacity, it's exactly what MP said. They've already beaten one grand finalist. The next one is already on the chopping block.
That's exactly it, right? You can do it once, you can do it a second time, and especially against the runners-up. Fracture, as we've already spoken about in depth on a desk, Kaza, there's more tape on one team than there is the other, and this map as well can be fairly explosive.
Yeah, I mean, even just thinking back to the previous series for Zero Tenacity, in many ways, Bonk made them uncomfortable, whereas it feels like here, Go Next maybe don't have the same kind of qualities about them. Not to make a big situation out of it, but yeah, I am also slightly concerned about this composition as well. We know how good Kozok's Teho is, but it's something that they have abstained from in all of those performances we've seen since the start of the last stage.
Yeah, it feels like they're one step behind in the meta, but at the same time though, has it, if you can implement it properly, then what are we to say?
Exactly that, and it should be this horn off rip outside of B to just collect that info, because there is a stack on A. Go Next fully prepared for this pistol round from Zero Tenacity, or so you would say. Effie has given away one. How many more of those do we potentially see? Players split up. It was just Demek on the main angle, supported by Sant. Everything goes quiet before Zero Tenacity think about a re-engage.
I think this is just a deposit from MSH, right? Will the rest of the team begin to make their way over to the other side of the map? This could easily be a crunch towards A main.
Kozok literally just threw the reveal as well in B main, so there's info on that front. And look, MSH I think has to play his timing here as well. Wait for those dish players to get into position, because it's such a strong area of the map to hold on to if you're Go Next. In terms of that elevation control, stop players dropping in, but MSH has found one, and damage onto the second. Not quite the kill. Now Zero Tenacity make their move, and oh, it's Pyrol again, with Pretty by his side. Only Kozok left. Surely not another pistol round. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Zero Tenacity winning the opener for the second map in a row.
Very well played. I think the only thing that I would like to have done, like the little cherry on top, would have been MSH playing the timing better. But all in, very well fought back from Zero Tenacity. Getting up towards drop, the players had absolutely no chance to respond to that through sand. Let me go once again. And look at this, look at A main, holy moly.
You were a second away from saying something a little less savory. But I am there with you.
Retrieving flash.
Chris has the turret, that's watching dish, so 5 players walk up on main. As I said before, you're going to see this a lot of the time be such an important area for the defenders to hold on to. It gives you control over that drop into sight if it's the top side which the attack is heading from, and potential for a flank, which is what they're going for here.
Yeah, I thought for a second MSH hanging around the B main, but finally moves their way on towards site. For the most part, Zero Tenacity have control of everything that they need to, right? Maybe we're looking at Pyro here as being the next under fire. Let's Go Next, move their way underneath the B site.
Yeah, not before Grimek is the trigger though. He's the one watching the underpass. C's dropping in, just missing the position of Pyro. And so the Phantom let loose to clean house. Zero Tenacity getting their second round on the board, fairly comfortable as well. Neffy was positioned in spawn to see if he could pick up any stragglers, but nothing going. So it is a strong start to the map, and look, while Swiss is a completely different kettle of fish, best of 3 or not, that win against Liquid Academy was the map win, Fracture, which eliminated them from the competition at large, denied the BCT Academy team, which won the first stage, from moving forward. So I think you do have to put something on the fact that Zero Tenacity this time seem to be in winning shape for those important matches.
Yeah, I mean, the landscape of the region has just completely changed from what we would consider normality. As for this B side though, very quick take right now by Zero Tenacity.
It's spearheaded by Electric to find one. Chris still holding firm on the site. That's his second, and it's a third already. shut down very quickly. Electric last player left, Spike on the ground. He's not going to get it, so Kozok claims, and that's Go Next with their first.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting round. Quick one, but nonetheless, I think the biggest one to come out of that is Pyro has the orbital strike.
It's a huge win for the attack because this ult is really, really good at just zoning large amounts of space. I mean, especially with how cramped the A site is, for example. That's where they're looking to head right now. You deal damage onto multiple points of elevation at once. And when you have the Teho and the Breach to just drop in additional utility damage in those pockets, it's a very, very scary prospect.
Like this from Go Next, fight the A main space, then take further space off the back of it. Demek though needs to be careful as the re-engage comes back through from Zero Tenacity.
And it's with the ult that Alexic is able to just feast further kills. Go Next trying to react to this as quickly as possible. It comes with a Stim Beacon, Chester by the side of Neffy. 2 kills already picked up. It's a third for Neffy now. But Chester has to hold on and he can't quite do it. 1v1.
Spike planted.
Ultimate to work with, Salvo's online as well.
Chris trying to get into position. That's the shoulder of Gromek spotted. No steps given away.
Gromek so
Just
low.
with bated breath, holding their nerve. Chris has the turret, but you never want to be the Killjoy player that's caught fumbling in your pockets when there's a peek to be taken, and Gromek's gonna go for it, but Chris is there to catch him, and with that, Go Next have their equalizer.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate, right? I think, like, at the end of the day, it's a nice attempt. Gromek stuck. I mean, realistically, would have loved to have played from main, so they could use the salvos, use the annihilation. Doesn't work out in the end. And well, you're looking at that attacker economy, it's starting to get a little bit worse for wear.
To a position now where Go Next have an opportunity to build on this lead. But I mean, look at the money. It's not even particularly great for them here. That outlaw buy from Demek is so well timed. When you see 4 players with light shields on the opposite side. Zero Tenacity sort of playing the default setup in the sense that MSH is always away from the rest. He's got great tools for flank watch, but this time Pyrol is with him. I think Go Next have to be a little bit careful how much they're looking towards the attack spawn side here, because that's left a big opening towards the A site itself. And as you can see, Electric's charging forwards.
Yep, the ultimate, so good. And that's a couple of upgrades if they can get onto it as well, Hazard. And as for the remaining Go Next players, I mean, they're stuck in CT.
They are. Electric already pumping further damage into Link. Demek will be walking through sand now towards Dish, sorry. But I mean, look at the expansive control. There are Zero Tenacity players in sand holding the drop.
Back in through Pyro, stunned up, still wins. You can't believe it, and Demek right now with an outlaw. I mean, he's locked out without a key, yeah, the players are going to have to call it there. It's just all about exits right now for the last couple of players that Go Next. In fact, Neffy, wants to hold on to his rifle.
Should be able to do so. I don't really see anything on Zero Tenacity's side that can rob him of that, unless Gromek wants to invest a post-round Armageddon, but there's reasons why that kind of thing doesn't happen, and it's not to fully break a buy here either. Brilliant entry work from Electric, and yeah, the supportive utility of Pretty was pretty fantastic in terms of just reinforcing that space on sand. Now it is the defenders that have the broken buy, or at least, you know, there are a couple of rifles in the mix there, as the money was a bit messy.
I mean, that's the thing as well, though. Players not having the best in terms of armor, but I somehow still winning out that fight.
Big one from the hip of Demek, as the Marshal has found one. It's a quick double up from Neffy in main. well, none of these rifles are going to get recovered as things stand. Go Next are in a position of power. You've got an alarm bot deep enough in A main, just in front of the door. Turret for Dish. Starting to clear out some of that arcade space through Kozok's Prowler as well. So it's a 2-1-2. Neffy's playing rotate, and you have decent control on either side of the map.
I think that's the thing with Neffy having a full belt of utility. It makes everything so much harder, and Demek has been so good with this Marshall. Don't know if it's quite a thrifty buy because of the rifles that were bought up and the utility as well, but it's near enough close to it, and it's been an exceptional effort from Konex so far. That spike and position 2 goes down, but time's so low, and Zero Tenacity want to make sure they don't get caught off guard with any player out in towards arcade or towards tower, but at the same time, this round looks like it's already done.
Yeah, and just at the end there as well, for people wondering, like, oh, why is Grimek not going and just planting the spike and getting the extra money? Because if you want any chance of winning the round, one of the strengths of this attack side comp, when you have the Breach, the Brim, and the Teho, is taking arcade control, because you can play such a strong post plant from that position. He had the salvos, the Armageddon, and you also had the Brim Molly on Pyrol as well. Yeah, just sort of fired that one out before the round ended, and could very well be without it here, which it looks like he is.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, like, for me, I feel as if this side of the half is going to be very ping-pongy. And well, with that space, I mean, Neffy needs to ping-pong across the site. Chris somehow gets a kill through the usage of the turret, and again we go into another deathmatch round where both teams are trading even across the board, and somehow the spike settles with an A plan.
I think the movement on the zip line has not quite been heard by Grimek. There are 2 players creeping up behind in this position. You also have the Nightfall from Kozok to just constrict the site player, but I mean, that has to get to a point where Grimek starts to expect this flank.
I don't think he's gonna. He's not even looking, he's not checking behind him, and Kozok doesn't want to use any sort of trigger discipline. It's a 2 versus 1 with Alexic known about because of the Nightfall, and Demek chasing him down. Go Next, they'll find 4.
Perfectly executed retake in the 2-on-2, and it's a brilliant call as well to reposition through the north side of the map, take the zip line, and force Zero Tenacity to walk the high road. In terms of the duels on site, it was just trades down to the 2v2, but I do find it a little bit surprising that Grimek was not even conscious of the fact that a potential flank could be coming in. I suppose Go Next haven't really tried it so far this game.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
yeah, you see defender's side usually getting pretty aggressive, and for example, going for a crunch. I mean, we saw them set up for one south side before. Could this be the round?
Seems like it could be the case, but I mean, with that main presence and then all the rest.
Lack on B. Yeah, they've just not gone for it. So
Fracture's always such an interesting map in terms of where the attackers find themselves right now.
And I think too, it's like Go Next on this defender side should be favoured. It's their own map pick on the preferential side. They didn't get to pick it. Zero Tenacity chose to start on the attack side. As they do finally call in that play. Only 1 player caught, but that's dead pretty.
That is a dead pretty, but oh, nice shots coming through. And this is the sword that you live by or die by. Spike down, being aggressive, it's ended up what's hurting. Go Next here. Kozok up close, and yeah, the trades. Crossfires well in position. Neffy known about now, and forced into this position in a 2 versus 1.
Does still have a full belt of utility, and both players are playing from tower, but Pyrol has the ult if they need a late win condition.
Yeah, that's a big if. Neffy's already put down to 3 HP, and we go back again all even. As these 2 teams, I mean, there's not much to separate them.
It's such a huge investment from Go Next on the previous, though, to be taking that fight out of A main. Very stop-start, initial pressure, respected that Zero Tenacity wouldn't be able to re-engage immediately. And then the breach ult towards Spawn and Demek following it up with his own overdrive. I just would have loved to have seen a second layer from B a little bit sooner, but not getting it. Killjoy setup, that's the expectation. Now Zero Tenacity going for a pace change as they've gotten into A, and all MSH is doing God's work on the other side.
Yeah, Neffy next up onto the platter.
That'll be 3.
Well,
Never mind.
Not quite
Never
there.
mind.
Commentators curse. And yeah, 3 versus 4. Advantage towards Zero Tenacity. And you look at this post plant as well, in which Tenacity will be able to work with. The fact that they've got the breach molly, the brim molly and the brim ulti and the breach ult as well. They just have to be careful of Demek coming on the flank.
Yeah, and I don't think Go Next are even really in a position to challenge this now. That's the spike timer already halfway gone. And while you have decent positions to contain... Ooh, okay, no, we're investing the Killjoy lockdown here. Demek still creeping up, finds one on the fadeaway, and all of a sudden there's a chance. Chris getting one. This might be fleeting. Damage through the wall. I mean, it's down to a 2v1, but as I say, there's just no time to make this play. So Demek's got to get out of there. Go Next have used up another invaluable ultimate, but got even less value from it.
Yeah, I mean, that round gave me a headache.
Why are you going for it?
Yeah.
Just go next, literally.
It's in your name. And then on top of that, now Zero Tenacity have the full monopoly of ultimates here. And on top of that, you look at the economy, this is a massive swing round for Go Next.
Yeah, this is really scary. Demek does still have the operator. That will be the silver lining. And it's a target-rich environment that he has placed himself within. Usually the Killjoy setup here. So the previous few rounds will have conditioned Zero Tenacity to think that maybe all we run into is a lone rifle, something of the sort, but not this. Not Demek.
Operator. Oh, and he gets the first one as well, but look at Alexic, Kaza.
Well, Alexic has crossed, but this doesn't really mean all too much.
Yeah.
It's just a regroup with MSH. You're looking at the Steel Garden probably being the best tool that they can use to just pull back the weaponry and get into the site. And so onto a pistol, Demek will go, but not before he gets his second chance with the op. Shorty in hand, still alive in the site, straight down the throat of Grumek and MSH. But they respond, and so Zero Tenacity now looking to move into post, but this flank is so quick.
It's very quick. The players, though, are cut off because of the molly, and there is still a brim ulti to be used as well. Chris fires off the rifle and gives himself away.
It's brilliant timing on that incendiary from Pyro, and now has the orbital strike on the re-entry as well. Lands straight on the head of Kozok, and with Chester already claimed, it's down to a 2v2 with a crossfire set up from Spawn side, and Grumek to put on the final touches. Zero Tenacity taking claim.
Yeah, and not only that, it's the fact that now you're looking at... You're just looking at the vibe being broken, the ultimate economy still in Zero Tenacity's favour as well. Everything just looking so good for the attacking side. Look at Alexic, he doesn't need to buy up. He can just use the overdrive, and this is probably the last buy we'll see from Go Next.
Yeah, it's feeling like that position. I mean, lose here and you've got next to nothing coming into that final round. Barely any keepsakes in terms of credits, and the ults you've already laid bare. I think maybe there's a window to build Chester towards that orbital strike, as orb rich as this map can be, but it's not your game plan, it's not the full state of affairs. I think Zero Tenacity, as things stand, have shown us a tempo change which has been really valuable, a good look. Go Next, reading some of these flanks fairly well, but not fully executing from them.
It's not even that though, it's the fact that Go Next have found themselves in winnable positions, right? Positions where they're at a distinct advantage and let it slip. But I feel like I'm having deja vu, because where have we said that before?
Yeah, Absolutely. Even just the previous map ago, Demek double kill, and now this should be a shoo-in. There's no way that GoNext should be letting go of this round when you look at the deep positioning they already have on A. That side of the push is covered. You've got a rotation coming in from Neffy with his full belt. And even Demek with tools, Kozok by his side.
Now, overdrive being used to come in towards Sand, really both spot on, and if he can get a hold of Main, get a hold of Demek, this would be massive, but instead Demek stands tall. Pretty now in another clutch.
Another 2v1 with low HP. He's already done it twice in as many series. Can he send us into delirium with yet another? The spam should have had him dead. But the fact of the matter, he isn't. This man evades death every single time, and with the aftershock still available, what can he do? Stun has come back up, and this smoke is only going to help Pretty. It lets him get on that more exposed angle. Put the breach bomb in. He's now down to 1.
Yeah,
but further time has been bought. It's shots in the dark, which Pretty is looking for, but he can't find it, and so Chester will claim, and that is a 5th for GoNext at long last.
I mean, that's the thing, right, with these Brim smokes there, the time is so long on them, you're never going to be able to get it to work in your favour. You need a considerable amount of delay, and not only that, you need just to be able to hit your shots through the smoke, and you're asking a lot. At the same time though, GoNext able to get through that last round and bring out some of their own ultimates online. That can put them in a position now where they can possibly even out the half, considering Zero Tenacity, all 5 players will not have a rifle.
Yeah, it's looking like Pyrol and Pretty right now they'll be left without. As Zero Technacity have put us into another pause. I don't actually know if it's on their side or not.
That's poor.
But all fun and games at the end of the day.
Me and you need to have a chat after this about these jokes.
Hey man, hey, it's not the first time. It is not the first time. And while it's probably not our place to say, yeah, it's it interrupts the flow of the game at a point in time where GoNext have just picked up a pretty big round win. I mean, look at those ults coming back up.
Yeah, it gives the time that obviously the players can't speak to each other, right? But gives the IGL time to think, Pretty, about what he wants to do on the map, what he's thinking about, in general.
Can script what he wants to say for those next 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Looking at Demek here though, with the Judge and the Neon ult, you're playing quite reactive because that's life lived on a timer as far as it's concerned.
I thought you were just gonna finish with "that's life," and I was gonna say, is that all? Is that what the people say?
Yeah. That's it, man. That is life.
You don't.
No, I got it. I'm just trying to remember what the next line is. Was it Sunshine in April or something?
Yeah, and then Shot Down in May.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Don't think it's Shot. Don't know if it's Sunshine in April. I don't know. Anyway, point being, we look at this
Sunshine
round.
on Leaf.
Yeah, B site is definitely going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's looking like that way. Immediately Arcade taken, and GoNext have shown some respect in this area. Zero Tenacity can set up here, but I mean, look at the rest of the team. It's Pyrol and MSH again, just prepared for any kind of a pincer, a push from GoNext on the defense, which is yet to arrive.
I like this though. Stop, play with the pacing of the round. I mean, you were complimenting them for it earlier.
It does feel like GoNext are just really confident with their setup. I was waiting for a little bit of proactivity. Finally, the Prowler drops in towards Dish, and Kozok knows it's clear. The Haunt is only going to back that up, but Zero Tenacity will have seen this on the map. Now they need to make the play, but you're already in tower. I mean, Does Chris have any knowledge? I mean, Chester does. There you go, that's one. There's plenty more where that came from.
And there's all the utility to come through. Demek sent it forward, and that might not be advised. The players are shooed out of tower, and then we have to come down to the gunfights. The Zero Tenacity somehow are able to buy the site. The last two remaining players on go next though. Good health, or so you would think. Last player remaining, and it's an advantage to take into the next half.
What a way for the round to end. A lapelling Kozok up the rope and just getting caught completely off guard. GoNext did a decent job to get themselves 5 rounds at the very least. The scorecard looking similar to what we saw on Haven. But if those grand finalists from the last stage want to return to a similar position, there is a lot of work to be done on the rest of their map pick. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, where in this game between GoNext and Zero Tenacity, there is a spot in Challengers EMEA on the line. The interregional competition in its first year. For this second stage, GoNext looking to make a return there are still more than a map away, whereas Zero Tenacity, their debut could be right on the horizon.
That's it. Ping's going out towards that A side of the map though, has it? For GoNext and where they want to attack. And I'm wondering, will Zero Tenacity be able to deal with, or sorry, GoNext be able to deal with the defender tail combos that Zero Tenacity will have?
Right, Zero Tenacity have already pushed those two GoNext players in main into a difficult situation. There's a setup on site, but Demex look to bypass it. Already dropping in behind, Classic in hand, trying to find the burst. It's Kozok that claims it instead. But once again, I direct your attention back to A main. Chris has been walled off by the Vice. And so the rest of Zero Tenacity flood out towards Sand. GoNext still in a decent position to defend this, and with Neffy finding that kill, they have a crossfire set up.
They do. I mean, the smokes are dropping and then the fight's ensue again.
Yeah, and it's pretty to find the first, but he goes traded. Pyrol, Alexik, the two biggest players from the previous map with such great performances, shut down, silenced by Demek. It is going to be yet another map where both teams find their pistol.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Both teams do find the pistol round on the attack. Fracture can feel like that sometimes, right? It is a little bit attacker-sided, especially with the amount of lanes you can poke and prod into. If your macro's good and you can fake, Now it's all about how does Zero Tenacity respond on their eco round. I mean, they need to do as much damage as possible considering the buy the attackers are bringing forwards.
And you know, in following rounds as well, I want to look at Alexic and see if he can continue to be as fortuitous for this defense. He was 7-1 in opening duels on Haven. Demek already is seeming to do a pretty good job in that statistic, but damage dealt means that Pretty can claim that next kill up. It's a single man advantage for GoNext as they move into the slightly stronger site, but even then with Alexic and Pyrol on the prowl, they just don't have the weapons to defend this one.
Yeah, they don't even have the utility either to set each other up. I mean, Arcrose has just come online, but I think for the most part, Zero Tenacity are happy to sit on their heels and wait for the spike to blow.
Pyrol does manage to get one from the corner. Door opens up. Chance for a second, but Kriz from the hip collecting what will turn that 6th into a 7th and find the scoreline tied. A quick check-in in terms of ultimates. Demek halfway there. Neffy creeping closer. I don't think we're going to get into that cycle just yet when the first of those gun rounds comes up, but into MSH, this could be dangerous. If he finds one here, it's great damage. But no, it's Kriz who will find 3, and the 3 players that survive all have rifles.
Yeah, I think for me now, I mean, we're starting to see how explosive GoNext can actually be with this composition, especially in that last round. Taking a time, though, still a little stopped for any players that were down below. I think that's the big thing that Zero Tenacity maybe missed out on, is that clearing utility of the Fade. And so far, again, this is something that we've brought up before, Zero Tenacity, we haven't really been seeing those tail and breach combos. Hopefully this time round we'll see it on A main.
Yeah, already the salvo's going out, but Pretty still holding on to the stun. He's going to drop that one in, and you expect Alexic to make a move off it, and there it is. Just confirming what we already knew to be true. That side of the map is clear. B is the issue, and so is MSH. Neffy down again. And now with limited tools to get in the site. Look, they don't have the Teo. And what's the Fade gonna do? Prowler? I don't know, man. Not going.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, you look at Alexic, who's been cleared all the way.
Spike planted.
To run it down towards the B side, a 3 versus 2, and there's utility still for Zero Tenacity to retake here.
Chester between a rock and a hard place. Walking up Canteen just as the Zero Tenacity initiators are starting to clear out the generator position. Cotton's on to Alexic, and that's Chester finding the head. Still, Zero Tenacity making their way into the site, but they are cornered. GoNext have set this one up brilliantly. A multi-pronged approach, and they'll find the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Zero Tenacity should have had that one in the bag. Chester finding space to work with. I don't know, man. Like, again, like, as you said, you got it spot on. The site takes a disaster, but I think from this point on, right, like, you need to just be playing as a 3, as a pack, and the players walking out, they walk out so slow, and it's just so easy for GoNext to peek into them.
And when you look at GoNext as an organization, it's one hunting for their 3rd title here in East at the very least. And I mean, it started well, but it's just gone horrendous, man. Pyrol and Pretty have brought this to a 2v2. There are rifles to recover and time to do so.
Yeah, but now can we see Zero Tenacity finally convert around on this half? Who's Pyrol off to? They're just wasting time.
Yeah, I like this from Zero Tenacity, actually. They've decided, look, we get out with the guns. Let's go and take some stronger control on one of the sites, or at least have a first responder and be ready for it. Because look at the amount of time, as you say, that this is buying for GoNext to invest their own utility, clear out space where there's nobody there because they've just given away the spike.
Yeah, and not only that, you're only left with the Neon high gear, right, to swing corners, etc. And you've still got a breach ulti, you've still got a stun that you can combo with. All in all, this looks very good for Zero Tenacity.
30 seconds left.
And now Pretty can make the call. The IGL to his newest teammate. A long list of teammates, that is. You've got the ult coming in here, and it's just a tap. So Pyro to set up Pretty. Demek into the crosshair is a dead man. Chris caught in the stun. Outlaw with no scope.
Left.
10 seconds to try and find a plant. It's done. Zero Tenacity, out of nowhere, have managed to manufacture what is a brilliant thrifty round.
Yeah, big time. I think for me as well, like the tap on the spike, they're trying. You know what Go Next they're trying to do. They're trying to beat out peaks so that they can play together and trade off one another, and hopefully gain an advantage to get that spike down. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, it's just what allows Pyro to come into position and get that ulti off and play in Grimek. Sorry, not Grimek. Pretty. Nearly named the full roster there before getting the right player.
Yeah. The player that has been performing the most, though, Pyro, a couple more kills for him on the previous. Stepping into this side, you can see the difference that the experience he gained last year with Ascend has made.
I'm out of here.
The roster of former champions lining up alongside title winners such as Electric.
I'm out of here.
Interesting start to the round for Go Next as
Go.
we put their presence towards Arcade. All of this a bit of a fake as they're now setting up main, but the flank's already coming in.
Oh, it's a situation that you're running into, unfortunately. And look at the A-take now going on, Hazard, because they're about to go into MSH's setup.
Yeah, the sheer wall is nicely placed. You have the Thorns as well to just slow this push, and while they don't buy as much time as they did on the last patch, it's just enough to call the cavalry over. MSH doing a brilliant job without it as things stand. Chester topside will be one of the players that's out of the range of this ultimate, but he has to deliver, and in some number. Kozok standing his task and finding two, but we still need two more from the top boy on the side of Go Next. He's got his first, and damage to his second. It is a Chester clutch, absent on map 1, but stands up when needed on what could be the final one that they play.
I mean, I thought, right, Alexic's done so well, but he just overheats trying to find the last player, the Neon. And we're in a 4 versus 2, for goodness sake. Kozak's doing well to hold on to main, but I can't help but feel it's just lackluster, right? Like, I think that's the big word I would use, lackluster.
Right there by your side. I think it's a frustrating one to lose the same way that Go Next were taken out of seat in the previous. Into this one, half buy, 4-0 Tenacity, but Pyro with a Guardian and an unbelievable timing as he's read play perfectly. He just turns around to clear underpass. There would have been 3 players there, but Neffy's got the drop, and so that's done.
Face your fear!
Now it just opens up the full site to execute into.
All but MSH. Now Bucky holding the rope is a dangerous prospect, and with players put to pistols if you're Go Next, it's not the guy you want to run into, and so MSH finishes off another.
And has Spike. Like, this is the most mental part about it. Now, at the same time though, a stop and play, a stall out. The players of Go Next trying to get together, and it's allowing Zero Tenacity to get into position to support each other. Strength in numbers, they're trying to get rid of MSH, which they finally do, but Alexic's already here, and he stunned up the players and sent them home. Another round where, I mean, Go Next should have sent that one home, but we end up all even.
Yeah, I don't know what to think, to be honest, Cairo. These last couple of rounds, whoever it is that was favoured has just ended up dropping the ball massively, and so Zero Tenacity are the main benefactor. solo tower hold with a Bucky, you have to have something in the strat book to deal with it. And Go Next instead, not for the first time, I think spacing has certainly been an issue for these guys. Put it past the first player, sure, but then the continuation of it gets no better. Coming up on some really strong ults here for the attack side, and with a timeout thrown on top of it as well, and the coach involved yet again, I want to see something from them here. Zero Tenacity will have the expectation that a play is being cooked up, but if this is supposed to be one of the premier maps in their pool, I want to see the strats reflect it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's something to work with here for Go Next because of that overdrive. But at the same time, it's a round that we need to highlight. This is a swing round. Go Next lose this, they're on equal. They've got ultimates to work with to push it over the edge. Rolling Thunder, and obviously we've already mentioned the overdrive. Perhaps Chris might have the lockdown for post-plan.
I mean, they opted to pick into this instead of split. As much success as they'd shown there, the stronghold that it is, so wanting to see a return on investment. Go Next, I mean, choosing to use the Rolling Thunder on an empty site. So Zero Tenacity, not only is there not a single player here to be caught and capitalized on, they're setting up elsewhere. Neffy has noticed though, and with Electric dead, that's the first of their problems gone. The biggest would have been Pyro, but Neffy's taken both.
Yeah, that's massive stuff, all in. As for coming back in for Zero Tenacity, you look at the utility and it's starting to get drier and drier.
Demek in the corner with the Bucky, not going to work out on the B site this time. Grimek getting one. We're still a 4v3. In terms of stopping power, there's a Brim Molly on Chester. Playing from tower, just bouncing off the corner. An aftershock on Neffy, who has continued to remain resolute in his arcade positioning. Zero Tenacity are looking to disengage from the situation without a round to claim. Go Next have done a fantastic job at giving us something a little bit more convincing, and it comes through their captain Neffy, finding the top two performers on the opposition side.
I think as well, it seems as if Go Next just gain an extra level of power right when it comes to these swing rounds, finding themselves in positions to finish out the round. But as you said, gotta try and save up. Zero Tenacity on the defense side, I've brought out an operator for the first time.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of ultimates invested there as well. Electric still has his on the Zero Tenacity side, but we're getting to crunch time. As you mentioned, both of these teams, I think, struggling to close at points, whether it was Go Next in the previous campaign, Zero Tenacity as well. They have started to step up, and that comes through Electric. Kill on to B main, solo player found. The rest of the pack is setting up to play off of this lockdown.
And there's absolutely nothing that you can do about this. Tenacity need to respect it. They do, the breach bomb misses, so...
It's not 2022.
Yeah.
Play headed into spawn, stuns traded, but no damage. Flash after flash and nothing found. This fault line could be everything. Sidestep, Demet goes in. Chris, from Canteen. Eating the alphabet soup, but just about stringing it together. As it's MSH 1v3, he'll... oh no. Oh, he should have had that. He should have had at least one. And not to say that that's the narrative of the round, but Go Next, again, a perfect execution.
Yeah, and they've got a lot cleaner. And again, we haven't seen Zero Tenacity time out here either. We're going to go in towards an equal, which will potentially mean 12, but as things have been the past couple of times, Zero Tenacity on a Thrifty is not a team you want to try and count out. And they're setting up for a play here. Look at B main, look at A main.
Yeah, same as what we saw from them on prior rounds. Trying to pressurize attack spawn side. MSH in the corner. No expectation that this is the setup, but it doesn't matter because the shots are still good. Chester picking that one up. spike dropped in the mouth of main. Might want, you know, Kozok or, yeah, even Chester to take this one for the ult. As the defenders are looking to flood out and cause some damage. It's one-way traffic here, Cairo. The round is wrapped. Alexic does get one, but he needs 4 more. A second ace in this series, and it's not happening. So that's 12.
That is 12, mate, and yeah, I don't know what else there is to really say now. We need to see Zero Tenacity bring out their own. I mean, it's an equal round. The players have tried to be cheeky a few times here, but Go Next, pay attention to the details, use their utility to get themselves through. And now Zero Tenacity, they at least have an orbital strike and an annihilation to work with.
Armageddon, but close enough.
Armageddon, you know what I mean. I always get mixed up between the two.
Yeah, I have to say, similarities, I suppose.
Both start with A and both have the same synonym, you know what I mean? Like that sort of...
An a-a-a-on. A-i-a-u-i-i-a-i.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-lo. You not seen the crocodile?
Bombardiro crocodile.
Yeah,
My
that's the one.
God, man. Let's
What's
not.
what's the other
More
one?
of a ballerina cappuccino fan myself.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what that is, I'm going to be completely honest. I've only seen the tra-la-la-la-la one because I thought it's quite funny.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone singing. Pure
All
boomer.
tung Sahur fans stand up right now.
Everyone, put your favourite brain rot character in the chat right now.
We've derailed what could be the final round. Zero Tenacity in search of 10 as it's the B play getting ready to go. Electric in the meantime's gutted A main. The Armageddon, I should say, where this all began, has stopped them getting in, but not Demek. He's already done the damage and is looking for more.
Alexic hot on the heels of the players trying to get in towards site, and again another fight taken, which you know you should have had, should have won. Tyrell out of nowhere brings the spike down. There is a little bit of delay here. Pretty needs to try and clutch up once again, which he's been good for before. The shots missed and not hit at all. It will be Go Next to win out their own map pick.
Yeah, that was such a weird end to the map, but the series goes on. We head to the decider with that Challengers EMEA slot still on the line. Go Next proving to us that they can keep this one competitive on their own map pick as well. It did take a little bit of fine-tuning, I think, in terms of the ideas that were brought to the table and a refocus from the coach, but that's exactly what Vilcek is there for, and he's proven that he can, you know, add that quality to this side before. The questions that we raised during the game were in terms of the bottle of both of these teams, because we've seen it slip away from Zero Tenacity in important matches before, all the way back even to Swiss. You think they've gone through each of the 2-2 stages, and for Go Next not being able to claim that grand final when they had so many opportunities to do so. Only one of them gets the EMEA slot, and we're going to find out who it is after the analysts have said their piece.
Thank you very much, Hazard. I'm still kind of reeling from the brain rot Italian AI memes going on there. That was such a departure from, you know, what was going on in the game right at the end. So I've just been like torn out of that, like you know Doctor Strange getting like punched into another dimension. I feel like that right now. But we're going to Lotus next. It is going to 3 maps. I don't think anybody's surprised by that too much. Go Next Esports going to be fighting for their place in Challengers EMEA on this one. And Zero Tenacity did a good job there, but right up towards the very end, it just felt like they ran out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, even though Zero Tenacity, they had their magic against Team Liquid Academy in this map, this time it wasn't quite there. I think it was a struggle for Zero Tenacity, especially when Alexei couldn't quite get that up, or I think he had a chance. He got that up in one round, found some value out of that, but I think there should have been maybe more rounds. They did brilliantly on the defensive side. I think there was multiple times where Alexei actually found a lot of ground on the defensive side because they pushed some angle, but Go Next were always able to, well, not always, but most of the time able to exploit this. They were usually up ahead of Zero Tenacity, and I think this all came down to that round 19 timeout. Brilliant timeout from Vilcek.
Yeah.
It seemed like Go Next were kind of struggling. I think it was after a tough round loss where they actually had an advantage. but then they found a win condition on the B with the Rolling Thunder, with the overdrive, and then again in round 20. I think that could have very well been like a double layered call from Wilczek in that timeout that set up Zero Tenacity to an equal round in round 21 and as well. And great performance for the side of Go Next. Pyro, once again, I'm not surprised that he's fragging on the side of Zero Tenacity, but I think Go Next, they just fixed out all of the problems on the attacking side. They played it brilliantly. They set up Demek really well, like they did on map 1 as well, and this time it was enough for the win.
Yeah, I think you put it nicely there, and that Demek again linchpin for the team. And as soon as they had that timeout, Demek started playing a lot more aggressively. They were able to set him up for a lot more of those, just roll in and get those kills, making a ton of space, which is just something that I don't think Zero Tenacity really do on the attacking round very much. They're not that kind of, not ultra aggressive. They're still aggressive, but they work more together as a team rather than just sending in your duelist, letting them make the space and then filling it in. And on Lotus, obviously, that's again going to be a massive part of this. We're going to see very similar stuff to what we saw on Haven. There's not going to be a massive change in terms of the way the duelists are going to be coming through in their roles in the team. So what are you thinking moving into final map here?
I mean, I do really like the way you painted, like Go Next being really aggressive. They did take a lot of space, especially in the CT spawn on those few latest rounds there. They really did put Zero Tenacity in a tough spot. I think Lotus is definitely one of those maps that you have to get aggressive, especially on the rubble side, but then you have Mound on the other side that you can fight for. It heavily relies on you thinking on the spot, you having the setups to actually fight those situations, but being on top of your game. And Demek has been on top of your game, and when you're gonna be that spearhead of your team, especially fighting with for that rubble control, fighting for the mount control, I think it's gonna be a tough situation for Zero Tenacity to adapt. You just have to get rid of Demek instantly on that round.
Yeah, of course, and they're the ones who are out of the momentum now, obviously. I mean, it's been back and forth the whole time. It's not like either team, I feel like, really has, you know, the run of things at the moment. Zero Tenacity were still getting rounds even when Go Next Esports had that kind of momentum going for them. So we're moving into map 3 kind of as we expected, to be very, very level in terms of expectations to win this series. So, I mean, obviously the stakes are so different for the teams, but we'll come back to that in just a second, because it will be map 3 after a very short break.
She a thirsty bitch, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear, I hear your fear. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty bitch, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in a valley, and you'll be standing a while, so don't panic. Know what Marilyn Manson was said. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We're at the end of our first best of 3 here. Go Next Esports versus Zero Tenacity, and the winner of this game goes on to Challengers EMEA and the rest of the playoffs. The loser of this game misses out on it. Zero Tenacity have already missed out on this opportunity once in Stage 1 in the exact same format, or the exact same way. I mean, pretty much like for like, except instead of Go Next Esports, it was Enterprise Esports, who are currently now kind of our top seed at the moment. Obviously, we haven't got to the finals yet, but they are currently in the kind of first place in the playoffs at the moment. So it's the exact same thing. And Go Next Esports, they need this.
I mean, surely we're gonna have at least one of the grand finals of Stage 1 in our Challengers EMEA run. Surely. I mean, it's all up to Zero Tenacity and Go Next for sure as well, because you still have to do a lot of work to actually beat Zero Tenacity. Yeah, you have the Fracture under your belt. We go to Lotus. It's very comfortable for Go Next, but it's kind of comfortable Zero Tenacity as well. I think these teams kind of go even in this map. They don't have the perfect record, but they don't have a terrible record in this map either. For Go Next, it's 6-5. For Zero Tenacity, well, they have lost most of their games here, 4-7, but that's not terrible either. I think Zero Tenacity, they still have a lot of stuff to prove, especially here. I do think they have a great composition with the Teho and Breach that is really up to meta, but then you have Go Next that is playing the Viper, which kind of mitigates that Teho Breach aggressive rubble control, because you don't have to take aggressive rubble control when you have that Viper composition, so you can just chill with the wall, have that Viper lurk around there. And it's gonna be interesting to see whether Zero Tenacity adapt. Maybe they go for that mount control. Do they take more aggressive on the defensive side? Do they play like trap setups, or what is gonna be the thing that wins Zero Tenacity this map, or is Go Next just gonna roll?
Yeah, that should be interesting. However, just before we get onto this one, because we have kind of mentioned it a couple of times, obviously we've been going back and forth, kind of going like, okay, the teams that that have made it into Challengers EMEA, the permutations of what happens here if either of these teams gets eliminated. I just want to get your thoughts quickly on, you know, what we've seen so far, what we're going to see later on when it comes to Challengers EMEA, Northeast's chances going into that one, based off of the teams that we've lost, the teams that we now have available to send to that stage.
So you're asking our possibilities in Challengers EMEA in terms of these teams, yeah?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I think I know the answer to that.
I do. Maybe this is coping, but I do think we have better possibilities that we had last time. Obviously, we had really strong. In my opinion, that time we had really strong teams, but I think we might have grown even more. I think Enterprise Esports, they are looking solid. I think that's gonna be our spearhead. Go Next, maybe they are getting countered more than they did on the first season. They kind of had a good run, but I think we have a good shot. This could be copy, but I think one of the most important part in this map as well for Enterprise Esports is the ascension points. Because if Go Next actually drops out here, Enterprise Esports, they're gonna clear this. They're gonna be like, okay, thanks for the free ascension points. We go to Challengers EME, we just collect this, collect all of these ascension points and go lead in terms of those. And those are gonna be really important in the stage 3 as well. But yeah, in terms of us having success, I would love to have Go Next go through. But if Zero Tenacity wins this, I do believe in them wholeheartedly.
For sure, yeah. I think we are sending good teams once again, and I think the fact that we have eliminated 2 of the teams already that were in Challengers EMEA before, unless it speaks to a regression in their kind of gameplay, it speaks to everybody else in the field kind of having caught up to them, which is it's a good sign, I think, for the region. I do think, you know, it's always going to be the case that we in EMEA are not the strongest region. We know that Turkey are going to be up there with the best. We know that France are sending good players. We know that Italy are sending good teams as well now. So, you know, it's a bit scary. We're going into a scary field. We need to be sending our best. And I do think that right now we do have, at the very least, a proving ground to go here. And once again, this is going to be a proving ground. I think Lotus is going to be a massive proving ground for all teams. I mean, we've seen Bitfix Gaming's kind of stats on this one. That's terrifying. So everybody does need to be good at this map to, you know, win a grand final in Northeast at the very least. Yeah,
Z10 is actually switching out of the Vice and bringing up the Viper. I do love the Viper composition, but you don't have Sentinel in this roster, which is gonna be scary for me. I think that's gonna be scary for Z10.
All right, then. Go Next versus Zero Tenacity, and the winner of this one moves to Challengers EMEA. The loser of this map gets eliminated from Challengers Northeast. So, Hazard and Cairo, please take it away.
Lotus is where we're heading, and it's the map which both of these 2 teams ended their previous series on. Not necessarily a high note for Zero Tenacity, but they got the win in overtime, whereas, of course, as we already know, Go Next fell short to Bitfix as they move on in the upper bracket towards what will be a potential first final for either of those teams. Something which Go Next will be hunting. The expectations for each of these orgs coming into this stage was to reach EMEA, and for one of them, they will be falling short of that mark.
It's got to happen to someone. Has a change on towards the Viper here is a big one to note. Obviously, the locking that you can get done out on A. Already they'll Go Next looking to walk through B main.
And so that's where this one will start. It's a trend of pistol round possession for Zero Tenacity. They've won the opening round of the last 2 maps. But Go Next already have an idea of how they want to approach this one. It's the trap through sand, just to usher players out of position, but in the process, Zero Tenacity already making inroads over on A, where a solo Demek is currently trying to hold on with his life.
Yeah, looking to come through too strong. That's why the Euro TP was used, although Pyro actually caught through the thorns of the Vice. At the same time, though, Spike will go down, will end in a 5v5 post plan.
Lots of players falling out from stairs. Demek in over the top, only picking up 1 for now. So Zero Tenacity with expansive control. Still pretty. Hanging on from grass, holding on to the stun. There's a player walk right by him. Kozok claimed by MSH, and the follow-up there onto Nefi. So Chris, the last player left standing, and the trend shall continue. Zero Tenacity starting off another map with a round win.
And they do so well in those engagements. The one thing I'll say though, this is something that I noted last time that we played Lotus for these 2 teams. Nefi's Sky didn't impress me much, but also the combinations between Pretty and Gramet, between the breach and the table. So while we're also keeping tabs on the Viper locking of MSH, we're also going to keep tabs on the initiators and how much value both of the set of Zero Tenacity get and how much Nefi gets.
Yeah, as we have Go Next held on just classics in this round, and they're trying to overwhelm MSH on C. I think it's important to hold that conversation, like you said. I mean, We're looking at a Breach Teho with a Yoru, very on-meta read versus Go Next, bringing us something from years gone by. Something which worked well for them on Fracture in the previous map with the Fade. Let's see if it could be any kind of improvement here to send this one home, where I think for a lot of people they would have been favourites, especially coming out of that last match where Zero Tenacity did look a little bit shaky. Grimek set up to clean up here.
I think they're just going to ready to set in Pyro, play in Pyro. That is the case. It just ends up being a death match of a round. I think that's the thing though with Go Next is we expected them after the exit of Team Liquid Academy. Now they would be the natural successor because they did come runner-up in Split 1 to go and win this second split of Northeast. It's not been the case. Enterprise have taken that mantle, I think, as favourites now.
Yeah.
Whether they can send that one up, kind of live up to that standard is another thing entirely.
That's what I was talking about after those first few days of play in the playoff stage as well, that these teams have got to raise the bar themselves. I mean, we're sending 4 candidates to each event. Always lots of expectation, not just from within the region. I think we're a little bit more grounded than other regions that are like, hey, these guys are getting 4 slots, are you kidding me? They should have all the best teams. When in reality, it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, 100%. Alexic though, finding himself a little space all the way upstairs. I was just wondering if Demic was going to swing out, but after all this pressure Tenacity have built up, they don't really, they just drop back, right? Wait for the response from Go Next.
Look at the position of MSH in B main currently. There is the potential to go for some kind of a pinch here, a pivot, but it's not going to live up to it. Chris able to find 2 kills and a third before the round is done. Zero Tenacity had already diverted themselves to this B plant, but too little too late in my eyes. Pyro has a worldie of a clutch to try and pull off. He won a 2v1 on Haven. But I think the 3v1 might just be a little bit out of his wheelhouse with the lack of utility.
And time.
This late positioning onto A as well.
The time is so against him. And the fact he's going to eventually have to make noise.
10 seconds left.
And it'll be an easy response from the players in Hobbit.
And he has the security to get this one down at the very least. No one can challenge him backside. Neffy has flashes, but it's Chris first contact. His Arc Rose goes in. Was the plant not on time? That was a really late, round win banner. I was so confused. I thought he had that.
Yeah, I was a bit confused as well because the spike the spike symbol was, is that a bug?
There was definitely 4 seconds on the HUD.
Yeah, it was 4 seconds on the HUD, and the spike timer went up rather than going into the it counting down from the 4 second, you know what I mean? It counts. Yeah, I don't know, man, that was weird.
Riot, please fix next round. I mean, that's a huge win for Go Next because they can get rifles back out here, and they're already set up for B. Pyro in between the lines, huge TP over the top, and there you go. Into the retake, Chris suppressed for now with the Steel Garden, but that's what you're expecting. That will be their way back in. Zero Tenacity are boxed.
Yeah, they are, but they're going to try and fight out tooth and nail. Pyro getting the first, but of course, Primary's being jammed. That's what you would think, but Alexic manages to keep his up online, and Tenacity in towards a potential round win. Chester from up above will be dropped very far. Now Kozup has to try and fall back.
Yeah, look, if Omen clutches have anything to go by, he's going to lose it on time, and not even going to get a look and see how close that is. I think we've put production on it, so we'll have that one ready and available for all of you who just wanted to feel that much more hard done by, as Go Next have just the 1 round so far. Zero Tenacity back to winning ways.
Yeah, Demic buying up a bucky. This is something that he likes to do on these eco rounds, bring it forward, and it's worked to varying success, but at the same time, this attack now starting to grow a little bit of teeth, a little bit of momentum now. Here we go.
Okay, I mean, are we going to see the timer? No. So we don't know how close it was.
Over the top of it.
The replay banner's just covered it.
Unlucky.
We'll ask production to try and fly that one again in a little bit, just to find out maybe. But here we go into the site here. Zero Tenacity trying to take this sand space again, but I am loving the play out from Door that Go Next have been showing us, and that should be a rifle back for Chester, but such low HP, he's a dead man walking.
A lot of these players are, well, I guess. Oh, Chester and Kozok are. Somehow they're able to survive, and now we're seeing the Armageddon come through, but all it does is force Chester out, and that'll be an easy trade through. At the same time, while all this has been going on, Demic has pushed all the way through A and got this passive information. Pretty and Gromek now to clutch up.
Another B finish for Zero Tenacity. On the previous, it's what they elected for from minute one. This time, their hand feels a little bit forced after losing out on that C fight. Go Next bringing some decent ideas to the table, but now in this situation, Zero Tenacity have to be hunting for a little bit of extra ground, somewhere to plant their feet, and actually that might just translate to a full A rotation. Instead, Gromek's going to stick the plant because the Hobbit door wasn't open, and that's the best way forward.
Both players playing off of one another, but Pretty has that stun. As now we see the rays coming straight through.
Demic over the top with the Bucky, just clipping away at the edge of this smoke. Gromek's gonna get caught, and that is the response on the half buy. Thrifty round in many senses from Go Next, and that's exactly what they will get, bring us back within 2. And look, here's the replay. It was 0.04 in the end, and you'll see it when it goes down here. Yeah, it was very close, but there was literally.
Confused. Usually it doesn't show that spike symbol though when that happens.
No, it does. It does.
Oh, does it? My bad.
Just not on your rank games.
Yeah. Anyway, next round, Alexic, you're bringing out the dimensional drift straight off the bat. And now we've got to be looking at Chris, who will be under siege here.
Yeah, Chris knowing that he can disengage fairly safely towards upper. There was a util combo to try and catch him, but I think you've got to be pre-firing that one a little bit if you're Zero Tenacity and you want to reel in the big fish. Chris on so many of these rounds, the first line of defense, but has done his job here to disengage, and so into the full retake we go.
Still more delay coming through, and at the same time, Go Next are also playing for the Viper luck coming through late.
Yeah, it is such a late flank though from Chester. He'll struggle to find value if they can't breach this first choke point. Go Next already adjusting the goalpost just a little bit. It's through stairs now, which they look to make the entry. And finally, Chester on the score sheet. But time is ticking down. As we know on this A site, there is little left of it. And Zero Tenacity are set up perfectly to claim what should be the round win. Kozok getting away with a couple. Chester a little slow on the molly there to finish off Gromek. And Kozok can't even keep his weapon either. So not only does Zero Tenacity continue to move in front, but they have left a scorched earth behind them.
It's not that, it's just brilliant delay towards that heaven spot. The space that's been able to get taken, really nicely done by Zero Tenacity. And an inability to adapt on the Go Next side, that they played so late into that heaven that they tried to go through stairs, and then it just ends up playing into Zero Tenacity anyway. So yeah, back towards the A fight we go.
And Zero Tenacity already a couple of times have shown their set play, trying to get out of this space, and it's Pyroll that's done exactly that. Kozok taking down Electric ahead of the line, but taken out of play. And so things reset, 4-on-4. MSH the first point of contact for this attack to get out on the B site, and those thorns have stopped him dead in his tracks.
Got to be looking at MSH and seeing what space he can find. I mean, you can see Demix playing with the idea of maybe going through door, but at the same time. Zero Tenacity no longer near that space as MSH is screaming for players to get to this B site.
So, another B finish from Zero Tenacity. Not something we see from them all too often, but one of the strengths of this composition as we've seen it played by G2 as well. You have so many tools now into post, and with Pretty's Rolling Thunder still available, they can fight whichever avenue it is that GoNext potentially attempt this retake back in from. Looks like Hobbit, it is, and all that does is slow them down.
What? Big ultis to invest here. Viper's Pit does get to the spike, but time is getting low here, Hazza.
Yeah, but it's given GoNext the way out into the site itself, and no spams landing just yet. Just the salvos dropping onto Chester's position. Chris finally going down. Pretty finding a double and effectively winning the 1 versus 3 to confirm a 5th round for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, again, GoNext use their ultis pretty late into a retake, and I get what you're saying, like it allows them onto the spike, but they're allowing Zero Tenacity to have more value from their utility, right? Like the salvos, when they go down, just waste so much time.
Yeah. I think this is one of those situations where, like, I'm happy to disagree with you a little bit. I know that chat was telling me earlier that I need to be listening more to the casters, so I don't know what to tell them. It's like, you know, last chance saloon. It's the final one on the set of bad options to just try and use the pit to get out of play. I think a player that I do want to highlight generally here is Chester. From map to map, I think we saw a massive improvement from him on Fracture, and that, in my mind, is one of the main reasons why GoNext were able to pick that one up. Just to quote his Haven first duel statistics, he was 0-6 on the Omen, and when you go down that often, it can be a real problem, especially, you know, in that second half then when he was on the defender's side. Stepped up massively in that regard, as did Demek finding his entries. But currently 2-6 on another round where it's just a bucket. You're starting to wonder if things will get better, not just when.
Toxins going up.
I mean, at the same time, like, both teams exploring. The fact that GoNext have got so far here, down A, without any point of contest, like, this is just going to mean that the players keep going, right? And now you're looking towards Gramek, oh sorry, not Gramek, but Pretty on the breach.
Could very nearly get caught out. 4 players walking in lobby, scary surprise, and it's both of that terrifying 2 that end up getting caught. Seekers flooding through the back lines of B main, and once more Zero Tenacity look to run to take that upper space and then spawn. Electric a couple steps ahead of the curve though, has paved the way for the rest of his team. And while he could be cornered here out in grass, you still do expect him to find value, and well, behind GoNext's own toxic screen, he's given the chance to disengage.
Yeah, and also the Viper's Pit being dropped, which makes it so much harder for GoNext to try and get through. And you look at what utility they have, realistically, only 3 bits on GoNext to try and clear this out, but they have found Pyro.
It was the Seekers already used, so still MSH's position obfuscated within the pit, and from the fumes he finds a couple more kills. Now on to Chris. Can the Starboy save GoNext once again, or do they fall down to a 6th round? It's going to be close whatever happens, but it is just too far out of reach. Zero Tenacity building up a lead in the first half. A story we've seen a few too many times for GoNext's liking.
Yeah, I don't know what else there is to really say about this one. I guess, like, it's nice from GoNext on the thrifty round, but Zero Tenacity do so well to fight back in. And GoNext, they've left it so late, the utility they have, right? Like Boombot, Arc Rose, a couple of, I think there was 1 flash on Neffy. Like, you have to get it spot on, and they don't tell you exactly where the player actually is. So you're just searching blind in the Viper's Pit.
Into this round, you can see the set utility for the punish on Mound. So Kozok can get out scot-free. Nefi is the player that ties everything together. You mentioned it in the build-up. His utility usage on the Sky, he is holding a real premium in terms of the info gathering, as we've got a double stacked anchor setup, both the Viper and Vice on A.
I understand the Sky and the Vice combo, right? Because that's essentially your mid-rounding. But like when you look at how they're setting up on the round, Go Next, they're not mid-rounding with that Arcros, they're leaving it on site.
Here. There they are, and Electric going past the Thorns now can tailor the rest of the utility to his liking. The paranoia comes in. Nearsighted was Kriz, but as he drops back in the site, he ends up having to take that fight forwards to the doorstep of Pyro. He goes and falls. Chester still by his side. The two top players for Go Next haven't come up with the goods that they needed. The nade dropped in, adds further delay as Pretty is still looking for a plant.
Still, yeah, but the players now all congregating outside on stairs. Pyro, I mean, is essentially going to have to really get at least one here.
On the dog, oh, I could have finished him off, didn't quite land, but still stunned up. Nefi finds the shots necessary onto Pretty. He will have his first. And while Captain Clutch has been good here before, can he do it again? Pretty! A quad kill to send Zero Tenacity a superb 7th.
I mean, when Pyro gets caught there, all I can think of in my head is that this should just be easy to trade out from. All three players play together, but of course that's never the case. Now, into the next round we go. The buy not looking great, all in. Both teams may be at the dregs of their banks. So this is another swing round. The only thing is Tenacity do have two big ultimates to use.
Yeah, and it is a very quick play as the Armageddon floods out from Hobbit in the direction of A, allows players to potentially find themselves that extra ground, but Zero Tenacity are still quite passive on the site itself. They've not yet looked to try and take that extra control. And even with the stealth drone invested, they're posted up. It's a rolling thunder through Waterfall, and finally the red and black banner can be casted over this position, but all these concessions just lead to main control, where Go Next finally arrive on the scene and have them caught.
Yeah, now we're getting more ultimates, this time from the defense, but still Zero Tenacity are able to fight their way forward, and now dependent upon Demic, who has 17 points of health. You're looking now at Zero Tenacity finding 8 and very close to finding 10.
Yeah, and that's such a terrible round to lose for Go Next as well, and such a huge one for Zero Tenacity, built off the back of the skipper sending them through that 3 versus 1. Now you're looking at needing to find those last couple rounds as a real necessity, because when you consider the history of Go Next on this map, on their defender's side, they were getting, you know, 5-6 rounds at their very minimum. And sure, I think that is towards the upper end in general, but look at the comp. You've got double controller plus Kriz on the Vice. But as you say, I don't think they're getting enough information from this. And once again, blindsided, it's Kozok caught.
Demic trying to buy some time here, but look at that, Zero Tenacity are hunting them down, nowhere to go. Both players found towards the seaside, and they're even pushing the envelope, going towards CT, looking for the killing blow right now, Zero Tenacity, to put themselves on at least 9 for the next half.
Electric giving Kriz a guessing game. Is it me or the clone? That's enough to buy the attention and play in MSH, who makes a little bit of a meal of it, but all good. Pretty the safest pair of hands in the server right now, round on round. He's having kill impact, and that'll put him top of the charts. I think this is really just sort of, not necessarily a comp diff, but definitely a stylistic clash, which is favoring Zero Tenacity so heavily, because Go Next look like they're so far back in terms of their development on a map which we saw. It was map number 4 in that grand final against Liquid. It was map number 5 in the series against Enterprise in the lower final. It's one that you would have been looking to have improved on, I think, coming into the next stage if you really do want to flesh out your ideas.
I'm going to be honest, mate, and say that, in fact, you know what, I'm going to hold that point. We'll come back to it. Let's look towards B main right now, and the fact that we are seeing Pretty now holding on towards B. Go next, using ultimates, and it reeks of desperation right now. Now Chester has to hold on to C-Mound and getting that first pick, and able to get out. It's going to be massive for the defense.
He uses own poison orb to disengage, but Alexic claps back with 2 kills of his own. Now you're thinking Chester might need a couple more if this C site is to hold. Pretty's cutting off players in transition. It's the elevated angle that he'll look to just see if he can spot someone running Kozok's direction, but it comes in too late. Head in for the hills. It's an A-site plant and a clutch required of Chester to keep those challengers' EMEA hopes alive.
Yeah, that's it, right. I mean, there's still another half to go and there could be a comeback, but at this time, it doesn't feel like that's possible.
Screen down.
Chester up against 2 players, and the longer he takes, the more utility that will come up online to face against. Both players swing out, and Zero Tenacity, fight 10.
Double digits for C10. It's almost the perfect half of Lotus from them. Started off with a pistol, and you feel as if that's all they will need now to all but confirm their spot in the top 4. We'll see if Go Next can meet them after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back as we're looking to lock in the next of those challengers EMEA slots. Zero Tenacity are waiting to write their name on the dotted line. Go Next have been good to answer with a pistol of their own on every single map so far. But that becomes now a total necessity if they're to achieve their goals as a team in what might just be the final half they play.
I love this from Tenacity, a little trap play in B main, paranoia held.
Getting ready for it, comes in perhaps late because Pyro wasn't able to capitalize, and while there is a flank still coming through from Zero Tenacity, Go Next are on the B site and they are set up to respond with another pistol.
They are. Players though for Zero Tenacity are very hot on the heels though.
The drone coming in is just going to telegraph the position. There's a second layer to this flank. Demic arriving, but can he do it in time? Zero Tenacity starting to land their shots as the ghosts go off. It's a 2-on-2. Demic still arriving late from main, and he can just check out a player and that's it. Neffy supporting, and Go Next getting back into it.
Yeah, I mean, we were ready to count out Go Next, but they are on the attack, and this could easily go wrong. Now, it's one round at a time right now for Go Next. as they find the pistol. Now let's look at the anti-eco.
And with Zero Tenacity being a team that has resided within East for many years up until this point, that roster has consistently changed as they bank on the two experienced heads of Pretty and Grumek to just build around all the rest. Top 4 has been the goal for them since the very beginning, whereas that Shakmat side, which signed on to become Go Next, I mean, in their wildest dreams, wouldn't have expected the lower Swiss, let alone upper playoffs, the lot. It's a story which has just kept on giving from stage to stage, but finally feels like they might be running out of steam.
Alexic could find the timing here though, has it?
He has pushed this envelope fully. Chester's going to go ahead and look to clear it. He was the player with the pistol, so no big losses yet for Go Next in the round. For those reasons exactly, they will continue their march onto the C site.
Thing is, Zero Tenacity now have an advantage in which they can trade down from, right? If every single player plays off one another, it could look very good. Go Next though, now careful of all the corners where players could be. Hello, Alexic!
It is Sheriff again that's sounding off shots. Kozok down to 16 within spammable range, and now those numbers that you prophesized look that much more scary, and Zero Tenacity will make total use of them. They are grouping up in spawn.
They need to play together with one another. Look at the utility though, it actually looks not too bad for Zero Tenacity.
Demek does still have a nade. Some vision block from Kozok goes in, but Alexic has a third. Over the top rung, Demek is gone. And now these pistols make a real problem of themselves. Onto the site, this could finish flawless. Kozok has been able to claw one back, but one might just be as good as it gets until the bell tolls. It's a thrifty round as the defuse is in. That's 11 for Zero Tenacity, and it feels like that Go Next comeback has been written off instantly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first kill, sure, right, that's fine. The second and third, like, oh my god, Alexic, where did that come from? It's the fact that the door opened, right? And Go Next are so slow to react.
Against his former club, Alexic lending Go Next their first 2 titles, and now taking the chance of a third away from them. Those Sheriff shots, 7 sent from heaven. Here comes a little more. This time it's Pyro. Pretty right behind it. Again, Pretty! Putting his foot down. A triple kill. Demek needs 3 more to go one better and find a clutch.
I have the spike.
Creeping up on him. Shoulder of Grumek. Now he knows the pack is out for the hunt, and Demek is in no position to defend himself. He's stunned and dead. Zero Tenacity on Challengers EMEA top 4 point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. Qualification point right now. Zero Tenacity, and I think as well, Pretty and Alexic and Pyro have all come up clutch when it is needed. MSH and Grumek have had their own I guess spots in the highlights, but for me it's been the names, the first 3 names that I've already mentioned. Go Next will call a timeout to try and gain something back, but in the end, does it really matter?
In these last 5 days since we last saw Zero Tenacity, they look to have come on leaps and bounds against a team of arguably higher quality. Go Next, a grand finalist in the previous stage, but looking like a group of amateurs on this final map, honestly. When you consider the performance of each individual player, perhaps just a little bit mentally boomed, which feels crazy to say off the back of Fracture, but it's moments like that Alexic Eco win or that Pretty 3v1 which make all of the difference in these big matches. And that's exactly why those players were brought into the side, when they have such high ambitions.
Well, spotty by at best for Go Next, as to be expected, considering the situation that they're in. Now, what can be brought through here? Oh, nice couple of first shots, but all in all, that A-Rubble fight's been won out by the defense.
And Pretty is still alive, so coming into the late round, he's dangerous. Sure, you're without Alexic and the dimensional drift, but there's only one dimension to this offense right now, and it looks to be heading right into the throat of the Viper.
Yeah, here they go, into the site. Demic flashed up, and I believe it was his own teammate that flashed him indeed. MSH holding on to backside. It's a wall bang that's ended up winning out that fight. And now again, advantage towards Zero Tenacity. And they look to send it home towards top 4 and towards Challengers EMEA. Unless Kozok can pull off a miracle, divine intervention needed to try and stop Zero Tenacity going to Challengers EMEA.
They were robbed of that right first time around, but Zero Tenacity will make no mistake in the second stage. I have to say, Cairo, tracking the development of this team, we felt as if, you know, that top cut of rosters had maybe slipped off the pace and there were opportunities to get in there. And I think Zero Tenacity would have been one of the first names on the list to look to try and replace a roster such as Go Next. I think this side of the lower bracket, definitely a spicy one, I think it's fair to say, but very well deserved for them. And look, they've met their goal. Unfortunately enough, that comes at the expense of Go Next, who fall short after making top 2 last time.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think, like, for me, right now, Zero Tenacity, I look as if they're improving round on round, player on player, and seeing Gramek and Pretty actually being able to play in an inter-regional tournament is going to be exciting for me.
Yeah, and they will now move on to that next step, that next lower game before our lower bracket final. And I think, you know, the question for me is how much further can they take this? Because when you look at that duo, to just leave an extra comment in there about them, they'd always been, you know, not just second best, but maybe even third best. They'd had projects which had looked like they were heading somewhere with Diamant over the last couple of years, but even coming into a play-in stage, for example, not quite hit the heights. This is a complete opportunity to reset coming into Challengers EMEA though, and an opportunity, a huge opportunity for them to kick on and find some ascension points in the process. That's all from us though for this first series. We're going to head it back to the desk and see what they think of Zero Tenacity's qualification run.
Well, you can say what you want about Northeast performance in Challengers EMEA, but at the very least, we have got a dynamic scene. I mean, you've still got all of the names from other regions that you're expecting currently in the, you know, in the runnings for Challengers EMEA. But here in Northeast, we're changing it up completely. I mean, we've only got one of the teams that we saw last time go into Challengers EMEA still in the runnings now. Well, I mean, they have already made it, Enterprise Esports, but still, this is absolutely insane, the amount of change that we've had. And yeah, we could put that down to, you know, it just being a very all over the place thing, but I think a lot of it does come down to, as you mentioned before, these teams are constantly kind of changing, constantly making changes to improve themselves, and you can see that in their performances against these teams that have historically done incredibly well on the European stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is a real testament that you have to improve every time you go on the server. Go Next, they were brilliant. They were almost unstoppable on the first stage. This time around, there were a lot of competitors that actually put them in a tough situation, and this dominance from Zero Tenacity just tells that there was a team that wanted it more. Zero Tenacity, they maybe put in more work, they maybe put in better work to make this game, or make this last map rather, so easy, and actually grant them that spot in Challengers EMEA. I gotta say, Alexix Yoru is insanely good in making plays, but in making space as well for your teammates and disrupting the enemy defensive line.
Yeah, I think so. That was absolutely massive there. And Alexic had a brilliant performance over all of those maps. I think a massive part of that one, you know, we were expecting to see Pyrol once again be the big fragger out of that one. And still, Pyrol was dropping kills left, right, and center. But I think that was a much more rounded team performance. And I think definitely very deserving of this spot in Challengers EMEA. I'm excited to see what they can do against the teams that they're going to come up against, you know, invariably. effectively in that stage of the tournament. It's a very different landscape out there to what we've got here in Northeast, but it'll be interesting to see. And obviously we've still got games left to go for these teams in playoffs. They've still got lots of chances to prove themselves, to improve, and to fill in all of the gaps that there might be in their gameplay at that point. So I am very excited to see what they come up with next.
Yeah, and I wasn't really quite sure what to expect with the Viper, or them switching up the Vice to Viper, them not having a Sentinel, but it was brilliant. MSH, even from start, having that Cloud Orb lineup towards that C area meant that they had to, or Go Next had to have that anchor really late on that C side, because there was always constant threat that there might be a Viper lurk coming in. And I think it was a brilliant showing of Zero Tenacity adapting to a new playstyle in terms of having that Viper, not having the Sentinel. But Viper was so brilliant for them. They always had control of A rubble. It seemed like Go Next never had control of A rubble, unless Zero Tenacity was like, yeah, you can take it. You can take the control. But when Zero Tenacity actually wanted to fight for it, they had a really convincing fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's kind of what we've seen over the whole series, is that when Zero Tenacity really kind of, put their foot on the pedal, they actually get going, they actually send in their duelists to do interesting things. I think, Haven was an interesting look for them, where they had slowed down their gameplay quite a bit. Things were looking really good for them on several of these rounds between Fracture and now especially on Lotus. And I think, again, as I mentioned before, Lotus is going to be such an important map, especially if you're making it further into the tournament. You're making it up to Enterprise Esports and Bitfix Gaming. Lotus is going to be such an important map for you, and actually being able to put up a fight on that map is going to be so important. And
yeah,
being as aggressive as they are, with what you mentioned before the game started as quite an interesting comp, not much Sentinel utility going on there, is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to be really aware, especially when you go to the defensive side. Well, we didn't see too much of the defensive side of Zero Tenacity, but you have to really be really aware, have to take a lot of control of this map. And that already shows a lot of comfortability from the side of Zero Tenacity. Them being able to pick up that composition and be like, yeah, we'll be fine on the defensive side. Obviously, like I said, we didn't get to see, like, we saw what three rounds of that defensive side of Zero Tenacity, which was really impressive. Again, winning out that second round after losing a pistol. It just seems there is no stopping against this team.
All right, well, we have an interview with one of the new players from Zero Tenacity here. Pyrol should be here joining us. Congratulations on the win, first of all.
Hello everyone.
Hello. So I have a quick question before we, talk about playoffs and all of that. Have you when we saw your performances on KPI back in stage 1 for Spain Rising, obviously still playing the same roles, you were not quite, getting the same amount of kills. You have absolutely smashed the top kill count here in Northeast. Have you noticed a difference in your opponents, in your teammates between Spain in KPI and here with Zero Tenacity?
I mean, it's everything it's like different atmosphere. I'm super enjoying playing with the Zero Tenacity boys. I love everyone, so everything is insane.
Yeah, I mean, you dropped both of the finalists of the last stage. What does that mean to you compared to some other team, or does it matter that you actually beat the greatest of Northeast?
I think it doesn't matter at all. We just had the goal to qual to Ascensional, so we did our goal, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. There isn't too many Estonian players in these tournaments. What does national pride mean to you, and do you look up players like Kix while traversing through the tier 2 scene?
I don't think so. No, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So, okay, one more question before we send you on your way. Look, you're going to, obviously there's still the rest of the playoffs to go, but looking forward, you've secured your place in Challengers EMEA, you've got your goal done there. How do you think you're going to perform with Zero Tenacity on that stage? Because very different, obviously, we've seen that the teams you're going to be coming up against are going to be incredibly difficult. Do you think you guys are going to make it through to playoffs?
Of course we will try. I mean, I feel for us easier to play versus good teams and a bit lower level, because we see logic, we can adapt to them easier and things like that.
All right, great. Well, congratulations on making it through 2 challenges. EMEA, obviously, good luck with the rest of the playoffs. I'm sure we'll be talking to you or one of the other boys from Zero Tenacity again later on. So congratulations and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. See you.
All right, there we go. Pyro, the kill leader for the league as it stands, and probably not going to change with the amount of rounds that he has played of Valorant in this one. Either way, look, you've got some post-round stuff or post-map stuff to do for this series, so take it away, MP.
Yeah, let's hop into this. Obviously, Go Next, they didn't have too many rounds, 3 rounds in the end, so we have to take a look where there was some kind of moments where Go Next actually had some chances in the rounds, and I think round 9 was one of the brilliant rounds. I think this round was really well played by Zero Tenacity. If we take a look into the map, Zero Tenacity, they are really heavily set up for that A control, that pressure on the A side, but there's still 2 players on the C side for the side of Go Next. That's because there was heavy pressure towards that mount area, which is how Zero Tenacity actually plays this. They set up a really heavy setup on the other side. They make the enemy team to be there with more players so they can have easier time on this A side. Let's play out this round. There's a Yoru ultimate coming through for the side of Alexic. They're so ready to execute on the side. 2 players holding on it. Viper and Vice. They're one of the strongest agents to hold on the side. This is where Zero Tenacity, they kind of make a mistake. Oh, well, Scream and Black. Well, they made a mistake there. There was a small gap that Go Next was actually or were able to utilize. They could find some kind of picks, but in the end, it wasn't enough because Go Next, they couldn't quite find that 3 versus 1 situation. And even though they got into that place, they played really well in that round on the defensive side. Pretty was able to find those gaps that Go Next had there. And unfortunately, I think that was the story of that game pretty much, that Go Next, they had some kind of stuff where they found picks. They had a decent rounds, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough because they made huge mistakes, which allowed Zero Tenacity to actually find individual performances in those class rounds.
Well, that is the end of that, and that's the end of Go Next Esports in this stage of the tournament. I can't believe we're seeing so many changes in terms of the teams that we're sending through 2 challenges EMEA so far. We've still got 1 to send, but it's not going to be a team that, you know, we have seen perform on the EMEA stage. It's going to be Sweet and Sour versus Pixel Lumina up next today, and either way, no matter who wins, we're going to be sending somebody completely new to our European tournament. So, you know, things are changing real quick. We're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we'll be sending our 4th team through. All right, everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We've almost crowned all 4 of our Challengers EMEA participants here. We got one more to go, and it is going to be Pixel Lumina versus Sweet and Sour to decide who gets that final spot in Challengers EMEA. This is such an important game because no matter what, we're sending somebody new to that stage. Pixel Lumina kind of came up from the bottom here. They have been absolutely fighting their way tooth and nail through this one. They got knocked out in the Swiss stage last split, but they got a qualification to the lower Swiss through that, and they have fought their way through to the playoffs based on that. Honestly, they haven't had the most difficult of upper Swiss kind of routes, but at the very least, they still made it. It doesn't matter how you make it, you make it. They're up against Sweet and Sour, who got knocked out in the exact same spot last split. Same thing we saw with Zero Tenacity, so maybe we will see another team overcome that same kind of obstacle.
That could be for sure, but yeah, I don't think it can be understated. Pixel Lumina, they went 0-2, but then they came back. Obviously, they didn't have like the hardest teams to face against. There was Ace Gear, Tempest, Wild, but they faced against Metisport, which were the qualifier or the team that went to Challenges EMEA, and that was the first team that they had to actually face against in the best of 3, which I think speaks to some volumes, but in all fairness, I think Pixel Lumina, they are still yet to prove themselves. I think this would be the perfect, great match to do so. If they can actually win against Sweet and Sour, I think that speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, there's no other way to put it other than these are the underdogs coming into this game. I don't think that means that they can't make it. And I think, obviously, when you're looking at this, maybe as somebody who hasn't really watched a massive amount of Northeast, you might not, you know, even know Sweet and Sour that well. Obviously, we didn't send them to the last Challengers EMEA, so why are we making such a big deal out of them? They have been here for quite a long time, and their roster has changed to something quite impressive this year specifically. They made it to the same stage in the playoffs last split. They have made one change since then, adding Ticey back into the team. He was in the team well before last year, and I think it's made a good change. So far, they have been doing incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ticey is one of the greatest players that you can have in this Northeast league right now. Obviously, you have Defo in the team as well, a lot of experience. I think you cannot understate the experience that Defo has had. But I do think Defo has had some underwhelming performance. Meanwhile, we're watching the great highlights of Defo right there, absolutely popping off. But I do still want to see more of this player. I think Defo has still a lot of things that he could bring on the table, but hasn't quite gone for the performance that he has had in the past 3 years or so. But I think there is a really good team to accompany him as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're looking at that roster and you see 4 kind of newish or at the very least bubble players that, you know, are used to playing in this kind of tier, surrounded by Defo was still in his Gambit esports shirt. I mean, I think that says everything you need to know. You know where this guy's from. You have heard the name before. He is a champion, and you know, that comes with all of the experience. And while it might not be that he is reaching the same kind of peaks that he has been in his career so far, definitely bringing a lot of experience and a lot of great gameplay to this team, and I think that is part of the reason why they are where they are right now, and they're poised in a very good position to get that final spot in Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, but there's 2 players I kind of want to pit them against each other here. There are 2 different variants for both of these teams. Laser, he's the new guy on the block. He has, I think he has had kind of tough time finding his role. He played a duelist in NXT and some other agents as well. Now he has landed the Sentinel role with the Skyflex in Split as well. And for me, I don't think Laser has shown his true potential yet, as you can see on the stats. I think he has been kind of underwhelming on the server, and I think he has something to prove here. The thing why Laser is here, Laser actually has won against 3 and Sour earlier this year against NXT. He was insane in that match, had a great performance on Yoru, but then you have Disease on the other side. He is already experienced player. He had his time in Chinese VCT alongside LGD Gaming and played against teams like DRG, Bilibili. Disease is a great player that you can rely consistently, even on Viper, on Cypher, and if we see like a map like a Split or Lotus, I think this is one of those better Vipers in those maps. Oh, I love Ascent. I love this.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't even have to make any predictions about the map veto because the players are really getting on with it today. Ascent and Haven are going to be our first 2 maps. We're going straight back to 2021. This is awesome. I love to see it. And then Icebox banned out. And what are you thinking decider map-wise? I mean, you have like 2 seconds to guess.
Lotus. It's a classic, right? I mean, Lotus
exactly.
is something...
That is the Northeast map right now.
No! Oh, okay.
It's gone. It is 2021. We are back with the original map pool. Let's go, guys.
You're absolutely right. What? Yeah, Ascent, Haven, and Split. I mean, this could be the 2021 champion finals or something.
Oh, yeah.
But I think Ascent is actually really interesting talking point because Pixel Lumina, they haven't played it this year. Ascent just came back to the pool. Sweet and Sour, they have gotten to play it once. They have a composition of Waylay, KO, Teho, Vice, and Omen, and it's interesting because I think you have multiple different compositions that you can play in Ascent. You can bring in the Deadlock, you can play a Breach. I think KO is really prominent right now in this map, but you can bring in a lot of different agents. In terms of the Sentinel pool as well, I think you can bring at least 4 of them. Deadlock, Vice, Cypher, Killjoy, and because you don't have any information on Pixel Lumina's agents, it's gonna be tough for Sweet and Sour to actually predict anything here.
Yeah, I think it is going to have to be for Sweet and Sour play their own game, which I'm sure they're used to at this point. And I think, you know, when you're at this tier of competition, trying to make it through 2 challenges EMEA, I think that is a big part of your game. We hear it in every interview we do, you know, when we talk about, you know, how did you prep for this team or that team or whatever. They usually just say we played our own game. You know, we have our strat book, we went and just did what we do best. And it usually works for these teams. So, you know, I'm going to assume that Sweet and Sour have a very, very similar kind of mentality coming into this one. So when we see the agent select, I don't think there's going to be anything that is based off of what they've seen from Pixel Lumina. It's just going to be kind of, you know, this is what we're best at. We're going to run it down.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all comes down to what you have ran into those scrims. And like I said, Ascent is a map that you can actually run on many different compositions. You can run very, very many different compositions. I think Omen is one of those agents that is really stable here that you see almost everyone pick. And it's a mirror composition. I'm happy for this because this already shows both of these teams, they know how to play their composition, but can they play against their composition? Do they actually know the ins and outs of this composition? Can they exploit the weaknesses? I'm really excited to see because this is 100% a skill matchup. There's no comp difference, and I'm happy to see whether Maniac can actually absolutely pop off with that Waylay. Can he be that disruptor for this team? And because he's great with Yoru, but Waylay is a different type of beast.
All right, well, we've got 3 classic maps coming up in this matchup. No matter what, we're going to be sending a new contender to Challengers EMEA. But let's get started with map 1 with Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, it's just me. It's just me. I don't know what to tell you. So, Cairo, I mean, what do you think then, especially about Sweet and Sour? You know, we were holding conversations saying how we thought that this team could really kick on to top 3. They had the opportunity in the upper bracket last time around. They fell short to a trailblazing Shakmat, which went on to become Go Next. And, well, for Pixel Lumina, their goal in the first place was just to make playoffs, and they've already done that. All right, thanks. Yeah, it's what I've said, guys. I don't know what else to say. It's what I've said. I don't know. Is this the Truman Show? Is everyone like watching me? I guess so. Yeah, well, no, I've said it as I've said it. Pixel Lumina, they're already in a brilliant position in playoffs. I think for most teams, by the time you get to playoffs, you're then looking at the possibility of making top 4. It doesn't feel like a world away, but for Sweet and Sour, the amount of times they've been hanging on right at the very edge, so close to breaking into that top cut and not quite getting there, is a mistake or 2 which they could be made to rue. Heading into this one, it is their pick of Ascent. Let's see how good this Waylay looks. Massive wall early on from the Vice. Diseased there, or Laser I should say, with some early control, but actually Sweet and Sour behind this, able to pick up the orb. And now looking later into the round, threatening a rotation as they start to put some question marks on mid. Spike's still here, but as you can see, Defo at the forefront. Seen a little bit of waylay from him so far, and it's looked pretty decent as a guy who is famed for his jet. Obviously, Throwback Thursday on VCT EMEA was a few days ago, but they love to pull out the Gambit tape. The reason why that team was so good was, you know, a lot of rehearsed openings, and here he is sort of forced to fend for himself. Fight then into short. It's Maniac, the opposite number, that wins that duel. This defense is a little bit split. Then trying to take the fight on towards main, end up losing it. Sweet and Sour with a player advantage. Salvo's back gen. That's Maniac cleaned up. And one by one, Pixel Lumina just falling. Trying to take these duels to the doorstep of Sweet and Sour, but they're winning the numbers game. The door is broken as the pop flash comes in. The second one there on the 3-player suppress. Pixel Lumina still locked out, and while all this is happening, Ianto has wrapped around the back. He's put himself in a very dangerous position should things get out of hand, and that's exactly what he'll do. So nice work from Ianto. Sweet and Sour finding the pistol.
Very well played. Sorry about that, Hazard.
Took your bloody time.
Listen, I may have had some errands that I possibly got distracted with, but at the same time,
more important than a qualification spot to challenge the EMEA.
There's nothing more important, Hazard. There's nothing more important. But with that being said, yeah, very well played by Sweet and Sour. Now moving on towards this one, that attack side. I know a lot of people have been speaking about it, the FPX buy, etc. It's always so much better on the attack.
Yeah, it is just one pistol on Viti, so not really the buy you allude to. We've got Diseased on an Outlaw as well, and you know, he's operating elsewhere. To sort of just fill you in on the previous round, it was...
You don't need to fill me in, brother. Just keep going on.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm gonna do it anyway. To fill you in on the previous round, it was just a case of, because this is color, Cairo, this is how this works. I'm contextualizing what's happened. Sweet and Sour did a very nice split push towards A. And I think something I want to look at from Pixel Lumina in following rounds is how do they try and deal with that towards A? Are they grouping up and fighting short, or are they fighting main? Because I feel like in the previous, we didn't really get an idea of where their priorities lied. It looked a little bit messy as the defending team here. Regardless of the comp, as it is a mirror matchup, those protocols are so important with how fundamental this is.
Of course, I mean, that's what you expect on a set, that's what you expect from these players. It's nice that Sweet and Sour were able to get 4 of those orbs, and I mean, even sending Ianto to get more is a nice plan in the end, and even denying an orb back towards Pixel Lumina. I mean, it's always going to be a tough challenge, right, going up against Sweet and Sour, who not only have a lot of history within the roster, but a lot of history as a team, right? You're thinking back to last year and the runs that they were able to make against Apex, and even some of the damage they were able to do in those head-to-heads. But at the same time, let's look towards A main and setting up this waylay of Maniac with the utility that Pixel Lumina have.
Looks like it's just going to be the TP from Viti to cross A main early, but that suppression has caught 3 or 4 players. The fight from Pixel Lumina was ambitious, and now Almo has a lot of work to do. He's just going to burn through both TPs to get out of there, as Sweet and Sour have numbers in A post yet again.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Advantage now to trade down from, and again, if you really needed to, you've got the Armageddon for Ian, so this is looking excellently done, a bonus that could potentially be converted.
Yeah, it's so strong as well for denying that space, especially towards Heaven, the flood out. But they do have 2 players from Hell currently. One of those was Viti. He's gone down. 3-on-3, but Pixel Lumina are forced to concede because of the time bank. Just didn't have enough to make it a possibility, but they've recognized that. They're going to try and save 3 rifles. This is a better decision to make rather than, you know, a little bit of what we saw in the previous game with Go Next.
Yeah.
Late on their timings. This is a situation well read.
And especially, I know they don't have ultimates to invest, but not investing ultimates in the last 20 seconds of a retake, right? Really nicely well dealt with in that main from Sweet and Sour after the utility that was sent forward. And then you start to worry now, right, for Pixel Lumina and the following rounds after Sweet and Sour were able to show a cool head and deal with that. How does the rest of the rounds look like? How do they fall? Can Pixel Lumina manage to get one back? Because if this attack keep on attacking and they keep getting rounds together, that momentum will be really hard to stop.
Exactly. I mean, it's already the bonus on attack and might even get better here. The refract was up for Maniac. It's a little more laboured to pull sticks out of play. Viti was chasing his 2nd kill of the round already. As this is a mixed purchase, right? Like you say, there is a Bucky here, playing up close. But Sweet and Sour at the moment are just doing such a brilliant job at threatening any kind of A pressure, and I think Viti's just going to sit here because even if you commit utility, yeah, it just tells him when you're deciding to make your move, and so he'll find another one, fade away, and it's towards an open B site that Sweet and Sour go.
I mean, nice catch in Ticey. Yanto now stuck trying to get over into market. Spike was in pocket, and well, you think that he's stuck, still able to fight his way through. And there's still one back in the conversation. Advantage to Sweet and Sour, going into post. And again, remember, they still have that Armageddon to hold on to.
Yeah, it's just going to be a yellow ult highlighting Ianto at the top of the HUD as long as these rounds go on, because right now Sweet and Sour haven't really required it. They've got a couple players towards main. It's a missed Thorns from Laser and a laboured drop in from Maniac. Last one left, the Norwegian falls. It's Defo at the double, and Sweet and Sour with their 4th consecutive.
They just look a class above. What else is there to really say here? Sweet and Sour just look as if they look like the team that's experienced, right? They look like a team who have been playing in Challengers for now 2 seasons, and I was about to say I would be expecting a timeout from Pixel Lumina just because what we've seen so far, they don't really look as if they've put much of a scratch on Sweet and Sour, Pixel Lumina, and on top of that, they just look in so much control.
Yeah, with Sticks now being the IGL of this Pixel Lumina side, with BZT's departure, the change in personnel, Laser coming in as good as he's looked, giving a little bit more definition to the roles, I think, as well. As the KO player here, the one with the 0 point, the knife, collecting a lot of that information, it feels like the calls right now have been, yeah, a little bit readable on Sweet and Sour's part in terms of that A main aggression, whether it's an underhand flash or, you know, the salvos from Simply coming in deep. I don't feel like they've been able to set up a very effective punish, whether, you know, it would be better that Almo had a paranoia or a little more coordination, better spacing. It's hard to say at this point in time because Sweet and Sour have looked very efficient in the way that they've played.
And I think that's the best way to describe it. It's efficiency, right? Now, how does it look like? What does the difference look like coming out of the timeout? Where can we see Pixel Lumina change up? I think the biggest one for me right now is the fact that they've looked towards mid, bringing that op out. Although it's been quickly dealt with, and you can see Sticks looking to hang around here.
Slowly gonna back away. This flash is to fight through mid. There's no real follow-up, and it's that Armageddon I was talking about, forcing players to take more aggressive positions on site. Laser doing exactly that, but supported by Sticks, it can hold for just a moment longer. Simply is arriving, but already the cleanup crew have done their job. Pixel Lumina standing firm, holding the line, and getting their first round on the board off the back of the timeout.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're looking for. All in. And now moving towards the next one, you're asking for them to do it again, right? Sweet and Sour, the unfortunate thing about that last round is, again, like Pixel Lumina's buy was a little bit choppy. The operator as well, you've got to be considering that's still in the mix. Do you want to go towards mid like you did last time? I mean, it looks like that's the case.
It definitely did feel like that last round was delivered on individuals rather than a more cohesive look at what that A site hold could be. The inclusion of the Vice utility definitely a big factor when you consider how short was defended beyond those thorns. But as you say, you want it to be repeatable, and Pixel Lumina actually looking aggressive with how they're approaching this smoke under Arch, and as it fades, it's a drone coming out from Sweet and Sour to clear this space.
Yeah, nice shots. All in. Good entry. Ianto gone off the board, which has been pretty oppressive. Now you look towards Defo and his ultimate to maybe execute into here.
Potentially. Maniac also has his and will be stationed in close proximity to the site. Defo flying over, collecting the info. That is one player hindered at the very least. Viti has found Maniac instead, while Almo stays alive in the belly of the beast. He gets another. 2 on 2, but Spike dropped on the cross, and Almo, with the support of his teammate, gets cleaned up by Ticey instead. And so Sweet and Sour right back on the horse. They respond.
I really like this play though. It's a set piece with the ultimate coming through from the Whaley. I like dash in, and then obviously the refract back to play in the Omen from Boathouse. Really nicely done. And then it just again comes down to this trade game.
Yeah. I mean, that's it, as you say. Just a rehearsed opening, a game plan brought to the round when Sweet and Sour were struggling. Or struggled, I say. The one round that they lost, and now it's Pixel Lumina's turn. He's blinded his own teammate, man. No value. Simply instead from B main is what helps recover the situation and put them a player back.
How does Sweet and Sour get back into this one now, right? They've recollected the spike, and usually what's happened the past couple of times they've found themselves down a player is they've just went straight in towards an execute, and that's what it looks like towards B main as the players walk through. And Pixel Lumina happy to play for more of a retake when you look at the players' positioning.
It's a 3 versus 2 on site, but Styx does still have a flash drive, can blind over the top of spawn and get players out here.
Still time to go back and look across the map.
They're not going to, though. This is Sweet and Sour that we're talking about. They're heading straight into this one. Still, Pixel Lumina yet to re-engage, and with Simply shoulder spotted. That's a tongue twister. It's Almo that we're looking at. Posted up in Boathouse, stepping to the side, but finds himself cornered. Up against the pistols on the steel guard and drops. Won't be good enough for just a moment. And it sticks his triple. They will put a bow on it. Brilliant response from Pixel Lumina.
Yeah, I definitely agree. A lot of ultimates, well, not say a lot of ultimates, a couple of ultimates to push them over the end there as well, even though they were at an advantage. And I think that's the big thing for me, is like how well can we see these ultimates be spaced out between the two? Because so far I would say Sweet and Sour are the better at it. I mean, what, Steel Garden, Null Command in that last one?
Brave Out's timeouts had been Brave Af's timeouts. Oh my god, had been a talking point of the previous series between you and I, and it looked like he'd got decent value out of them. I think something to consider when you look at the positions Sweet and Sour have consistently found themselves in, with some top 2 contingents through Ianto and Ticey, the identity of this team. It's sort of important to be thinking about the fact that, yeah, they've come so close and still not been able to find that 4th spot, which feels like so far down the ladder when you consider, especially those deep runs that they were making the previous year. Stuff like timeouts are so huge just to make sure that you're not getting tilted and banging your head against the wall. Because as you mentioned, a couple of these previous rounds have looked a little bit readable.
It can be. Same time though, no command on Ticey. A way to execute in towards one of these sites, especially looking at A where the Vice setup is. But as for Sweet and Sour, they need to try and identify where the Vice has gone. using that 0-point knife to clear out towards wine to make sure there's no setup and passive information being used by Pixel Lumina.
It's a committal of the null command towards the B site. Defo jumping across, now playing from stairs as Spawn is cordoned off. It's Styx that's holding ground with Simply by his side. They seem to have done enough. The defenders still yet to flood back in from Spawn, so Styx solo on site, but well supported when the ult comes in. It's only Ianto left. 7 bullets in the chamber. The magazine, I should say. He picks up a new Vandal, trying to look for a little more. Ianto, second kill. 2 deep now in a 2v1. But the final few shots can't land, so Laser will set Pixel Lumina up for their third.
I think they're doing well here at all in. I mean, it's just a retake with an ultimate. What else can really be said here? I mean, Sweet and Sour, they try and fake A with a 0-point knife, clear it out, but all in, the site hold's just good, and it comes down to the deathmatch.
And they've also got all of that global utility from the Vice, just means they can expend an extra body towards B, which was really huge in that round. Now Sweet and Sour onto an eco right off the back of the timeout.
Yeah.
Rough position.
And players not being caught by the knife from the defense. Maniac though, looking to try and go a little bit further, but again it comes down to these fights that go either way.
Ticey perhaps a little bit rash in just jumping past the wall there. Means that the rest of the team can't quite recoup with him, and so finally they're starting to make their way out. Pixel Lumina have been really slow in some of these rotates too, so there are gaps to exploit.
Diseased, flashed up, no way in, and yet the trades spot on. I mean, again, we spoke about it before, has it? Fundamentally intense, and the trades are just being that little bit better on Pixel Lumina's side these past couple rounds.
Yeah, it's 4 from 5 and 4 from 5 as far as each team is concerned in the rounds that they've picked up. And you look at how things have so quickly changed. We have Armageddon's up for both sides. Steel Garden for Sweet and Sour. I mean, they have the tools. They've had 60 seconds to speak about it. You've got to be looking further forwards than just the one gun round. So, interested to see what they bring to the table here as it's Maniac on the prowl.
I mean, realistically, it's only Viti that you can find here, but it would be a massive pick if you could get rid of the smokes.
I mean, just the position alone is huge for information.
Oh, the fact that the players, the trigger discipline, and Viti finally comes through, but it's not
two.
before Maniac gets the second, which is a disaster for Sweet and Sour.
Just didn't react quite quickly enough, and that's it. That's literally the difference in the round. The 1 kill picked up by Maniac, and now look at where the defenders are set up. You've got Almo playing off of the Vice utility, and 2 players towards A. One is short, but then Styx has a deep position in Wine. It's a difficult clear, and it may be overlooked by Sweet and Sour. I mean, that's if they don't head into the Sentinel util on the other side of the map, which has now gone down.
Yeah. I mean, try to activate Disease locking through. Ianto now up close. Almost and he smokes. The timing, it just doesn't work out. Doesn't go for it. And now we're looking at the actual time of the round, and there's not a lot left.
Yeah, and Pixel Lumina have this 1-player lean towards A, so it's a 2-on-2, and Styx is still not cleared out in main.
Yeah, now time very low. You're looking at 4 seconds as the minimum before that spike can go down, and as it tries to be attempted, it's immediately stopped by Styx. A win out by Pixel Lumina, and after such a great start by Sweet and Sour, it has all fallen apart at the seams. Threads being pulled by the defence, and Sweet and Sour need to somehow show a couple of rounds to get an advantage here in the last 2 remaining rounds.
Yeah, Pixel Lumina have brought us level, and it's just through simple things being done pretty well. I'm liking the setup that they have on the map in terms of re-aggression. It's nothing crazy, but even Styx just having the presence of mind to insert himself in Wine when Sweet and Sour aren't really doing too much on the map. These mid-rounds are looking so chaotic. I mean, I know Ianto was in the side in the first stage. He got brought out, and they were really just deciding who is it that we want to play with in this lineup. They've committed to having him here, and I have to say, it doesn't feel like his read has been the best so far coming out of that first quarter.
I like this one though. Playing it through mids. The players now that are on B are stuck in a crunch realistically. You look at this, Simply also supported by Almo, and he's gone. Now you're just putting it all on the tail.
What?
And as they come through, he's still managing to get 2. Now a 3 versus 3 and upgrades to be had for Sweet and Sour. How do they push this round to the finish?
Styx still has both flashes to re-engage. I want to see him use this utility to really set up Maniac.
First shot missed. Maniac bringing the refract through. Defo winning out, and the ultimate straight in to try and stop any further incursion by the lone laser. Time ticking away, and you can't help but feel with the numbers on Sweet and Sour's side that this should be done. But the last 2 remaining players are somewhat low. And this somehow walks into the realms of possibility. No way that Laser could stick this one home. There's no way that he could try and clutch this one out. Ticey's already low, 11 points of health, time as well.
No time.
And finally, Ticey comes through to get the 6th. Sweet and Sour guarantee at least even on the next half.
Yeah, the bigger point for me to take away from that round is just the amount of damage that you end up getting done in the end. I think it was a pretty decent job from Laser, again stepping into this side. But his counterpart, Ticey, in that sense, has come up with the goods. 3 kills from him, a player who back on Initiator. It's not the role you maybe would have expected him on, but he leads the line right now in terms of assists for any player since Upper Swiss. And he's going to be landing a knife immediately onto Styx to send them into this A piece, but there's a trap.
There is a trap. Somehow Sweet and Sour have managed to get through the other side of it, but it's the salvos that come through, and Alvo's spray as well. I mean, they could recover Ticey here. Defo's tried to dash in, but it's an easy clean-up in the end. We'll end up all even moving into the next half.
I mean, Sweet and Sour starting things fantastically, but then as the rounds go on, it feels like they ran out of ideas, and it just felt all too readable. Pixel Lumina with a great punish on the final round. Could that be a sign of things to come?
1 enemy remaining.
Welcome back. With a Challengers EMEA slot on the line, this first map has found itself at deadlock. 6 rounds to 6 with a mirror comp, both teams playing the Waylay, but now pressure put on Sweet and Sour's defense to find some results from what we historically know, Cairo, can be difficult to do on this half, especially with this new agent.
100%. I mean, the fact that both teams have brought it out, though, what does the implementation look differently from both teams? Nice lineups all in. And Pixelumina getting that spike down. 5v5 retake now, but Diseased gets one back in Sweet and Sour's favour.
Yeah, that's an isolated duel through mid, untradeable, no flank watch and nothing given. Pixelumina still with Maniac's position, looking set up to take the fight to Sweet and Sour. The first flash tried it, and there isn't a second one left.
Oh, Maniac being cleared out. Still able to get one, and when it comes down to it, Pixelumina out of nowhere and Shimply getting 7 and a pistol round. And you thought as well with that initial engagement that Sweet and Sour had everything that they needed.
It definitely felt that way. I like the look from Pixelumina, wanting to push the issue a little bit. Would have been nice to see Maniac go ahead and capitalize off the flash, but the refract from Defo was well timed to disengage, so it wasn't worth the risk. And that now means both teams have an attacking pistol round win under their belt. Sweet and Sour were able to channel 4 rounds consecutive off of that win. Let's see if Pixelumina can bring out something similar.
Well, it looks as if they're able to at least get the first. Well, I say it looks like it is the case. And well, more players known about, which is dragging the rotates over.
Also got Laser hanging around towards tiles. As the lurker, he's one of the players on a ghost here, so he can buy up a better weapon into the next round, which will strengthen the bonus, where you're not often given the best hand in terms of weaponry. And yeah, if he loses it here, as you do see pressure put on by Sweet and Sour in this area, it's not really a big loss either. All focus is on A main, as Maniac has already closed the gap and closed the door. It's the spike going down.
Should be easy enough now to finish it out. Ianto already getting a bit of util kill, so that's damage done there. Yeah. Still plenty more to be done though, has it, as we look at this post-plant in 4v4.
It's the spherical range of the salvos, just catching sticks on the valence. Wasn't expecting that. Let's see, can the stealth drone get through the Razor Vines? No, so that's been cut short, and less info coming back into the retake. Defo with the pistol out, onto the longer line. The Bucky, not the weapon of his choice, but maybe would have been the better option. 8 to 6, Pixelumina building into this bonus.
Yeah, they are. I guess there's some nice ideas there, but like all in all, it's hard to judge exactly what Sweet and Sour's defense looks like. But for now, this will be the round to do it, to see exactly what their plans are. A lot heavier towards this A and mid side, as Pixelumina have been playing this default towards here every single time, getting an open and pick and executing into.
It looks like a trap. I mean, Defo was set up there with the Hinder to just put anyone in slow-mo, and while he does, the placement of the KO knives has just made things so difficult as Maniac slips the net. He's gonna get his first onto Ianto, set up for Defo, second already. Maniac wants more, and well, he was on for it. Traded out, Ticey at the double, 2-on-2 situation, but a bit of silence.
Feels like whoever gets the first blood is the one who ends up losing the round, and it's looking like that way. Yeah, I don't know, I'm very confused by that. Maniac does so well, but the rest of Pixelumina just don't have the space to back it up.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour didn't fully show their hand in terms of the prefab, what they had set up on the round. It looked like a really nice punish for any contact on the orb. You saw Defo had his Hinder ability flying in over the top, the Saturate. You had a Paranoia, an underhand flash from Ticey ready as well. Same 3 agents that we're going to get towards this side, so maybe we will have a look at it if the knife can collect the info.
Every time though, it seems like Pixelumina are able to get through the other side. This is the setup that you're talking about. And no way back into A main to help support Maniac.
And it's even supported by Ianto's salvos. He just moves over towards Market, so he has the range and just forces the player to fight forwards. Only Maniac, no ult now. Not quite close to any other tools here if you're Pixel Lumina, and you're heading into the site where there are Thorns set up and Disease playing off them.
The players, as they try and come back out, you know already the setup that's lying there. As they come through and the flashes come in, Sweet and Sour, the next one's on the kill feed, but no, they've not thought about Almo activating from the switch. And Spike still being down allows Disease a chance, but it's just a chance, fleeting one. One back each way, and now we go into a 2v2 post.
Paranoia up on both sides, but Defo here also still holding on to that saturate, so could be really, really huge.
Could be, as the players walk back in. The Paranoia won't hit anybody except that the attacker one does, hits both players and creates a stall. Now Vitty, who's been good for a clutch many times before, has to try and do it on 23 points of health, and he won't be able to. As Pixel Lumina hit 9, and this advantage grows and grows.
Yeah, just 2 rounds the difference right now, but it comes in the gun round, as you say, which makes a world of difference. This one, Laser, the one that picks up the kill, and then Almo's so quick round the corner. I mean, Anto is never pre-aiming that angle, so caught completely off guard. Timeout here from Sweet and Sour on the defense. Their second now used up. They were the first team to call a break in play on the initial half. And looking at the money and taking stock of things again, that's why it was such a big swing round to win for Pixel Lumina, because there is no residual cash left over.
It's not even that though, like last time, obviously Sweet and Sour, when they came out the timeout, they weren't able to win any rounds, and now moving in towards this one, we assume that post timeout, because of the bye, that they won't be able to win again. But again, like for the defence, is there anything you're looking for them to change up? Maybe be a little bit more mid-orientated, because it has been definitely a lot of focus towards this A main for the defence.
Yeah, I think that's fine in terms of what their game plan was to try and punish it. But as you say, if there are gaps in mid, that's definitely somewhere to go. I think, you know, Waylay's utility does really let her get super aggressive and then peel back with that refract. So something to look at. The main focus of the timeout for me, I imagine, is these ults that we're getting really close to. The Armageddon and the null command on both initiators. And what it is that Braveth wants to see from his players in the next round. But here is that mid-crunch.
Still no contact. Where does the go back get pressed? And well, it seems it's going to come through Yanto, Defo, and the players in mid flashed. And now you can see Pixel Lumina trying to address this loss in player count, but struggling to.
And with it being mirror comps as well, fundamentals, you've already mentioned it, so important on Ascent. I just want to see both teams testing the protocols of one another, because that's what Sweet and Sour have effectively done here. They've pressured mid and asked the question to Pixel Lumina, where are you now finding space? The answer looks to be A, but already damage done on those players, but Pixel Lumina win both fights. Screw the damage, we're going to kill you.
Yeah, exactly, and also take the site for free. Even having to invest the null command, maybe feeling a bit of pressure, doesn't feel necessary at the time just now because of the utility still in pocket for Pixel Lumina. Sweet and Sour might be calling quits to this and thinking about dying to the spike.
Yeah, I mean, still a possibility perhaps to remove some weapons on the way out. They've got both of those ults that I was talking about up. Ianto, the only player alive to potentially use it. Deny a free walk out of this space, but even then I don't think it's worth the paper the idea would be written on if you even were to go for it. So Pixel Lumina do get double digits. And Sweet and Sour have shown us a different look of how this defense can function, but round 18 is the one that I'm looking at. What are they actually going to set up with here with the ults that they have? Well, and the ults that they're up against as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you make, is like, what contingency plans are we seeing from both teams actually, not just Pixel Lumina, because of the null command and both teams having the Armageddon. Maniac can easily combine that with Shimply.
It's a 4-1 division of labor on the attack side. Laser holding down B solo, potentially just expecting the Vision Strikers variation, the Waylay dashing over the top of Link. But with that now conceded, you're looking at lineups, getting ready to go back to the strat book and see how they can take this A site. Suppression on Viti means there's no vision block, but the Thorns will stay up.
I mean, that's the only saving grace, right? Buy yourself a little bit of time.
And Ticey with this null command as well. Yeah. You know, it's preemptive, but it stopped them dead in their tracks. The question is, can Sweet and Sour find strong positions to hold from to defend this site when the execute comes in? Because the execute is coming in.
Exactly. I mean, Pixel Lumina have stuck around. They've not really mid-rounded much apart from sent a drone towards mid. And it's not pulled anybody off of the A site. So this is going to be a big question
30 seconds
as to what utility we get in response.
Ianto has his ult on the salvos as well. The setup to try and defend this. Disease in the corner, suppressed and blind. Now taken down as Maniac is the hot knife through butter, which slices through the center of sight. Down to the final 10 seconds and the spike still not yet arriving. Ticey with heavy wall penetration would have been looking to maybe remove it, but they elect for the safe option. Laser gets away with getting the spike on the ground. And so this is number 11.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you even get back into this one? Again, like, you'd be asking Defo to go and save his operator here.
And to sort of like look at the details a little bit there as well. We were so focused on the execute happening, and you know, hindsight's 20/20, whatever. But Sweet and Sour had all of the info. Defo was set up in B main with the op, watching that line towards tiles. They had the Vice Wall placed in market, so no one could walk through the middle of the map without the info. And of course, with Defo's aforementioned position, he's in a really strong place to cut that one off. And still, it didn't feel like Sweet and Sour was set up to defend the site with 4 players in that area. I mean, Ianto was kind of second guessing it, playing rotate. And the response was just not there.
Yeah, I agree. Oh well, with that being said, you're now looking at the 12. And I mean, what tools do you realistically have to work with? Like, as you said, like the ultimates that have been used. I mean, Sweet and Sour are left like in a really tough spot. Sure, you could maybe get the Steel Garden to bring things back down to size on a retake, but are you realistically going to have the numbers? Because Sweet and Sour have been hemorrhaging players every single time an execute comes through.
It's Defo through the looking glass once more, trying to tie everything together through the middle of the map. He started the round on short. He has rotated over and left Viti by himself. 1 kill away from paving out the Rainbow Road as it looks, or the Convergent Paths as it's known. Anything to give incentive to this round, a catalyst to create something for Sweet and Sour, because right now it is rifles into an empty A site.
That it is. Spike though, still to yet make its way through as the rest of the players on Pixel Lumina dot their I's, cross their T's, make sure that spike can go down safely. Now Laser under pressure.
He's just got to disengage, buy as much time as you possibly can, while the rest of Sweet and Sour play chase. And, well, Ticey does pick up that kill, so now the pressure has been alleviated off the flank. Pixel Lumina haven't quite started fighting forwards just yet, but Sweet and Sour read it. Steel Garden goes in. Defo does get his kill eventually. And all of a sudden, the defenders burst to life. Ianto with a double. Maniac's Classic can't do niche against these guys right now. And so that will be number 8, and it comes at an impeccable time.
Yeah, and it's what I spoke about, right? Like, Sweet and Sour, they can't hemorrhage player numbers, and if they can get in towards the next round, or sorry, if they can get in towards the retake and a 5 versus 5, use the Steel Garden, they'll be in prime position, and that's exactly the case.
Use of Defo's ult as well. The Waylay ultimate means that they are short-handed in terms of those heavy hitters into these last few rounds. That's where Pixel Lumina should really be looking to stretch those margins and gain an advantage, as once again this combo of Teho and KO utility has made it so easy for the attack to just take control of A main.
Attack taking their time with clearing out. I mean, with the drone heading through mid, it just gives you an identifier about where the purpose is right now on the default.
And with both of these comps being a mirror of one another as well, you've definitely seen how that A main interaction has looked. It's, oh my god, been a case of, yeah, just maybe trying to re-engage later in the round. It comes through short instead. That's Defo dead with the op. It's all on Viti.
Yeah, he needs to try and stand and make sure to get Sweet and Sour into a position where they're at least even on this retake. As the players finally come in to support, Maniac gets rid of Ticey, and Pixel Lumina get rid of Sweet and Sour. Now just one player remains, and it's Diseased.
Has Thorns to keep a player in position and a flash to re-engage. A couple of tools still might not be enough.
Well, needs to find something here, or it will be 12. And the bio in the next round doesn't look amazing. It doesn't fill you with much hope at all. And Diseased is going to give it a go, but the players swing out and they'll grab 12. Remember, this is Sweet and Sour's pick, not Pixel Lumina's. And they're looking to steal away their opponent's pick.
And they're very close to doing so as well now on map point. With a Challengers EMEA slot on the line and at the end of the tunnel, how many times have we spoke of a Sweet and Sour yet to fulfill the prophecy of becoming a top cut team in this region? Looking at those long-term goals, the fact that they are without an organization does make a difference, but into the final of the half, or as it could be, aggression expected. It's a little late as Defo comes in. Link, Laser getting just the one. That's a pretty nice setup from Sweet and Sour. The game plan on this round, effective.
Yeah, now it's all about pivoting in towards A and where you can go from here. But it is a 2 versus 4, and you're asking a lot. The thing about Styx being the luck as well is the fact that his ultimate is giving him away.
Simply was just trying to go for the quick pop on the stealth drone. Land a suppression, couldn't do it. Heaven empty. Styx moving up short, needed to win that fight. That was the chance of the round. If you can stop one side of this retake, then maybe there was an opportunity. But Defo snatches it back for himself. And there are 3 more rounds to play as far as Sweet and Sour are concerned.
And that's the way they should be looking at it. I mean, the thing is, though, with the way that if the defense keep winning, it's going to eventually come back to bite the attack and the economy. It won't for now, probably not for the next couple. The thing for me, the ultimates. What did we have to separate these 2 teams? We have a Steel Garden, and we have the Whaley ulti as well. Timeout being brought forward, Pixel Lumina wanting to chat about things, just to make sure that they can get this over the line, just before Sweet and Sour come back into us.
Yeah, I mean, this is a golden opportunity, Cairo. Map 1 in the series, tone setter, it's Ascent. Both teams have brought out the same comp, and I think Pixel Lumina, for what it's worth, have looked a little bit better on it. It's kind of hard to say, to be honest, from the rounds that we've seen, because it doesn't feel like there's been too much strategical depth, I think, or at least in terms of like extended preparation. Both teams have tried that, you know, light speed dash in towards Link and pressure the B main side. Sweet and Sour also brought out that, you know, quite nice punish with the hinder in A main, but they've kind of realized now that against this comp, if Pixel Lumina want to fight for A main, they're going to take it every single time. Like, you don't have the free roam there. And so changing things up a little bit, full focus on B, and well, Sweet and Sour have read this like a book.
Seems as if they have. But again, we've seen this many a time before. A good read, but nothing to back it up. Players losing fights, and well, Steel Garden in. Now, there's only Viti that's really being caught there, and the players that are surrounding the site will back off.
Maniac flashed into a danger area, still has the Waylay ult to try and fight back through with, but Yanto goes down. So much of that initiator utility yet to be used and can't find a place in the retake. Viti, one back. Here comes the ultimate. Pixel Lumina wanting to take the duel to the doorstep of Sweet and Sour, and they're starting to win those fights.
They are, and now Almo looking to waste time in main. In fact, no, he's done more than that. He's even claimed Viti's life. Ticey, low in health, diseased, stuck on an operator. You're looking at Sweet and Sour's chances, and they do not look good. Look at Maniac, a player who has been absolutely lights out, puts Sweet and Sour's light out, and sends us to map 2.
Yeah, it's brilliant work from Maniac there as well. Yeah, this is a player who, in this side, was always going to be a highlight. I think someone who was there in Ascension 2024 representing Barca and moving from one historic org to another, an org with history, in the sense that you've got the old guard of East here, both the Hungarian contingent and now predominantly Polish one. I think he's fit the bill perfectly. As I said earlier in the match, he's given definition to that duelist role. I think the Waylay's been a pretty decent look for him as well in terms of how they wanted to set him up with the KO too from Styx. I'm really happy with that Pixel Lumina performance, but for Sweet and Sour, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, exactly. Now as we move in towards map 2, what do they have? But, I mean, there's some people who will still want to talk about map number 1, the analyst desk. Let's chuck it over to them and see what they think.
We certainly do. That was a really good performance from Pixel Lumina. I'm sure you'll agree with me, but things are now looking a bit scary for Sweet and Sour, who, moving on to their opponent's map pick, they haven't won this map for 3 months.
Yeah, it's not gonna look great, but that Ascent, I think it was amazing for Pixel Lumina. And simply, I wasn't quite familiar with his game. I think that Teo looked brilliant on him, Maniac on that Waylay as well. Don't get me wrong, I think Defo was amazing with that Waylay as well. A lot of those dashes that he was able to kind of mess up the situation that Pixel Lumina had. But Pixel Lumina, I think they were just on top of their game. They got the defensive side back to their control after the timeout. They won a round, they lost one after that, but after that they pretty much got the whole half done, backed. And their attacking side was amazing. The executes were brilliant, and even though I think Sweet and Sour were kinda on top of their game, Pixel Lumina was always one step ahead, and I feel like Sweet and Sour here and there, they kinda didn't have that proactiveness that you would need in those situations.
Yeah, I think you will see that reflected when we do take a look at the leaderboard after that game. I think Pixel Lumina were just kind of on top of things, you know? They looked like a very well-drilled team on this map. There were a lot of rounds where they just, I don't know, knew what Sweet and Sour were going to be throwing at them, and I think there were a lot of set plays from Sweet and Sour, which maybe were easier to kind of predict. I don't know, something from Pixel Lumina. It was a genuinely impressive performance from this team. I like what I'm seeing, and this is definitely, if they keep that momentum up, absolutely going to take them to Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, and I think Pixel Lumina actually had a lot of set plays as well, especially on that defensive side. The classic Vision Strikers play, like Haza mentioned, on B-Link. Somehow, even though Defo was kind of ready for it, it somehow worked in the favor of Pixel Lumina. They found two picks against one pick, and I think it was amazing to see how this, well, for me, a roster that is not as favored as Sweet and Sour, a roster that is not seasoned as these other rosters might be here. they came together, they were brilliant, they had a lot of good fundamentals as well, and I think I have few Telestrator segments to show how their fundamentals were great, how they were able to actually win against Sweden and Sour. This is one of the greatest rounds that I saw from Pixel Lumina. It's nothing insane, it's nothing set plays, but how Styx plays with Simply on B side. Sweden Sour, there's gonna be a fast execute, obviously Defo coming in. Simply, Styx, they're like, okay, we gotta group up into the side. But the thing that makes this play is the assist from Almo. This one smoke right here. This is what does everything for Pixel Lumina, because Styx and Simply, they just have to stay alive so these players can rotate into the side. And look at how Styx actually plays around this smoke. Obviously Simply great frags, but Styx just sticking around there. Great flash, underhand, goes for the kill, finds the kill, and in the end it's Yanto, solo player alive, and sure, he can find few picks here and there, but it's not quite enough in the end. I think that was brilliant on the defensive side, because that wasn't the only round that Pixel Lumina kind of played like that. But there's another round that Pixel Lumina played great. I think the overall round setup wasn't that good. Pixel Lumina were heavily focused on A lobby. They didn't make any pressure here or here. Defo got a hold on B lobby. But I think Sweden Sour, they weren't proactive enough. Here, Ianto, I think what makes a good player to a great player is calling this Armageddon in A lobby when there's 30 seconds on the clock and all the information that you've gotten is that there's players A lobby, but they can't quite make that call. And even though there's a stacked side that Pixel Lumina's gonna play against, look at this setup that they have. Double ultimates. Let's just say Viti got Valoranted in the side here, and a bit of an unfortunate situation for Deceased as well. Gets flashed by Tyce, his own teammate, doesn't quite get that trade, but it's incredible how detailed setup, how good of a ult play setup they Pixel Lumina has on the side, that even though there's a stack, even though there's many players close, there's an Armageddon that is coming through as well. They still win out that side, and Maniac is able to get those 2 picks instantly.
Yeah, well, I think Sweet and Sour will be very glad that they are a team with a lot of reps, because they are moving on to a map where they have not really had a lot of success recently. 3 months it's been since their last victory on this map, and it was against Unsigned. You know, it was against a team that hasn't really ever made it that far in this kind of tournament. It's not a team that you would put up for, you know, Challengers EMEA on this one. And yeah, for Pixel Lumina, I think this is going to look pretty good. It's going to be scary for Sweet and Sour, but either way, we'll be back with Map 2 after this very short break.
package, sign my deal, I pay my dues, affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitate.
Alright, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, everybody. It might be the end of the playoffs day 5 here right now, because we're heading into map 2 of this second series, and Pixel Lumina have already knocked Sweet and Sour off balance. They're now going in for the haymaker. That's not a haymaker, that's an uppercut. As they move in towards the Haven, their own map pick. Sweet and Sour have not historically done so well on this map recently, so it's a scary one. And for Pixel Lumina, you know, we didn't really expect such a quick kind of start to the series. I think both of us, you know, we knew that Pixel Lumina had it in them, but being able to get that first map, I think, surprised both of us there.
Yeah, and they get to go to their own map pick, which is great, obviously. Sweet and Sour, they haven't won recently in this map, but I think we cannot understate the enemies that they have played against here. Enterprise Esports and Zero Tenacity, they are not easy teams to fight against in this map, but I do think Sweet and Sour, they need to up their proactiveness. I think that was kind of missing on that map. There was a few great rounds. I'm gonna be honest, I think there were really great rounds for Sweet and Sour, but Pixel Lumina, they were a step ahead. In Haven, you just have to move the map so much better. And when you're going against Simplies and Maniacs, Yoru ISO combo, you have to be up on your aiming game, because Maniac, Simply, both were amazing in that first map. And when you come from that momentum to a composition that includes Yoru and ISO and heavy basis on that aim, I think it's gonna be a scary look for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, this is, you know, backs against the wall. This is kind of the time where if you're going to bring out a second wind, now is the time to do it. But for Sweet and Sour, they fell at the same hurdle last split. This was the exact same time that they lost out. I think it was to Metisport that time around. Again, a team that, you know, we didn't really expect to get, well, it's not that we didn't expect them to get into Challengers EMEA, it's just they were 4th seed. They were not the kind of team that we were like, this is definitely going to be a Challengers EMEA team. I think we're feeling the same way about Pixel Lumina, and now Sweet and Sour once again just losing to this team in this kind of similar fashion. I don't know, something about it seems very, very, you know, deja vu to me.
Yeah. I mean, if there's something good that we can say about Sweet and Sour, at least their first map against Pixel Lumina wasn't 13-2 like it was against Metisport, so there is definitely some hope. Sweet and Sour, like we said, it's a great team. I think Defo actually had a decent showing on that first map. I think there was a lot of good, like, highlights that a lot of these players did, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. It wasn't consistent throughout the map. Yeah, you can have a great round, you can have great 2 rounds, you can maybe find a clutch, but if you're not consistent throughout the whole map, it's gonna be really rough for you. And I think when we go to Haven, we just need to see Sweet and Sour get more rounds together in that defensive side, be able to buy that operator for Defo, and maybe find picks throughout that operator, finding a great position for Defo, being able to actually exploit that. But then again, you have ISO on the opposing side, which kind of negates the power of the operator, because you have that ISO shield. You cannot shoot through that with the operator. So it's a great counter against Defo as well.
Yeah, another stat that I'm just looking at, you might have seen me adding things up in my head there for a second, is that Sweet and Sour had, you know, the lion's share of first kills in that map as well, like by a decent margin as well. Ticey went 5-1 for first kills to first deaths specifically, and yet not converting those rounds a lot of the time when they got the first kill. So I think it is the late round in which they are kind of failing at. They're getting those first kills, but Maniac is also getting quite a few first kills as well, but especially, you know, anybody but Maniac seems to be kind of getting killed first, and then Sweet and Sour, you know, lose that advantage somewhere in the middle of that round. So I think that is definitely, I mean, it's way too easy for me to go, I'm looking at the stats, that's where they need to improve. I'm sure, you know, the coach will be, you know, coming up with a better game plan than that, but I think that is definitely something that I'm seeing that needs to be patched up a little bit.
I mean, definitely. I think you're on the right path. Like, if you find that many entries, you should be able to capitalize off of those entries. And if you're not, something is wrong. And I think Sweet and Sour, they had their struggles in the mid game. They couldn't quite call for... I would say for an educated guess ultimate, it's a rough call, but you have to sometimes make those calls. You don't want to rely just on information that you know 100%, but you have to make educated guesses based on your knowledge of the other side of the map, and from that be step ahead of Pixel Lumina, because I think that's something that you need on this map. No changes on this composition. Pixel Lumina running that Yoru ISO composition, haven't lost a single map this year in Haven. Sure, they haven't played against the greatest teams. They played against Metisport, which I think is a notable opponent, especially in Haven. 13-7. I think that's a good point, but it's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, it's Pixel Lumina's map pick. We're going to head on to this one. Hazard and Cairo, please take it away.
Thanks, guys. Look, the last time that Sweet and Sour were able to pick up Haven was an overtime win 3 months ago in the 3rd round of Upper Swiss against Unsigned. So that says quite a lot about their performances on this one, but I think you've also got to be considering what Pixel Lumina are going to bring to the table for us here. Yes, it's undefeated, but so many times we have seen this ISO Yoru comp have its difficulties.
Yeah, especially against the traditional comp. Fair enough, it's not fully traditional with Defo being on a Neon, but yeah, as you said, like I do have my suspicions and my concerns about what Pixel Lumina are bringing forward. Shimply and Maniac did start that last map and finish the last map absolutely excellently. Let's see if they can continue that form moving into Haven.
And to just carry on the duelist conversation very quickly, Defo was playing Neon on this map for Valiant in France almost all of last year. Feast or famine for those opening duels, of which Sweet and Sour enjoyed quite a lot. The C-site coming in, already he skids straight past the first of the targets, looking for more, still in the corner, staying alive. That's the name of the game for Laser. HUD a little bit behind, but it's a 4-on-2. Pixel Lumina with the advantage.
Yeah, it was just dancing between the angles, didn't know quite where to look, but as you said, was able to keep himself alive. So 2 players to the good coming back in. We look at the utility, just take count of what both teams have. Ticey will probably have a stun up pretty soon to be used as a delay and a breach bomb. As for the defense, they have next to nothing.
It's a very disciplined position from Maniac as well, expecting someone on the Sweet and Sour side to go hunting for that first kill, to give them one back in the conversation, make it feel doable. But here are the defenders. They have arrived. Sweet and Sour trying to fend it off. It's only Ticey now to try and do that with a classic in hand. Still 3 targets in front. He's nailed the first couple. But Pixel Lumina trade, as they have been able to do so effectively. It is their 2nd pistol round in this series, and the perfect way to start off defender side in Haven.
Exactly, get yourself looking good. Laser here in the corner, not accounted for. And yeah, apart from that, like it just is very well played by Pixel Lumina. Again, it comes down to these fights where they're able to trade down pretty effectively. Sweet and Sour though, I went for something different, and they're actually bringing through a 4-spy.
And to very quickly build on what I was setting up in the previous round, I want to see what the spacing looks like for Sweet and Sour. Defo slides in so often. He's been doing this for the last couple of years now in terms of how he plays the duelist on Haven, the Neon. You had Viti TPing topside on C the previous round, and he will be paired up with his CIS counterpart in mid. It's a C split this time, but the Cypher setup is there.
Yeah. And it seems that Pixel Lumina have a fairly good read on this. They're starting to get the Yoru of Maniac into possession. The spam not quite hitting, and Sweet and Sour already getting the first one on the board, and these stingers are starting to really hurt. Now, I mean, you're coming back into this, and Sweet and Sour have probably already won the round.
They have already run the round, Cairo. I'll go ahead and say it as it is. This is just a classic NA purchase. I mean, we see it in America so often. Teams will go buy stingers and send a rush. It's really not that common in EMEA, and it's something that Pixel Lumina have been completely caught off guard by here in terms of what's being done. Nothing too exceptional, just a little bit of a pause at the spawn barrier, so not to give away the illusion of any kind of instant rush. And then calling it in on C. Very well played.
Exactly that. A lobby fight though is where we put our eyes to now, as Pixelumina look to start with some sort of defense resistance, but Defo looking to push this envelope.
Oh, it's Maniac that hits the killer blow though. And that's a Vandal that will be picked up by Ticey. Did have a player on a pistol if I'm not mistaken, or actually it was a Stinger I think. So no real upgrades for Pixelumina in that sense if you did want to go ahead and run that down, but you can already see Disease doing work on C long, calling for the rest of his team.
That is the question, right? Is it worth going and picking up? But as you said, like, now that Pixelumina, if they can catch the players moving up on towards C, they're going to be pretty late to this party. So it's about how Sweet and Sour now set up the post plan and try and spend next to no utility now.
Look, whether they pick it up or not, which Styx has, my point more so was that how much value is that Stinger actually going to give you coming into this retake? He has a drone. He's probably the player that wants to set up the rest of the team. Sweet and Sour are quite lax in terms of how they're holding this. They're just playing on site. They've not taken any extra ground towards Garage. Laser could be a thorn in their side, though.
Yeah, although players are considering that Garage push, as the players out CT find something to work with. Into the smoke they go on these advantages. Oh no, taking the player off the spike. Unfortunately, it was a reload for Almo. A clutch in the end, but that got far too close for comfort.
That's perfect target selection from Ianto as well. His recon lighting up the player in the smoke just takes a moment to isolate Styx. It's fantastic, but that's not the main takeaway from the round. It's that Sweet and Sour were pushed far too close.
Yes.
It's an op now up for Maniac. One of the best guns that he plays with. He's an opera at heart. We've just not seen him be able to use it just yet.
And I don't think we'll see him get that first engagement just yet as the players now start to send it towards A, but he is being proactive and is taking long space on C.
Yeah, he's going to set himself up here quite nicely, so it should be almost a full rotation for Pixelumina. A couple of players in the herd caught by the Rolling Thunder. Almo playing inside his own one-way, still yet to get cleared out. Styx needed something because Ianto's found it all. A triple from the Guardian.
Spike planted.
Second round in a row. Maniac was trying to flank. That op is best tinfoil wrapped and saved for another time.
I think as well the fact that Sweet and Sour don't get to find out that there was an operator existing on this round is something that will be nice for Pixelumina to work with in the next round. Although this A site looks a little bit vulnerable, I guess the team looks more vulnerable to just straight up executes. The pacing so far from the Sweet and Sour been pretty good.
It's also a decision that you have to make as the defense in terms of how you hold the site. There, I think they had a lot more confidence in Almo's position inside that one-way smoke that I was talking about. But the issue is, he can't really support the rest of his team unless Styx lands a recon, because you have to drop, you have the movement error. Sure, he gets one, but it's not really all too useful, especially if he's not blinding out of there either. The point to make is this comp that they have is really good for flooding if you can keep backside control. You have that undercut coming in, the shocks, the reveal. It's so good at, you know, immediately hitting the site. They have managed to keep some guns here. Sweet and Sour are looking a bit better for ults. Well, in saying that, they have one up, but actually Pixelumina do have quite a few ult points. Simply and Maniac both one off.
Fury straight away being used by the attack. And Maniac's top though is the first one to get a pick. Still though, we are at a pause as we still wait for Styx to activate, and he doesn't. So now, with the operator gone and Styx gone, Pixelumina don't have a lot to work with.
They don't. It's a cage towards spawn side as well, so audibles given and actually a trap put in play. Does get destroyed, but simply spammed out. Now you're down to your last couple of players trying to recover anything that you possibly can here. Laser with one, Almo another, but
Out of charges.
it's all on the Nord now to save them. And the positions make it difficult. I say that. The spike plant is not great at all.
Yeah.
Yanto can win the round for Sweet and Sour in the end, though, and that's the gun bite. Completely smoldered.
Yeah, I agree. I think like what we're seeing right now is a real weakness in the setup for Pixel Lumina with holding this A side. And I hate to be that guy that's like, well, actually, guys, it's a comp diff, but it is, because right now Pixel Lumina have no stopping power here. You look at this composition and what it's famed for. It's the combinations in utility, and this A side unbelievably weak. Pixel Lumina, and they really need to get a grasp on that.
Yeah, well, while we have seen a slight change in the fact that ISO now only has one undercut, with it receiving a buff for a suppression being the trade-off, it's less spammable, right? So you really have to be thinking about when and where you want to use it. That makes Simply's positioning in the middle of the map that much more effective, because he can be really quick to rotate to either side of the map. But that's control that you need to hold on to. Sweet and Sour haven't particularly threatened it all too much. But as you say, I mean, I would say it's less of a comp diff in my eyes and more just the way that Pixel Lumina have been trying to play it. They haven't fully understood the pacing of some of these rounds. Sweet and Sour are so quick to execute on this A side of the map. I honestly wouldn't hate a bigger stack in that area, just then playing for the rotation as the mid round takes place.
Yeah, I would agree. But now, like, Sweet and Sour have created that conditioning at the end of the day. Although that one undercut has done its job in stopping a push on towards the A side.
Yeah, it's full A lobby control, and with Maniac having that gate crash TP up for a little bit longer, he can be a little more present here. Laser tries to take the duel with the one rifle that the defense was holding on to, but they're very quickly flattened outside of C, as Simply's the next one to be given his marching orders. 3 sheriffs back into it, but Sweet and Sour have expansive control.
Yeah. I mean, what else do you do here? Ticey not addressed with that drone, although losing a player in mid puts Ticey in a really difficult spot. Almo needs to be careful. It wins out the duel. And now with the dimensional drift, pointing out exactly where players are, Pixel Lumina can go into a position where this is winnable. Waiting for Almo to get his chance to swing out, and when he does, Defo's there, and now he's not. Neither is the rest of Sweet and Sour. It will be 2 for the defense.
And it's such a big pickup for Pixel Lumina as well. Maniac, they're able to be the heretic that says, you know what, we invest the Yoru ult here because I think we've got a damn good chance. As it stood, a 3 versus 2 situation in their favor. But as we've seen before, Sweet and Sour trying to play bodies on the site rather than any kind of post. Not having a Teho, of course. So I think that is one of the risks that you take. And even with the space that they had, it was just Ticey there, so he's a little bit caught out. Almo with a huge play.
Massive indeed. I mean, faking out presence towards the A side. Nobody's really there to have heard any of the audibles, I think.
And the difference is this time, they don't use the ISO undercut. They hold on to it, having threatened that it could get thrown in with a shock or something in the prior round. There's a much stronger setup towards C, and with Almo in the cubby on long, he's hearing all of this info of the walk-up. They know Garage is under threat, but Maniac is holding on with the op.
Doesn't want to pull the trigger.
I mean, Defo spots it and says, you know what, I don't want anything to do with this, let's go A.
Yeah, but now the A side is so weak, right? You look towards the positioning of Pixel Lumina, they're starting to get an idea, but how quickly can they get themselves into position on A?
First of the traps already gone, and this problem point for Pixel Lumina needs to save face this time. Laser makes a mess of the situation. And with the tap of the spike coming in, there is a response. Undercut went in. It was used for double damage, but that bolt doesn't land from Styx's ult. So with 30 seconds left to play, it is the spike planter taken out again. Simply this time with the kill contract, as Sweet and Sour are yet to get this one down. A drop in with the Sheriff in hand. It's messy, but Maniac's got it done. Ticey and Ianto in the 2v1. The two players from the top two last stage looking to make an EMEA spot, and it's Ianto with something from top draw that has done exactly that.
That round was, I hate to say it as it, and I hate to be harsh, but it was absolute slop. Some of these fights ended up going a way in which I'd never expected them to. And then Ianto with a little bit of class in the end. And I like the idea from Pixelum, right? They invest their ultimates to make the attack sweat, create that delay. And in the end, they nearly get it done. It's just like the fact that they invested so much to not get the result they wanted is going to leave them so, I guess, thinly cut moving into the next few rounds.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen the free cam there floating over the site with all of those flashes coming through. Pixel Lumina on this round with a couple of rifles, one on Styx outside of a lobby, and one on Laser tucked to this corner, which he's so commonly played in Garage. Both within proximity of players, but Sweet and Sour are yet to make their move.
Oh, Styx. He could get more here. It was a possibility, but unfortunately doesn't work out their way. But with that spike dropped, Pixel Lumina know that they need to try and lean heavier. Laser with the timing of a sentry as well.
With the neural theft used and the biometrics uplinked, now Pixel Lumina know where these final three players on Sweet and Sour are, and their suspicions have been confirmed. It's bodies on the A site. No one of these attackers yet looking to try and creep up closer, but it's this flood out of spawn that could be everything.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder doesn't account for Almo, and he doesn't get the kills that he's looking for. Now the stall comes through, and the players in CT are going to have to try and walk back into the site with their tail between their legs. I mean, one player already revealed it's all easy for Sweet and Sour as they grab 6, and Pixel Lumina cannot get a grasp in this half.
We really need more from Almo there. I hate to be the guy that points his finger. This was a great start to the round, I think, in terms of just what the setup looked like from Pixel Lumina. Maniac does have to play with an air more caution in terms of how he was approaching A there too, I think. Knowing that you are just the one bit of info, the probe behind enemy lines to give you that heads up. And as I said already, that from the flank there when no one's looking, that was your chance.
A lobby fight 1. With the Sweet and Sour going out. Looks towards mid. Almo standing up high.
He spots the tracers, but doesn't see the players flooding behind it. Now Defo leading the stampede through Garage. But Pixel Lumina playing offsite. There is a trap which could be useful for a kill if a player was to try and push through this, but still Sweet and Sour pathing log side instead. Getting right up in the grill of the defense before this is even moved to post. And mid-reload, Defo takes his timing. Ticey off the back of it. A 1-2 punch down the throat of C-Link. Finally playing the objective. Now they've got numbers. And well, Sweet and Sour want more. They head further into defender's spawn and find continued results. This could end flawless. And while it doesn't quite, that was an exceptionally well played attacking exhibition.
But for me, Hazard, this is exactly how I expect Sweet and Sour to play, because if I think towards other 3-site maps that they've always been good at, I think towards Lotus, for instance, this is what they like to do. They like to play on the front foot, and unsurprisingly enough, Pixel Lumina are going to time out once again because they're not getting a hold of this match at all.
And this is something that Pixel Lumina should be prepared for as well. You even saw the setup in the previous round. Laser had a trap for backside. You know, he wasn't trying to get aggressive with it at all. But I think that there's sort of like two ways about it. You either commit to what we just saw and you give up space, threatening the possibility that Sweet and Sour just snowball their way right at your neck, or you show a little bit more aggression. Because while we've seen, you know, a little bit of this A lobby fight, Pixel Lumina haven't really done all too much with that space once they've ended up getting it. You know, they could probably be depositing Maniac a lot more if he wants to TP out. And it's that conversation as well where, you know, if a team is trying to rush straight into you, if you can take that timing before them and be a bit more aggressive, then that can give you the drop at times. And I think right now we're getting sort of the muddy middle ground that just isn't working.
The muddy middle ground, yeah. Well, it takes a lot to get out of the mud sometimes, and I mean, look at this. Pixel Lumina have actually forced in a couple of rifles here on which to work with. Unfortunately for Styx, he's not hit the mark. Ayanto has, and the entry picks are very easy for Sweet and Sour to deal with. Schlimply's not getting a share of shots that he's looking for. And at the end of the day, that's probably the easiest round you're probably going to get in your career.
Yeah, I don't know about it being easiest whole career, but definitely one of them. And shrimply put, I just felt like there wasn't too much thought behind that from Pixel Lumina. Yeah, it was aggressive, but it was more of just a mid walk up and a little bit of presence on long. I mean, you force a couple rifles, you can still afford 5 here. But we need to see that utility that's now available to Pixel Lumina actually have some more value.
Oh, this is a nice spot though. Maniac
nice.
Playing in an off position, catches Defo off guard.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. These hyper-aggressive positions that can counter Defo trying to make that opener. Sure, he can gap close, but he's got to cross that gap first.
Oh, Laser's just caught Ticey there. And with the trap being destroyed, you can see the pivot now to hold the garage jump up.
Cage triggered.
Cage for the backside control. Maniac, Simply, Laser, all of them brawling from this position. And as the flood comes in, I mean, it's just perfectly played by Pixel Lumina.
Yeah, it's what you're expecting. I mean, and they've caught players off guard. Now, how do you do that elsewhere in the map? Do you do something similar? What does Sweet and Sour do to counter you? We've got ultimates now as well. Third time out of the first half. Not often you get to say that.
That's a bit crazy. That is a bit crazy. But when you actually look at it, in this situation, Sweet and Sour, they've got an extra one here to use. If you can really maximize this attack side coming onto the defense where they have historically struggled, I think it's probably the main reason why we don't see this map from them too often and that their record is as abysmal as it is. Yeah, you're literally just hoping to try and get the 9th here off of the timeout with the tools that you've got. And more importantly, how are you going to deal with what Pixel Lumina have? Because they've got that dimensional drift, they have the kill contract, both ISO and Yoru ultimates, and they've made life difficult for the attack before with this.
I think for me as well, like the big thing that I'm thinking about right now is that that 4th round for the defense, right? Because 8-4 versus 9-3, like
it's a huge difference.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's worlds apart. Well, it's only one round either way. It's a massive difference in terms of the next half. But in we go, ultimates to be used. Both teams on a full buy. Who can come out on top?
It's back to this A fight. Pixel Lumina very light in this area as Diseased and Viti have been able to cross and take long space. Styx is holed up on short. But as the C threat comes in, it could be an empty one. Maniac's already down long. Some really nice positioning from the defense right now to just contain Sweet and Sour. But this is where you probably want a garage reclear or something of the sort, because it's still posted players on this left-hand side where A is a lot lighter.
The only thing for me is your reclear utilities all the way over on A, right? So like now you've got to invest a dimensional drift, which does come through, and unfortunately for Maniac, he's not catching the players that he needs to.
Well, he's managed to spot Ticey now and actually return to the C site where the TP was cancelled. Vitty can't get back in. Defo arriving. Maniac deals with him. And so now, where is the spike going? Ticey hightailing it back through spawn as Pixel Lumina have managed to defend C brilliantly. Styx is on a more aggressive line in lobby. This one's fading away from them. That timeout wasn't enough.
Yeah, this is now starting to get a little bit too complicated. Players being caught off guard and players in prime position. But Diseased has won his 1v1 and so has Ianto. Back to a 3v3 and the kill contract doesn't catch Ticey. Now Spike down a 1v1 which simply can win. And now we have advantage for the defense to try and trade down from. But they're not doing so effectively. Instead, Ticey looks to send us home. A clutch to end up in a 9-3 half.
Switching sides.
The role swap for Ticey has looked fantastic. Most assists in the league so far, but the biggest assist that he can give his team there is the clutch, which puts them up 9-3. Could be a world of difference to take them to a deciding map. Sweet and Sour back in the hot seat, and all focus on Pixel Lumina to see if they can find a way to turn this around in the second half. And as the second half is due to start, Sweet and Sour on the hunt for what would be their first win on Haven since the Upper Swiss stage of Stage 1, 3 months ago. A real change of pace for a team which has so often come in that conversation of top 2. Now looking for an EMEA slot onto this defense. If they can pick up the pistol, that might just be enough.
Simply isn't going to clear the corner, but just as well he had the double tap. Gets a second lease of life, and well, Pixel Lumina, it looks as if they've got a second lease of life on this attack. Sweet and Sour, we're at the advantage coming off the change in the half. Pixel Lumina look to change that about and get themselves on the board here.
Look, you've got to remember, it's an extra minute to talk over what exactly it is that you want to do as a team and what is required to make this second half comeback. And while Pixel Lumina don't have any timeouts of their own per se, and they're relying on Sweet and Sour investing that next one, or God forbid an overtime arriving, this is the right kind of sign from them early on. Playing both ends of the map, unrelenting. And that's also both pistol rounds picked up. Probably not the silver lining you're looking for, considering the fact they only have 4 rounds right now. But you got to start somewhere.
Nice entry from Maniac once again. A player who consistently finds value. And look at Defo. Hello?
It's walked out behind this smoke, and yep, Maniac has it covered.
as you'd expect him to. I think that's just
Lumina in front by 2 players at this point in time, but still just sitting behind that initial line where the barriers would go up at the start of the round.
For me, I feel as if Sweet and Sour are being quite like ranky in the way that they're playing this, right? Like a lot of the players are playing individual duels and stuff like that. I would like to see them maybe try and play more together. Maybe try and, like, I don't know, come up with a plan for their anti-eco.
Well, it's working right now, Cairo. Viti managing to pick up 2 kills from C Long. The issue is there are no upgrades behind this, and Maniac finding that win on the flank does effectively sign Seal and nearly deliver it. Diseased trying to offer something alternative, and I tell you what, some pretty big losses for the attack at the end there. So Sweet and Sour's ranky style seems to be delivering a little bit of RR.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But like, you understand what I was trying to say.
No, I do.
Because a lot of that was individual fights, and fair enough, Sweet and Sour have powerful individuals, but I mean, I would like to see a more orchestrated round than hey guys, let's go and fight A lobby because we know that's good on, like, in terms of how the theory works, right?
Yeah, I mean, control of this one area gives you multiple avenues to assault A, and already Defo cracking down on it. Put up in the close corner. But there's so much to clear him out here with. Yanto doubling up, tap of the orb, flashback through, Styx winning the first fight. It's the initiator gone.
Cover going out.
And Defo back to the site control itself. In the meantime, Laser up in garage window. This is a really strong position for him to hold on to, especially if someone goes searching later into the round.
Guardian recollected by Almo. So this firepower looks so much better now. I'm interested to see, again, is how Laser activates, as you said. This execute is going to be hitting into 3 players. That's the other thing you've got to consider.
Yeah, you're kind of living or dying by the sight hold, so the peek from Laser is impeccably timed. It's just pulled Diseased off of the sight hold itself. He's going to be coming in late from spawn. It was only Ticey there, but even so, Maniac can't manage to get the drop on him. Simply does arrive a little late. Defo still here though, 10 toes down. Ticey by his side, so well supported. The flank now known about. So Sweet and Sour moving up to double digits. There was a chance for a bonus round win here. And taking a step back to look at it from a fully macro perspective, I think Pixelumina had the right ideas, but the execution was so sloppy.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's anything else to really see about that one. I think, like, as you said, that the ideas are good, but we need to see more from Pixelumina. At the end of the day, it's a bonus round. Next round more important, kill contract online, tools in which to work with, and a chance to do better than what you have done. At the end of the day, Pixelumina, this is just a straight runway. There's nothing that the coach can do. Has to be a passenger for this full attack side.
Yeah, and still you expect they have ideas to bring to the table. Sweet and Sour are showing us here. Is that a missed aftershock? Yeah, Laser's not going to get cleared. Should be a freebie onto Defo, and oh, nearly a second on Ticey as well. He was caught mid-reload, down to 35. Yanto's lost his life again. 5 versus 3. Pixelumina have to push on from this position.
Yeah. I mean, really, Sweet and Sour trying to find something in the round, and the timing on Maniac is just so unfortunate. This spike will be going down, and as we like to say, this is probably a guaranteed one.
It is. Absolutely. In every sense. If Maniac can maybe find Diseased here, it is either player thinking about the possibility, but neither of them fully committing to it. So both defenders saving in attack spawn. To take a step back for a second here, Cairo, I mean, Pixelumina now within 4 rounds, there is going to be able Sweet and Sour will be able to repurchase here with the money that they've got, and saving these 2 guns is really important when you look at Ticey on 250, Defo just the 50. But this attack side, it's a team which has always had the goal for playoffs and realistically should be playing to that bracket when you consider the quality of players that they've had, from Ascension attendees to previous top 4 and even title holders back so far as 2022 as far as Styx is concerned. But as I was mentioning earlier, if you make it to playoffs, at that point, you want to make it to EMEA. It doesn't feel that far away, and it certainly isn't right now.
I mean, that's the thing, right, with the playoffs bracket. It's either 2 wins to qualify or 2 losses to go out. So it's a little bit fair in that aspect. As for this round, C is where we're going to see Sweet and Sour ply their trade once more. Ticey and the Neon. But there's 3 players from Pixel Lumina.
Oh, and the Aftershocks missed this time completely. I mean, just round the corner. Didn't look like Ticey was trying to invest it early. Maniac on spot. Doesn't quite claim the kill. Ticey was low, but he does get finished off. Brought into Simply's domain. Kill contract active. Double tap as well, but Viti just blitzes right through it. But he's not going to last much longer on the site, as Pixel Lumina have managed to fight their way through the defender-sided aggression for another round.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You've got to be looking at this 10-7. The rounds on the half so far, 4-1. And Pixel Lumina are doing so well with this composition because it does better on the attack, right? There was no doubts about that.
And there's only 1 full buy in it now. If Sweet and Sour lose this round, that's Pixel Lumina up to 8. They win that, and yeah, you're looking at the potential of a tied score sooner rather than later, and that 9-3 chasm closes up all too quickly.
The heat is on, and you'd imagine Sweet and Sour are starting to feel it. I mean, for this round though, you look at Defo all the way up in A lobby.
And the biggest thing about his position right now is he's the canary in the coal mine, the first sign of danger. If Pixel Lumina want to try and threaten that area of the map, he will be aware of it. The drone is a great way to spot him out, but the trap, oh, that's just insult to injury. Defo wasn't aware. I mean, how could... I swear he was within range to be hearing that, no?
Yeah, that's what I thought, man. Maybe just thought he could get the kill before the concuss went off.
Yeah.
I don't know. C-site though, that's where the rest of Pixel Lumina have gone. Oh, that's a lovely reveal. Huge for Sweet and Sour. And now they have a chance at this round with the 2 remaining players somewhat low, somewhat damaged up, but so are Sweet and Sour. Yanto now in a 1 versus 1. And he doesn't account for Styx.
It's okay, everyone. Take a breath. Whether you're on the Sweet and Sour side or you're plotting for Pixel Lumina, I have to say, this was an incredibly close round, but Styx is the savior, pathing through Garage behind. I really like the deep deposit of Defo, and as you mentioned, I think he was just trying to fly his way through the trap and get the drop on a player there. If Sweet and Sour want to take A lobby control, they have to try and find what is the value that we're getting from it, and in that round it was that they were very prepared for the C hit.
Again, it's like, as you said before, with the question mark space, it's pulling the utility out from Sweet and Sour to go and clear this space and get players in front of the smoke.
Protocols from the defense look really good here. Able to get into backside fairly quickly. Out from Garage, Viti goes, but he's dropped down. And a slight lack of coordination on the way back into this pre-take for Sweet and Sour. Rolling Thunder, cover your eyes. Ticey's gone down without a fight, and Simply's found 3 in the process.
Yeah, I can't help but feel this is coming down to the trades. Now it's the last 2 remaining on Pixel Lumina playing together.
Yanto had a worldie of a recon last time, but the only position to be revealed right now is where he will be dead and buried. Lovely use of the ult in the 2v1 from Simply, just to confirm that Laser can chase that one up. Wasn't trying to go for a quick peek on the side of his shield. And that's the gun round I was talking about. You're looking at an even playing field in the next couple rounds now.
Yeah, and Sweet and Sour in a position where for every rifle round they lose the next eco, right? Or that's what's expected of them. And that's why we're seeing the last time out of regulation being brought through, as they know the position that they're in.
And for Sweet and Sour as well, we mentioned it in the build-up, MP said his piece, that short-term results with this team have always been positive. You know, you come out of the first and second split of last year, while they weren't able to get wins over Apex until the second go-around, you always knew that after those, you know, first 4 play days, they were going to be 3-1, 4-0, something like that, and things looking good. By the time you then hit that week break, you know, the mid-season break that we would get in the regular season, they just fall off the pace. And I just don't know what it is or why it is, but it just keeps repeating itself. And it has done into this year as well. This is now the same lower bracket semi-final that they would be falling short in if Pixelumina do complete the comeback.
Yes.
It just makes you wonder what is being done in that time. In that downtime, and especially this timeout from Brave Earth to set them on course for survival.
And I think that's the big thing, right? Right now it is survival. They're not fighting to qualify, they're fighting to stay in this best of 3. As for Pixelumina, I mean, getting further than they've ever been before.
It's just about taking it that one step further. Once again, Ianto onto the breach, trying to claim some info. A side, working overtime. He's already fired his recon sewer. Now it's the drone, back down long. Very nearly tagged within an inch of his life and caught, but he hasn't. And Pixelumina are continuing to push this end of the map. I have to say though, Cairo, it's rounds like these that get you worried if you're hoping that Pixelumina can come away with this one, because they've left it so late to hit C. It's the Cypher setup again. At the very least, Maniac does have the fake out.
And I think that's the thing you've already highlighted as well. So this is the Cypher setup, but there's also bodies for Sweet and Sour to put on the line, and unfortunately for Sweet and Sour, it is actually them to come through fast. Trades either way, advantage on towards Pixelumina, but it's momentarily. At the same time, now Sweet and Sour have to rotate all the way through spawn and playing on the front foot. Pixelumina get another.
That's so instinctive from Almo to just take that extra space. Once both of the defenders had been spotted out on A, Ticey's got a rifle back though and has a full utility belt. Stepping back into the side that he once called his own. Can he be the one that takes them towards the MEA slot? I mean, you try and build it up, but really, it's not happening. Almo was there immediately.
Yeah, Almo was ready for it. 10 to 10, all even for the first time in a long time between these two. And again, we hate to be those guys and repeat the same point over and over again, but we have to pull you back to that economy state for the defence. And it is not looking good. That C site not looking good. What can you give us?
And also, just after Ticey's time on Permitter, it feels like he's reinvented himself as a player, but even that might not be enough to make another inter-regional tournament. The relay bolt goes in a lobby early, but Defo is so committed, and it's only him here. Ianto next up, hitting the chopping block. Maniac following it. Whoa. Oh, Maniac! 2 big opening picks, and that's the round settled. Sweet and Sour have nothing more in this one. It's done.
And on top of that, they've got enough time to prioritise the orbs, get it onto someone who's close to their ultimate. That kill contract now 1 away. And on top of that, you're starting to think, right, well guys, we have a lot of economy. Once this spike gets slow, let's go hunting.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just nightmarish for Sweet and Sour. Like, how many times have we seen them in a game like this and the same thing has happened? It happened a few times last year against Apex, but I mean, you can probably make an exception with them being the EMEA Ascension winners in the end. and always punching above their weight in that sense. But whether this, team as a collective or just the individuals are in this position, sweet and sour, I just don't know, man. Playoffs after playoffs, they've been given golden opportunities that they had arguably the weaker side of the bracket last time against Shakmat before they proved everyone wrong. And now it's the success story of Pixel Lumina, who have built on what they did in the first stage and look like so much of a better team, where I don't think we're seeing the same from Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Sweet and Sour, it's like the same thing that we spoke about with one of the other rosters, right? Like GX being a team of potential, Sweet and Sour are a team of potential that just never seem to be fully realised. Dimensional drift now towards the C side as they look to try and gain the plant spot, and it looks as if they're going to get it for free.
I mean, yeah, Almo gets caught in the trap, but there's no one to capitalize. Sweet and Sour, sitting on their heels right now. They don't have all too much space. Defo is a little bit deep. He's in a great position to check out Laser on this flank, but Laser wins the duel, and Maniac doesn't stop for anybody.
I mean, there's also a kill contract to be used here. There's still so much that's in Pixel Lumina's pockets.
Into the corner. Oh, Almo only getting one. And so 2-on-2 situation, and Dark Cover over the spike. Viti needs to get this defuse in, at least start sticking it now. It's a 3-kill round for him already. Maniac has even less health, but he can just spam away from distance. Carefree as ever as he would be, Pixel Lumina just 1 round away from EMEA.
I mean, that's the big thing, is the fact that it is EMEA on the cards. And Sweet and Sour have not shown us anything on this defence. There's no more timeouts, there's no more interjections. It has to be just the players in the server that bring this back. The kill contract wasn't even needed in the last round for Pixel Lumina. So with these last couple rounds and not a lot of a buy here for Sweet and Sour, what can they give us?
Oh, I really like this. It didn't quite work out, it was the ult play. One of the few tier 2 teams that had actually played this comp were Saw, and they used to love the drone over the wall to tee up the kill contract, but nothing found. At the very least, it's a forfeiture of that A-long avenue from Sweet and Sour, and Maniac in a dangerous position for the re-engage.
Oh, they've not. Oh, I thought they hadn't accounted for Maniac nearly getting away with the kill, or at least an even trade.
Ooh, okay, Viti did see Almo. I was thinking for a second that he just managed to make the cross.
Now they're trying to
heading into a B post plant. Pixel Lumina need to find a little bit of extra space here, though, I think.
Yeah, they were trying to fight for A like the Paranoia used, but instead the spike planted for front sight.
And even then, Almo's got a double. Near sight does nothing for Laser as long as he plays up close. Almo again! It's a quad kill. In fact, it's an ace for EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely amazing to watch the progress from Pixel Lumina. And nobody would have thought they would be the ones to take it to this spot. I think most people would have favourited SNS, right? Their second bite at the cherry. But that second bite seems to be a poisonous one. And Pixel Lumina are the ones that are able to stomach it all the way now to Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, it feels more like apple bobbing with Sweet and Sour as they're constantly just trying to get a grip of it, but they can't, as it slips away from them yet again, eliminated in top 6 rather than top 4. Those EMEA ambitions have been cut short yet again. But congratulations to Pixel Lumina, because this turnaround we've seen from the team, not making playoffs in the previous stage, but now, right in the top flight, wedging themselves as one of our representatives to that interregional stage. They can be nothing but proud of this performance, Cairo.
Yeah, certainly. And well, with that, we have another couple of people that we're proud of, Hazza. Analyst Disc, why don't you take it away, guys?
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Cairo. That's so sweet of you. I'm proud of you too. That was such a good cast. You did so well. Okay, so that was, again, just such a great game. Pixel Lumina have done so well. Look, there were many points during that map where I was kind of molding a little bit over Pixel Lumina. Let's not call it a clean win. Let's not call it a clean win. But it doesn't matter how you win. By an inch or a mile, they made it. And Sweet and Sour again fall at the last hurdle, man. It's excruciating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a clean match by no margin, any margin. I think it started from that round 1 where Laser was just stuck in the corner behind the box, couldn't quite hit his shots. There was multiple people running around him, and people were like, oh, he was like, what is happening here? People are getting dropped left and right because his teammates were just amazing there. But yeah, I think this was still a good showing of Pixel Lumina. I think we paint them as underdogs, and I do think they were underdogs, but still this team has a lot of experience. There's players that have played for DVM, NOM, NXT, Styx even played for 10-star back in VRL Finals 2022, I think. So there is a lot of experience between these players. Or I mean, Maniac played in that roster at least. Maniac has played under Barca as well, Anonymous. There's so much experience, but still I think Pixel Lumina, just because they were formed this year at the start of the year, they were the underdogs. And because you have Sweet and Sour, who has been with us for many seasons, you kind of did expect for Sweet and Sour to take this win. But Pixel Lumina, amazing performance. I'm happy to see that they came through here, and I'm really excited to see what they can actually do in Challenges EMEA, because that's their spot that they earned today.
Yeah, I think that is the most important thing to take a look at later on. Obviously, we've got a few teams that we haven't seen play in this, this stage of the competition now. 3 whole teams that we have not seen play in Challengers EMEA based off of last time. So there's a lot to come in terms of, I think, the rest of the playoffs, seeing what, these teams can bring out against each other, the last 4 remaining that we're going to be sending. Because I think now it is time for the gauntlet. We're going to have to sharpen, the skills of every team off of each other here, and then we send them into EMEA and see how they do against a different breed of competition. Like last split, things didn't go so well for us as Northeast, but we have completely different challenges this time around, pardon the pun. And I think our chances are looking good based off of some of the good rounds that we saw there. I think things are looking really good. Obviously, there's a lot to improve upon as well, but I think looking at the positives, things are quite good.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight Victorson as well in Pixel Lumina, their coach. I think Pixel Lumina was one of the better teams in taking timeouts. They took both 2 timeouts there. They didn't quite work out on the second map because it was rough playing with that composition on the defensive side, but they were brilliant in Ascent. Also that halftime where Victorson is able to speak as well, I think that was crucial for Pixel Lumina to actually come back this half and bring it back very convincing in the end. It cannot ever be understated, the role of the coach, of a good coach, and I think Victorson is probably one of those coaches that you really need to highlight for good performance in those timeouts.
Yeah, I think, okay, let's look a little further on. I'm interested now on your thoughts on how Sweet and Sour... Never mind, we're going to go to an interview now with Styx, so I was just trying to fill for some time. But we do have Styx here. Congratulations, first of all, on the win. Congratulations on making it to Challengers EMEA. Did you think when you started out in the lower Swiss stage that you were going to be getting all the way here?
Hi guys, nice to meet you. Yeah, I said to my boys that on lower Swiss and upper Swiss that we did 0-2, and I said that if we're gonna come back, we're gonna win it all. And I mean, we didn't win it, to be honest, but we got challengers at least, So I'm happy.
Yeah, and I mean, challenge is great. I think you were the underdogs coming in this season. Like, you haven't been in this league for that long compared to some other teams, but you have proven you're worthy of Challenges EMEA spot. It wasn't easy, but now you're with the top dogs. What is your secret? Is it just hard grind, or what is the secret sauce?
Yeah, hard grind, playing rankeds all day, all night, and it's paying off.
I love that. I do actually love that, because I think that is really great. For me, I think there's some people that may say that you weren't properly tested or you had an easier journey here compared to some other teams. What do you say to them?
I mean, we played versus good teams, I think. Sweden Sour are good. I mean, Meti Sport are also very good team. They pracking like, I think they are full-time. I think we got tested. I mean, we will see in challenges, yeah? This is the real test for us.
For sure.
Yep.
All right, well, you have tested yourselves here. You've got yourself to Challengers EMEA. Before I send you on your way, obviously you know the level of performance that's going to be expected in Challengers EMEA to be able to beat the teams from, you know, France, from Italy, from Turkey, of course, that we saw last split. How do you think you're going to fare? Obviously, it's hard to tell at this stage. You've still got a little time to prepare, but, you know, what are your first impressions so far?
I mean, we are super happy to be here. I also want to challenge the better teams, like better teams from the other league, of course. And we'll see how it goes. We're gonna prepare. We have some time now, and I think we can make it.
Cool. All right. Well, first off, good luck for the rest of the playoffs. Obviously, we will probably speak to you again before the end of next week. But good luck for Challengers EMEA. Congratulations, man.
Thank you guys. Just have to say big shout out to our boys. To all TeamSpeak, like Alarm. Thank you boys for cheering for us, and yeah, wish us luck in the challengers.
Amazing.
All right, well, there we go. Challengers coming up for those 4 teams. We have locked in all of our participants for Challengers. 3 of them are completely different from last time around. It's a completely different look, and I'm still not 100% sure where I stand on it, you know?
Yeah, I just love to hear from Styx as well. That confidence is obviously every team you want to say that, okay, we're gonna win this all, we're gonna do this, but to actually do that, well, you didn't win it all, but to actually come back from that 0-2 deficit, win against decent teams, and be in Challengers EMEA, I think that is already convincing. And I love the shout out to the TeamSpeak as well. I do love that, because I think there are a lot of Pixel Lumina fans, and I'm sure they're gonna make some more.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that is it for today. Let's take a quick look at what you might have missed out on if you joined late. Obviously, our first game today ended after 3 maps in the favor of Zero Tenacity. Go Next Esports, again, will not be making it into Challengers EMEA. Both of our finalists from last split are not making it to this Challengers EMEA this split. So things are changing around today. And we have another new participant here, a 2-0 victory for Pixel Lumina against Sweet and Sour, who fall at the final hurdle one more time. Hopefully they can turn things around next time we see them. But still, it has been a great day of Valorant once again.
It's a whole new season of Northeast. I mean, only quarter of the teams that were on the first stage Challenges EMEA are in, and that's Enterprise Esports. Now we have Bitfix, Zero Tenacity, and Pixel Lumina as the final Challenges EMEA team. And I'm gonna be honest, I think it's gonna be interesting matches coming up tomorrow. Enterprise Esports against Bitfix Gaming, and Pixel Lumina actually having the face against Zero Tenacity, who looked really strong today. And I think that's gonna be another competition for them.
Yeah, exactly. So coming up tomorrow, you can look forward to, first off, Enterprise Esports versus Bitfix Gaming, the only team we have that has stayed from Split 1 Challengers EMEA to Split 2 Challengers EMEA. They're going to be racking up those Ascension points, but they still have to win that grand final if they want good seeding here. So they're going to have to fight for that spot against Bitfix. And then our 2 teams that we saw win today will be playing against each. Obviously, the loser will be eliminated. They still make it to Challengers EMEA, don't worry, but they'll just be out of the playoffs here, and they'll take 4th seed in the Challengers EMEA Northeast rankings, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be really, really interesting tomorrow. I think there's something that we might see. Maybe some kind of surprise. Maybe Bitfix will take them into the grand finals. But I think you should stay tuned in the socials, because it's going to be amazing season of Northeast. 3 more days to come till we go to Challenges EMEA.
All right, then. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you again tomorrow, and then we'll see you again next week after that. So stick around. Lots more awesome Valorant to come. Goodbye.
I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make 'em reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they only ask, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run around with it. Run around with that.